Good morning, Dr. Reddy. This is Deepti.
Good morning,
I have a question.
Deepti. And
I
Ujjwala,
have a
great
good.
to see you. Good morning.
Great to see you also, Sangeeta. Thank you so much for inviting me for this event.
Chetan, we are ready.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, everybody, and a very warm welcome to the first ever conclave of Greater 50 that we just started the initiative. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for your presence this morning, and to all the dignitaries who have agreed to join us today. This initiative, as you know, was started by our immediate past president, Dr. Sangeeta Reddy. And there have been some activities over the years. So we just wanted to kind of bring everybody, bring this knowledge to everybody, and hence this conclave, which will be an annual feature. So without further ado, may I now request the FICCI Flow President, who are also the partners to Greater 50, to kindly kickstart this with her opening remarks, please.
Thank you. Namaste, and a very good morning to everyone. On behalf of Flow and Greater 50, I would like to welcome everyone to this virtual conclave and exhibition. The theme of today's event is Empowering Women, Empowering India. Vicky and Flo have come together to work in sync towards empowering the greater 50% to create an equitable world. As we step into the second year of this initiative, we celebrate the achievement of women through this conclave and exhibition. On behalf of Flo and Greater 50, I would like to welcome Srimati Smriti Irani ji, Honorable Minister of Women and Child Development, Government of India, and other esteemed guests. As the 38th National President of Flow, I am working towards our vision of the power to empower by focusing on empowering women by facilitating an enabling environment that promotes entrepreneurship, industry participation, and economic development of women. As we talk about empowering the greater 50%, we talk about empowering not only women, but the family, the community, and thereby the society at large and the country finally. Today, we have with us a very impressive lineup of speakers, and I'm sure this insight will merge from this conclave. We will be able to work towards the vision of this initiative with renewed commitments. Today, Greater 50 is coming out with two publications on positive stories and call to action report. These positive stories of women will be a huge source of inspiration for women and men around the world. I would like to conclude with the words of G.D. Addison. Empowerment isn't about making women stronger. Women are already strong. It's about changing the way the world perceives that strength. Thank you.
Indeed, FICCI Flow has been contributing immensely to the women empowerment, and this is just an additional effort of ours. May I now request our President, Mr. Uday Shankar, for his welcome remarks, please.
Thank you, Jyoti. And first and foremost, a very warm welcome to all of you, and my greetings to the Honorable Minister, Srimati Smriti Irani ji, Minister for Women and Child Development, to my friend and past President Sangeeta Reddy, Ujjwala ji, Rajshri ji, and all the great leadership of FICCI and Flow that has made it possible. Thank you very much for being here, and I feel honored to be present and to get an opportunity to welcome the minister and all of you here at this conclave. As I stand here today, I reaffirm FICCI's commitment to this cause. I feel so grateful that the minister is supporting this Greater 50 initiative, and all of you are wholeheartedly lending your supportive initiatives to this. As an Apex Industry Association of India, FICCI is committed to address the issues related to gender gap and the digital divide that exists in our country across genders. Despite the fact that women make up nearly half of our total population, the female labor force participation in India is not only low, but in fact has been reducing over the years from about 33% in 2011-12 to 25% in 2017-18, according to the Economic Survey of Government of India. The survey also pointed out that 60% women in India in the productive age bracket of 15 to 59 years are still engaged in full-time housework. India's female labor force participation is the lowest in South Asia. As a result of this low participation, working women contribute only 17 or 18% of our national GDP, which is much lower than the global average of about 40%. Moreover, in the coming decade, nearly 75 million women are expected to enter into the workforce. And it is obvious that if this country has to realize its greater destiny, and if the Prime Minister's ambitions for economic development and social growth, as well as India's position in the Global Committee of Nations, has to be realized, we have to fix this whole problem of the gender divide and lower participation of women. I urge my colleagues, my friends, my community of entrepreneurs, business people, and the private sector as a whole to create and push for adequate job opportunities for women in their respective organizations. This will enable aspiring women to work, contribute, and succeed and realize their true potential. At the same time, it is also our responsibility to ensure that the structural barriers which usually restrict women for accessing employment are addressed. And in that context, the fact that Minister Smriti Irani is in charge of women and child development is great news, because we are all aware of her drive, energy, and commitment, and we are hoping that she will make some seminal changes in the days ahead towards that goal. I am sure the Greater 50 is totally committed to this agenda, and I want to commit FICCI jointly with Flow to undertake incessant efforts to offer these opportunities and work towards enabling a supportive ecosystem for women to work and towards an Atmanirbhar Bharat. With this, I would like to say that women have the infinite power to manage it all. Nothing can stop her. Smriti ji has kindly graced the inaugural session today with her presence. This session and the composition of notable women speakers in the other upcoming Greater 50 sessions in itself depict the indomitable Nari Shakti of our nation, which can inspire many women around and create a better and inclusive world, which has ease of access to resources and opportunities regardless of gender, including economic participation and decision making. With these words, I once again welcome you all and sign up FICCI to the cause of Greater 50 and Greater 50 Conclave. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President, for your continued support to this initiative and for really talking about, the need to harness the women power in workplace as well, apart from other areas, which is very critical and one of the missions of Greater 50. May I, with these words, invite Dr. Sangeeta Reddy, immediate past president of FICCI, for your special remarks, ma'am.
So namaste and good morning, Honorable Smriti ji, our president of FICCI, Ms. Rajshri, Ujjwala, all others, my co-chair, I'm speaking on behalf of both of us, Harjinder, and the wonderful team at FICCI who has supported these initiatives. I woke up this morning truly happy that we were going to have this kind of a program to just take stock of the activity that has gone on over the last year, a little more than a year, towards this significant and super important process of enabling the environment to appreciate the power of women, as so beautifully put by Ujjwala. And, I'm thrilled that Smriti ji, the initiative that you launched on June 19th of 2020 has taken these strides. And so on behalf of the team, on behalf of Flo, FICCI, my co-chair, and Jyoti, Uma, Rajshri ji, on behalf of everyone, I'm very privileged to very quickly go through some of the things that we've been able to achieve. I'm not going to re-echo the important words that the President FICCI has said. I am not going to talk about the gender gap, the possible contribution of women, because this audience is truly a group of already enlightened, empowered people working towards that cause. So let me quickly share some of the things we've done, because I think this will be just a milestone towards the deeper journey that we need to take. There is still much more to be done. And as Chetna ji said, at the World Economic Forum, it was analyzed that the current gender gap, if we continue to go at this pace, will take over 100 years to close. And women across the world are standing up today and saying, we cannot wait, we will not wait, and we will step up and do our part. So the Greater 50 is just one more step towards this movement whose time has come, and who I appeal everybody on this stage and outside to join this movement. Honorable Minister, I want to once again express my heartfelt gratitude to you for being so supportive of this initiative that you launched, and assure you that we're going to continue to keep coming back to you for more and more support, because there is so much to be done. But this program that we started about a year ago with Vicky and Flo, the ladies' organization, which is truly powerful, had some very impassioned mentors who have played such a major role. Ms. Rajshri Birla ji, she was always there at every meeting, gave us financial support as well as the power of her organization. Mr. K.V. Kamath, who's a thought leader in this space and who has shown by example what women who have been given that opportunity can do. The banking sector has been transformed by the women who have been mentored by Mr. Vagul and Mr. Kamath, and Ambassador Lakshmi Puri ji for her support. Of course, Jyotsna Suri, Harjinder, I have mentioned. Others like Preeti DeMello, Vinita Bimber, many others have really stood up and said, let's make this happen. And the team always, despite so many other agendas that FICCI has, from finance to power to everything else, made this a priority. So thank you, team. I'm happy to report that we have so far impacted the lives of over 50,000 women significantly, and over 400,000 women at a beginning point. And our goal was really to do 100,000 women in 3 years. So we are very much well on the way to not just achieving the goal, but surpassing this one. And despite the challenging times over the years, we've successfully aggregated multiple ongoing initiatives with institutions like the Niti Aayog, UN Women, and brought in like-minded organizations like WeHub, which is the entrepreneurial wing of Telangana government, the Mandeshi Foundation, lot of work happened there, Edelgive Foundation, HUL, and others who are already championing the cause of women entrepreneurship. We enhanced the agenda, we partnered and ensured reach. The special mentorship program of Niti Aayog has already witnessed over 1,000 women registering, but this is just a momentum which is beginning to pick up. Edelgive, we have reached out to more than 5,000 women on the ground, and Edelgive has committed to do the financial support as well as the manpower to ensure this happens. Mandeshi Bank, we have now seeded further entrepreneurial development and financial support. Over 300 women covered there, but this model is now getting replicated in urban and semi-urban. I will not go through the entire list of all the things which have happened, but broadly, I want to say the categories which were taken up by leaders included training on special aspects like digital marketing, branding, and this happened under a unique platform of mentorship. We then have gone into need assessment surveys, promotion of entrepreneurship, women in management and leadership, gender inclusion at the workplace. And here, I think Preeti and the entire team have done so much. Rekha Shetty started it, but also I want to mention Preeti and Vinita's excellent report, which was released, which will be released in a few moments. This report is a significant path forward towards women inclusion. It's a comprehension action plan. Many people just analyze the scenario. The deep work which has been done here brings out a set of recommendations for Indian organizations and covers all aspects: governance, measurement, reporting, audit, and things that the government needs to do as well as the private sector need to do together. Studies of the World Bank have shown that just a 20% enhancement of the total workforce in India compared to 76% of women, men, and we need to really solve this disparity, this marginalization. And this report is actually a very impassioned but practical stepwise methodology. We also put together a beautiful compendium of positive stories because it is so important to inspire and to celebrate those who have achieved. With WeHub, there was a tremendous aspect of showcasing, and now 17 different entrepreneurial, women-focused entrepreneurial groups are taking up this thought leadership that we put at the We Hub. I want to kind of conclude this session by saying that, over the years, we all revere Mother Earth, Mother Nature. We refer to our country as our mother country. The source of energy, life, existence, everything comes from women. So let's protect, nurture, and enable this to grow. Let's continue our efforts towards this thought process. And let me end by saying, yes, we can. Because today's paper also showed just three fantastic highlights. Iceland now has more than greater 50% in their leadership in women. The Chief Justice of India did a call saying, let's make sure that, there are more than 50% lawyers. The doctor workforce is already there. So we are well on our way in so many areas. Let this positivity reflect and bring forward the women who are marginalized, the women who are not speaking up, the women who don't have access to capital because there are no property or assets on their name, despite their family having assets. Let all these be positive, empowering areas where we touch lives, one life at a time, with this positivity. Once again, my thanks to everybody who has made this possible. And let me end by saying that this is just the beginning of so much more that we need to do. You keep inspiring us, women keep inspiring us, and let this journey of women-led development truly, like the Prime Minister said, that it is no longer empowering women, it is women-led development as a model for our country. We're showcasing it here, it's happening now. Thank you all very much. Let's keep at it. Namaste.
Thank you, ma'am. Indeed, a very powerful statement. We refer to our country as she, so therefore the she power definitely needs to be harnessed to really progress further. We also have with us Mrs. Rajshri Birla, who's really been, a guiding light and a pillar of support to this very special initiative. So it's a great pleasure to have you with us this morning, ma'am. So may I request you for your very quick special remarks, ma'am.
Smriti ji, Sangeeta ji, Dilip ji Shenoy, Jyoti ji Vij, Uma ji Seth, and all of you, champions of women power, connected to the Greater 50 Conclave. Over 70 years ago, Mao Zedong, the former president of China, made a profound statement. He proclaimed, and I quote, "Women hold up half the sky." Even as China has endeavored to largely walk the talk, we in India have taken the first baby steps at the macro level. Greater 50, in my view, is among the most significant initiatives charted by FICCI. Let's applaud FICCI and the FICCI Ladies organization on taking this forward step. In a meticulous manner, this program opens the door to the journey of self-reliance, largely in the back of beyond terrain. It will help forge a self-actualization path for hundreds of women. Through this new revolutionary move, when launched, the FICCI Aditya Birla CSR Center for Excellence dreamt audaciously, envisioning the positive power of women. If their creative potential was tapped to the maximum, the goal was set at transforming the lives of 100,000 women in the next 3 years. Let me highlight some of the steps. At first, we were totally taken in by their desire and ambitions and how well women responded to the thought of the FICCI team for women to have an identity of their own. FICCI took on this daunting task, suddenly making women loom large in their small world. And much to the credit of the menfolk, they shared the aspirations of the womenfolk, backing them to the hills on the slog ahead, and easing the sacrifices that women would need to make in their new roles. Let me highlight a few milestones in our journey. COVID has been a scourge for humanity as a whole. Hence, all of our programs are aimed at creating resilient communities in any exigency. Various projects are on the ground, impacting in the long term over 4 lakh families. Under the Greater 50 campaign, the team reaches out to 7 states with Odisha, West Bengal, Delhi NCR, Uttar Pradesh, Jharkhand, Karnataka, and Maharashtra. These projects focus on a sustainable livelihood and women empowerment. They range from honing skills and training vulnerable communities in different vocations, strengthening the farmer community through watershed management and water harvesting processes, and endeavoring to close the marketing loop, creating livelihood options for the returning migrants. On the broader scale, a women-specific projects span creation of women, self-help groups, forming women-led farmer-producer organizations, FPO, on high-value agriculture. You will be pleased to learn that working capital of rupees 14 lakhs is being provided to each FPO. It will lead to the rise of 20,000 small-scale farmers and 250 micro-enterprises, besides non-timber forest produce. Nearly 5,000 women from scheduled castes and scheduled tribes will be a part of these micro-enterprises. To share with you that 50% of our project beneficiaries will be women. These are women drawn from Santhals, Lodha Oraon, Munda, and Bhumi tribes. In sum, the Greater 50 mission is a very purposeful one. These women whom we reach out to, and their we can and we will attitude is amazing. It is a sort of spiritual perseverance. I would urge all of you to walk along with them in this journey of their upliftment. We owe it to ourselves, given how privileged we all are. Give yourselves this soul-lifting experience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Your presence itself is always so very inspiring, and thanks for your continued support to this initiative. Honorable Minister, as mentioned by Dr. Reddy, there have been strategic alliances and thought leadership, which has been core to the Greater 50 endeavor. And at this very important occasion, we are very proud to announce our partnership with VHub to start an incubation program to help aspiring women entrepreneurs. And we would just like to quickly play a slide to launch this initiative in your presence, ma'am. We also have Deepti from VHub present with us at this occasion. So this is the platform, ma'am, where we will also be providing the mentorship, etc. Yes, Deepti?
Thank you so much, Dr. Reddy. I'm sorry, I'm just jumping in. Thank you so much, Dr. Reddy, for taking the lead on this and ensuring and highlighting the fact that women just don't need mentorship, but also a lot of championing and advocacy, which is being done brilliantly by this Greater 50 initiative. And we are thrilled to be part of this initiative, and we would like to thank you. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So another publication, ma'am, which we have, there are two publications which we have worked. The first one is Greater 50 Call to Action Report. This has been put together by the core group conveners, Ms. Preeti Domello and Ms. Vinita Bimbit. Both are present here with us. The purpose of this report has been to gain a deeper understanding of the actions which are being taken by organizations in the formal sector in India, and accordingly recommend guidelines to help bring about greater gender equity and parity in the Indian workplace. May I request for the slide, please? Thank you so much, ma'am, agreeing to launch this in your presence. We have shared a copy of this with your office, and hopefully if you're able to go through this, it'll be great to, fantastic, ma'am. So it'll be great to have your views as well on this, and maybe some of the policy initiatives out of this could also emerge, which we can discuss separately with you. This methodology included a self-administered survey, which we conducted online And 304 respondents across a range of organizations were there, and they were focus group roundtables as well with 43 individuals. So nearly about 350 individuals who gave us the inputs to put this study together. The second study, may I request the slide to be
Jyoti, just
here?
1 minute.
Ma'am.
Jyoti, while the slides come up, ma'am, if you would like us to, Preeti, Vinita, and other co-members of the team could come and make a brief presentation to you, because I genuinely believe this has important insights. At your convenience, we can do that. Thank you.
Absolutely. I can see you on Wednesday.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. So, Preeti, that is the power of her speedy action. You've seen it in, real life right now. Thank you.
I just gathered my wits around that. Wednesday it is. Thank you.
May I request the second study to be put over? This is the compendium of positive stories. Greater 50 compendium on positive stories. So we had invited stories from women achievers, women-focused and women-led initiatives who are doing commendable work. May I request this slide to be put up here, please? Ma'am, we had a lot of stories come in, but there was an eminent jury which we had put together comprising Dr. Sangeeta Reddy, Ms. Janvi Phukan, who was then the president of FLOW, Ms. Harjinder Talwar, Ms. Lakshmi Puri, the former ambassador of India to Germany, and she was Deputy Executive Director, UN Women, and Ms. Rachri Birla, of course, Ms. Naina Lal Kidwai, and Mr. Amit Chandra. So this was the high-powered jury that we had, which really picked up these most powerful stories which we felt could be really impactful and inspiring for some of the other women. And you already have a copy of that, ma'am. This could probably help in inspiring some of the other women in following that path. That was the whole idea behind it. So with these words, ma'am, while we have launched these publications, may I now invite Ms. Harjinder Kaur, who's the co-chair of this initiative of Greater 50, and has really been supporting all the activities which have happened till date under this initiative, to kindly introduce you and invite you to speak. So Harjinder, over to you, please, and you may please invite Honorable Minister, after you have spoken.
Thank you so much, Jyoti. Honorable Minister, thank you so much. I join all present here today and extend warm wishes to you. Honorable Minister, without your support and guidance, without Sangeeta thinking about this initiative as what it has done today, the Greater 50 mission would not have accomplished so much. I recall the day when we were so enthused with your presence to launch this mega women empowerment program last year, which was in the month of June. Ever since, there has been no looking back. Rather, the Greater 50 mission has expanded with time, as already mentioned by Dr. Reddy in her remarks. Smriti ji, I must acknowledge what we learned from you to make this program what it is today. First learning from you, your approach to never give up till you succeed. Second learning from you, try out a new path if one path closes. And third learning, constantly learn on the go and leave a mark in any area you work in. You've truly done this. And we will someday like to brief the cases where we applied these three learnings in Greater 50 mission. And truly now these have become part of our KPIs in Greater 50 mission success. It is you who have always emphasized upon recognizing the importance of gender equality and women's empowerment for achieving India's goal of development. तो आपसे सीखते हैं और आज empowering the greater 50% के साथ एक और लाइन, एक और वाक्य जोड़ना चाहती हूँ. हमारे देश की बेटी वो कौन है और वे क्या करना चाहती है, वो क्या कहना चाहती है, उसकी सोच क्या है, उस चीज की इज्जत करें. We know that Ministry of Women and Child Welfare is making sincere efforts to encourage women entrepreneurship in India. The support from the government has been coming through in many ways for easy access to working capital and training for existing and prospective women entrepreneurs. Through progressive policies, our government, led by Prime Minister Modi ji, thanks to him, has set a motion in process that will very well shape what we decided to respect today. What we decided to respect today, हमारे देश की बेटी वो कौन है और वो क्या चाहती है. And through our collective efforts, we will emerge stronger as one force and move faster in realizing the vision of an Atmanirbhar Bharat today with Atmanirbhar Beti. Honorable Minister, the Greater 50 leadership assures you of its highest cooperation and commitment at all times to empower women of our country from all walks of life and create many more success stories. And we are confident of achieving the desired targets with your guidance, with your support. And now it's the moment, and it is my great privilege and delight to invite our charismatic leader, Honorable Minister for Women and Child Development, Shrimati Smriti Irani ji, for her visionary address. Over to you, Smriti ji.
Thank you, Ms. Talwar. Distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen. आज हरजिंदर जी ने अपने उद्बोधन में महिलाओं की एक बहुत बड़ी चुनौती को प्रदर्शित किया. When we talk about the Greater 50, we talk about enabling them in a society which is linguistically as diverse as ours. There are many components to empowering women, and language is also central to some of those challenges. I did not know that a cup of tea on a lazy afternoon over 2.5 years ago with Dr. Sangeeta Reddy would result in a call to action which can inspire many corporations, many organizations. I would like to compliment Uday Shankar and his entire team at FICCI for giving equal opportunity and support to the Greater 50 initiative. Rajshi Billaji for always blessing and supporting out-of-box ideas, and the people who came together to give a call to action, which for me is a bit diverse from other reports that I've had the privilege of reading through. Many in our country, especially who want to enable more and more women in the organized sector, speak of gender diversity. They speak of such plausible proposal within their organizations because there have been many studies that have shown that gender diversities make companies more profitable, more productive. Survey done by Harvard, in fact, across 1,069 organizations in 35 countries and 24 industries, in fact, brought forth research which says that companies that are gender diverse were more productive but also had an enhanced market value. However, what your call to action brings about is a nomenclature not often spoken about in Indian organizations, that of gender intelligence. The fact that the call to action brings about a distinction between gender diversity and gender intelligence is what makes your report extremely special. So organizations that are still flummoxed or grappling with gender diversity now need to look at a new nomenclature thanks to the FICCI Flow team called gender intelligence. And I'm sure there are a few people who will frown and say, ye kya naya hai? So gender diversity is about encouraging organizations to have more women at the workplace, but gender intelligence is about ensuring that those women stay at work. Survey throws up a few challenges, a few points for introspection, which for me, I think is extremely challenging. The reality checks that the call for action has is something that every organization and member of FICCI should give a steady read to. When there was a part of the survey that looked at how and which gender is dominant in organizations, only 18% said that the female gender was dominant in an organization, which means a majority of individuals working in organizations felt that irrespective of embracing the terminology gender diversity, most of the organizational behavior inclined towards the male gender. Now, this after people were conscious of the fact that they are taking part in a formal survey, which means that there may be many who've taken the survey who may have wanted to enhance this number in their reality check and say, listen, they say that this is a gender diverse organization, but I think most of the organizational behavior inclines itself towards men. However, to the brave 18% who were vocal about how their organizations are perceived by them, I give my gratitude, my thanks. There is a clear mismatch in perception of leadership within organizations with regards to gender diversity or gender roles. This is what your call to action throws up. So my request to everybody who gets their hands on this report by FICCI is to read not only between the lines, but read the details. As they say, God is in the details. Well, the God of gender is in the details of this report. But I also compliment the Focus Roundtable group and participants who did not spare the greater good or the greater 50 in their report. And I sign off when they say, and I quote, "It is one thing to have women in leadership and quite another to have feminist leadership. A lot of women can have patriarchal leadership styles." So to all the men who join us this morning, I will say that FICCI Flow did not even spare the women that they observed, they surveyed, and they studied. I think one can say that quintessentially, if you want to bring about gender balance, gender parity, gender equity, you need to recognize that the term gender does not mean only women. It means an inclusion of every gender. And that is why when we talk about the greater 50, that afternoon cup of tea with Dr. Sangeeta Reddy resulted in a report which I find in terms of efficacy extremely important organizations to reflect upon. But there are challenges that it throws up, not only from the perspective of women, but also think other genders. And where does the challenge lie? Most of the organizations surveyed are organizations that are well positioned in our economy. The challenge comes up in the SMEs. And your report highlights that the SMEs now feel overburdened at the prospect of catering to specific needs of women, which in turn impacts their recruitment, which in turn impacts the retention of women at their workplace. So my appeal to FICCI is this, that yes, you have taken a giant step towards ensuring not only is gender diversity embraced, but also understood. Not only how leadership roles need to change from the perspective of gender, be all inclusive, but you've also historically brought forward a nomenclature, as I said, called gender intelligence, which I'm sure will soon become the talk of the town. But why do we seek to give this call to action? We seek to give it to help those who are right now challenged and overburdened. Significantly, as your report throws up, is the SME segment. So I'm hopeful under the leadership of Dr. Uday Shankar and all those who partook in this particular program, in this initiative, we can look at pathways to help SMEs in our country hire and retain more and more women. At the end of the day, why does it make sense to have women on board? Not only do we enhance the productivity and profitability of an organization, but the organization signals to the entire world that we have a confident and a competent management. My compliments to Team FICCI for coming out with this call to action in a report and positive stories that can celebrate the potential of women and organizations that encourage more and more female participation in the workforce. As I said to Dr. Reddy, I look forward to engaging with your team on Wednesday. 48 hours later, I am sure together we can start building something new, something better, something which puts women at the center, but at the same time, holistically looks after societal needs. Compliments once again and regards.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your very inspiring words. Indeed, it's the leaders like you, from whom we continue to get aspire to, do whatever little work that we are doing, and we seek your continued guidance also on the further activities that we intend to do. And thanks for agreeing to meet the team on Wednesday to really understand this report in depth, and we will definitely be in touch with you. We have with us Dr. Jyotsna Suri, who's also the co-chair of this group, apart from being the past president FICCI and CMD, the Lalit Suri Hospitality Group. May I request you, ma'am, for your concluding remarks?
Thank you, Jyoti. Namaskar. Channelizing the available female talent for a young and new age economy like India is absolutely imperative to realize the full potential of our human capital and to empower India. The Greater 50 mission has strived hard to touch the lives of women on the ground in rural, semi-urban and urban areas. Congratulations to you all for a fruitful Greater 50 year which witnessed a power-packed agenda aimed at reaching women from all walks of life. Dr. Sangeeta Reddy, myself, and other industry colleagues are extremely grateful to you, Smriti and also to all the other well-wishers who are associated with this mega women empowerment campaign. You know, the challenges that women confront are enormous. The uncertainties we face are exceptional. But it is our resilience, strength, dedication, and ability to multitask that enables us to overcome any situation. We must continue to come together to create suitable conditions for women to contribute to society and to the economy. The Greater 50 initiative is just that. Through the multifarious approach, we aspire to touch the lives of many more women and help them realize their dreams for themselves, their families, and the nation. Our government is creating opportunities for us in different spheres. Progressive policies have set in motion a process that will further improve our business environment. Through the Greater 50 program, we want to help women unlock new business opportunities, meet their career goals, be it in academia, scientific research, social services, the government, or in parliament. As rightly said by the Honorable Prime Minister, and I quote, "The progress of humanity is incomplete without the empowerment of women. We cannot achieve success if 50% of our population, being women, are locked at home." Smriti ji, we have iconic role models like yourself, and I'm sure that with the support and encouragement of your ministry, we will realize this goal sooner than later. We thank you, Smriti ji, once again for encouraging us and joining this movement that is so important to all of us. I'm going to request all of us to raise our hand high to show our support and solidarity and commitment to the cause of economic empowerment in India. Ladies, put your hands up. That's it. Thank you so much, Smriti ji. Thank you, Greater 50. Thank you, Team FICCI, for this wonderful initiative.
Thank you so much, ma'am. May I quickly request our Secretary General, Mr. Chinnoy, for his vote of thanks, please.
And ladies, I want to take a minute to say it was Dilip actually who came up with this name. So great job, Dilip. It's gone from a name to a movement.
No, thank you, Dr. Smith. Honorable Minister, Ms. Rajshri Birla ji, President Vicky, Ms. Uday Shankar, President Flo, I still remember very vividly that day, early February last year, when the then President Sangeeta Reddy and me you in your office. Of course, a lot of things were discussed, but one thing you actually came away with, and you said, that FICCI was a very different organization, and we had, this was the third woman president of FICCI, and two of them have been on this call with you, and you said, why don't you do something different? And I think under the leadership of Sangeeta Reddy and the team, we came up with this whole initiative. I remember it was on a flight. We were about 35,000 feet above the ground when we came up with the name. But I think over the last year, under your leadership, you very clearly said, do something impactful, do something different, and do something at scale. We have always had your support, your encouragement, and your advice throughout the journey here. You've addressed us many times. Not only did you inaugurate this initiative, but thank you, Minister, for your constant support, advice, leadership, and guidance on this initiative. And we can only say that we will continue this and build it further going forward. And also, today in the call, you demonstrated your very quick call to action, where you have requested us to meet with you on Wednesday. Unfortunately, I can't physically be there, but I'm sure the team would be there going forward. Once again, thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Reddy, for leading it. Thank you, Ms. Rajshri Birla, for your constant support and encouragement. And thank you all the leaders of the different task forces and working groups. I know have been sometimes the only man in the group, but the work that you have done with Jyoti, Bavleen, Uma, and the entire team is really exceptional. Thank you for your support. And Deepti, I promised you when I met you earlier this year in August, I think August 4th, I was in your office, that we will conclude this. It's a pleasure to have you with us. So once again, thank you, Honorable Minister, and thank you all for your leadership. And not only do we have we've had FICCI women presidents. I think the Confederation of Small and Medium Association is also going to have a woman president. Harjinder is slated to become president of that soon. So we are definitely really walking the talk as far as leading by example goes. Honorable Minister, thank you for your support once again. And thank you everybody for joining in.
I'd like to say just one last word that Smriti ji, this is just a small glimpse into the multiple initiatives. We haven't had an opportunity to share with you what we've done on STEM education, on training of women in boards. The country will feel the impact of this in 23-24 when multiple boards are looking for more women to join. So there's a series of initiatives. Please continue to help us spread the word and make this movement grow stronger with your support. Thank you all. And once again, thank you all, my dear, dear friends, for everything you've done to make this vision a reality. Namaste.
Thank you, everybody. We'll come to an end to this very insightful session. Thank you, Honorable Minister, once again for your very kind presence this morning. And we shall be in touch with your office for the Wednesday session also. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll just start the next session immediately. So we will have Mr. Kamath with us at 12 noon, along with Dr. Sangeeta Reddy in a chat with her. So please tune in, stay tuned in. Thank you so much.
Jyoti, we stay on this connection.
We start at 12. No, I think there's a different connection.
New connection. Okay, got it.
Yeah, there's a separate connection for that.
It's a Zoom link.
And why don't you play the video?
Yes, ma'am. It will just be played in all the breaks.
That will be on the bike. That will be on the bike platform. No? Yeah.
All the breaks, ma'am, we're playing.
Thank you. Thank you all. Great job, team. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your guidance, ma'am. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rajshri ji.
Thank you.
Thank you.
8वां हम पढ़े हैं बस। फिर बाद में शादी हुई कि
शादी होके यहाँ आए तो देहात में पर्दा तो होता ही है। जो चीज़ हम यूज करना चाहते थे हमको नहीं मिलती थी। कहने में शर्म आती थी मार्केट से लाना, दूसरे के दबाव में आ जाते हैं।
और फिर मेरे पति वो भी कोई काम वाम नहीं करते थे।
अगर मम्मी पापा से कितना पैसा हम एडजस्ट करेंगे, अपने ऊपर तो सेल्फ डिपेंड होना चाहिए। फिर मुझे ये हिंदुस्तान लीवर वाले मिले, वो मेरे घर आए कि आप शक्ति का काम करिए।
तब वो कहने लगे हिंदुस्तान लीवर का काम है, आप अपनी बिजनेस अपने घर में कर लो।
2-3 दिन का मेरा बच्चा था, लेकिन हमें दिक्कतें थी तो इसलिए शक्ति मैम ने कहा नाम मेरा लिख लो, मैं करूँगी। फिर जब से मैं ज्वाइंट हो गई।
पहले दिन केवल जो पास ही जुड़े थे घर, वो हमने 2 घर किया।
तो जैसे बहुएं हैं, कोई सामान वो चुपके से लेना चाहती हैं तो वो हमसे बता देती थी और हम उनको पहुंचा देते थे।
मेरी दुकान काफ़ी पुरानी थी, लोग आते थे निरंतर सामान ले लेते।
आदमियों से तुम बात नहीं कर सकते, तो मेरे बच्चे थैले में लेके सौदा दुकान में दे आते थे।
और मुझे अच्छा भी लगता कि मेरा सामान भी बिक गया और दूसरों की ज़रूरतें भी पूरी हो गई।
अब है तो मेरे हाथ में पैसा है, अपना जितना खर्चा करना चाहते हैं खर्चा कर लेते हैं।
हमने अपने घर में नल लगवा लिया। थोड़ा पैसा जब बढ़ा तो हम धीरे धीरे करके मतलब बाहर जाते लैट्रिन, अब हम अपने घर में।
अपने बच्चे को हमने फिर अच्छे स्कूल में दाखिल किया, इंग्लिश मीडियम स्कूल है।
हम शक्ति डीलर बनने से हमारे बच्चे हमारा इज्जत करते हैं
और यही सोचते हैं कि हमारा भगवान ऐसा ही दिन दूनी रात चौगनी पे बनाते रहें, मेरा परिश्रम सफल हो, मेरे बच्चे कामयाब हो।
Yeah.
Ma'am, we are live now.
Good.
So good morning, good afternoon, everybody, once again. We now have the next session with our very special guest, Mr. KV Kamath, who's known for, really giving encouragement to the women in the areas that he has worked in, and that has really revolutionized the entire financial sector the way it appears today. So may I, with these words, invite Dr. Sangeeta Reddy, our immediate past president, who really has envisioned this whole Greater 50 program, to start the conversation with none other than Mr. KV Kamath. Ma'am, over to you, please.
Good morning and thank you, Jyoti. When will you play the video, Jyoti?
It's a live. You're live, ma'am.
Yeah, I know. I'm asking you because otherwise I'll give Mr. Kamath an overview. When does the video play?
The video is on the bike platform, ma'am. It's going on, so he will not see it. Yeah.
Okay, fine. Go ahead. So, namaste, good morning. A very, very warm welcome to Mr. KV Kamath, who is really an inspiration to all of us. And welcome to all our participants who are here on the program, members of FICCI, members of FLOW, other organizations who have joined us from the various organizations, WeHub, Niti Aayog, Mandeshi Bank, other partners. It is truly a pleasure and a privilege to be with you today and to be able to present an individual who is a role model and an inspiration to many. We just finished an inspiring inaugural session with the Honorable Minister, Srimati Smriti Irani, and we'll continue this pace and this tempo by having an address by Mr. KV Kamath. He needs no introduction, but I love sharing some of the many things he's done. He's been a former president of the New Development Bank of BRICS, a veteran banker who served as CEO and chairman of ICICI Bank. And it was during his tenure that he continued to build a strong leadership pipeline of women leaders. And it's a model that not only every corporation in India must learn and emulate, but it's also we should acknowledge that this leadership pipeline helped to strengthen the banking sector by their roles as they grew into leaders of many other banks. Mr. Kamath has also been the chairman of Infosys. It is truly a privilege for me to welcome you, Mr. Kamath, and thank you for joining us as a mentor for the Greater 50. As I mentioned earlier in the morning, over the last year, the Greater 50 campaign, specific interventions have been taken to ensure that across a pan-India level, we enhance the entrepreneurship and decision-making skills of women through mentorship programs. We worked on digital financial literacy workshops to enable gender inclusion at the workplace. We looked at legal awareness, mental health sessions, livelihood interventions, knowledge work, among many, many other areas, including also training of women to be empowered members on boards. And as we say it, to be able to object without being objectionable. We thank you for being associated with the Greater 50 mission. We set out to impact the lives of over 100,000 women over a 3-year period. I'm happy to state that in about a year, we have already reached a tally of over 50,000 women. So we are set to enhance our goal and to truly impact more lives. We believe that intensifying strategic national, international, and multilateral alliances, this journey of women's empowerment will be strengthened. Hence, before I hand over the floor to you, let me address, and in my capacity as chairperson of the BRICS Women's Business Alliance, also take this opportunity to share with you, and I think it would be of interest because of your association with BRICS, that among the focus areas under the Alliance, we've also put forward inclusive economy, healthcare, innovative development, food security, environmental safety, creative industries, and tourism. And we presented this report at the meeting of the 5 leaders of the BRICS countries, and it was very well appreciated. This set of recommendations is also slated to get the support of the New Development Bank. And I wanted to highlight this to you today because we will probably reach out to you for some support on that one as well. I'm not going to go into all aspects of these, but I would like to call out that under the inclusive economy, we propose the setting up of a credit guarantee fund under the aegis of BRICS, with the objective of providing a corpus for agile, tech-savvy financial institutions to enable them to structure new products focused on women entrepreneurs, particularly in the rural areas. Through our work with Mandeshi Bank, we've understood the potential as well as the needs of women in that category. This group is also creating a financial literacy toolkit based on best practices to be shared across all BRIC countries. And we believe this will go a long way in addressing the twin challenges of access to credit and financial and digital literacy that in so many cases limit the potential of women entrepreneurs to grow and to develop. Here also, I want to add that we have done a tie-up with WeHub, which is the Telangana state government's Women's Entrepreneurship Development Initiative, and multiple women are being trained and guided and mentored under that aegis. Going back to BRICS, the second group, the healthcare group, also proposed setting up a task force to identify promising startups and look at supporting them financially through the BRICS fund created under the NDB to develop new technologies which can truly enhance and revolutionize access of care for individuals through creating innovative medical equipment and other workflow improvements. The third, under the innovative development, here, given the requirement of funding for path-breaking initiative, also we had asked for a similar support. I would like to end by saying that when men leaders stand up proudly for a cause of women empowerment, changes certainly happen. I want to acknowledge you, Mr. Vagul, my father, and many other leaders who have really stood tall in this space. I thank you once again for your presence today. And I'm sure that your words of guidance and wisdom will enlighten and inspire many more women and women-focused and women-equal organizations in their journey ahead. I'm going to end by quoting what the president of FLOW said. She actually said, we don't need to work to make women strong. Women are already strong. We only need to work to help the world realize how strong they are and to channelize this strength. So thank you all very much. Mr. Kamath, once again, a very, very warm welcome. Over to you. Namaste.
Thank you, Dr. Reddy. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm privileged to speak to all of you. This is probably the first time I'm speaking on this subject. So I was just thinking to myself, how do I approach this? And then I think it fell in place quickly that the best thing is probably to share my story, as it were, in terms of what ICICI Bank did to build this slate of, I would say, very accomplished women leaders. And at the same time, think in terms of various products which could be put out in the market to facilitate wider spread growth in this whole initiative that we take. But I'll start by what you ended with, Sangeeta. That is, women are strong. And I think we have to make sure that they realize, they're not they. The world realizes that they are strong, particularly at the corporate level. And then I think you fly free, as it were. And I think that's probably the starting point of the story. When I got back to ICICI in 1996, Mr. Vagul, indeed, you rightly mentioned it, had gotten a pool of talent of women leaders. Well, they were not leaders then, of young women professionals, is probably how I would put it, by going out and recruiting from all available sources, whether it was the graduating class from the business schools or from the Institute of Chartered Accountants or wherever. And so you had these people in their 20s, young leaders in their 20s, all waiting for opportunity. Now, very interesting as to how, in a way, we got into a focused way of empowering women leaders and going about it. It happened in a, I would say, in a very interesting way. And that I will come to that in a minute, the experience that I had and how it got into that. But if I were to paraphrase very quickly our approach to this whole subject, which is being discussed today, I think it starts with, when you look at recruitment, role neutrality. By that I mean every role is capable of being done by a woman or a man. And this bias has to be out of the mainstream corporate world, and I think that gives the first step in this whole journey, as it were. The second, I think, is easier recruitment on merit. Recruitment on merit probably happens easier than the role neutrality. Then comes compensation. By and large, in the corporate world that I dealt with, compensation was neutral. But when you look at it across the globe, compensation is not neutral. So I think there is a need to make sure that compensation is neutral. Then comes, very interestingly, in India, we don't talk about it too much, but what I call training opportunities, because particularly in today's context, skilling, reskilling is a continuous process. And corporation has to ask itself, are we providing equal opportunities in this context to all our professionals? Then comes the next big hurdle, what I call career opportunities. Gender bias certainly comes in here in the form of women can't do this job. I think we have to exorcise this from our mind. We have to take this thought out of our mind, that there is any such thing at all, that there is a job that a woman cannot do. The moment you do that, career opportunities become visible and achievable. And of course, promotion then happens into these roles. And all this then leads to gender neutrality. This is my, what I learned through the journey in ICSA. But let me go to the start. So when I rejoined the bank, rejoined ICSA, not the bank, in 1996, as CEO, our job was a project finance lender. And every month we used to have a board meeting. And the last Wednesday of the previous month, we had to push these appraisals to the board. And there would be about 15 appraisals or 20 appraisals, dockets had to go out, which meant 2-3 days prior to that, everyone had to work late. Then those appraisals had to be circulated. And 3 or 4 of the leaders, including the CEO, would vet them, edit them, and so on. So one day, as we were discussing this, we are talking about 96 or 97, Mumbai, at a round table, probably 2 women who were leaders who were done their appraisals. I casually asked them, how late did you work on this appraisal? And they said we worked till well past midnight. So I just asked the next question, how did you get home? And they said, we took a cab. I asked the third question. I said, were you comfortable taking the cab? A very interesting response. They looked at me very blankly. And they said, of course, we were comfortable taking a cab. To me, this was an eye-opener that truly we are building biases into our mind that, oh, the women may have a problem. This leader may have a problem in going home, maybe uncomfortable taking a cab and so on. However, I complimented them. But what I then did was quietly told HR that if there is a woman executive who is going to go home after 10 o'clock or after 9 o'clock, please make available a car to these executives so that they feel even more comfortable. They're saying they're comfortable, but even more. I would think that we need to approach the whole issue completely neutral mind, but where there is a small enabler we can provide, which would make things simpler and easier, I think we could provide that. And we did that in several instances as we went along. Next was the mindset that working late as something that's prescribed by the corporation is again achievable and on a general neutral way. Now we come to the ICICI Bank, and by this time we are in 2001 or 2002, and we talk of running the branches 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. We had 500 branches. The largest bank in the country had 10,000 branches. There's no way we could scale up to 10,000 in a jiffy, as it were. So you had to get more customers into your branch, which meant you work longer, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. in 2 shifts. Now, again, being neutral, it would clearly mean that everybody works those 2 shifts. Maybe they rotate, but they work those 2 shifts. So we did a quick dipstick. I don't think the women leaders had any problem in working the second shift, working up to 8 o'clock at night. But something very interesting started happening here when we said we would work late. My colleague at that time, Joint Managing Director, Lalita Gupte, she started getting calls from either parents or parents-in-law of the mother-in-law, particularly, of this woman leader in the organization, basically saying, my daughter-in-law is coming at 9:30, or my daughter is coming at 10 o'clock. And Lalita was a little concerned. So she handled it in her own way. She called the lady officer over, and this is several such instances, and asked them, are you concerned? Do you have any issues? And so on. She says that almost every single case, the young leader basically said, this is my life, I'm comfortable, why should they interfere in my life? So Lalita then had to counsel them that, look, don't take a hostile view, way your family. They're asking it from your point of view. You are comfortable, we are comfortable. We'll try to see how we can make you more comfortable in your job. Long story short, we continued working 8 to 8 as long as we could not get our branch network right. And I think the whole thing was a success from the point of view of the customer, from the point of view of the bank, and indeed from the professional mindset that was shown by our staff, particularly the women leaders in the bank. So at that stage, it became very clear that no job is impossible, and meritocracy is the only thing that could hold, could cause a challenge as if at all. Moving on to what does a woman bring to the job? Our observations over this long 25-year period. I think empathy. Very clearly, there's a lot of empathy that is brought in. Upfront, I would say multi-skilling. That the sort of multi-skilling a woman can bring to the job, I don't think a man can truly bring. So that multi-skilling comes across. Deep insights, the ability to go deep into and share a point of view. Again, something that is different. And two most important things, which we either disregard or take for granted, that is a different point of view. This in a male-centered thing doesn't happen. You have only a unidirectional view or a partial view, a one-eye closed view. You do not get a complete picture unless you hear from your colleagues in a gender-neutral way. And you learn and you get enriched as a result. And of course, that results in what I would call a balance that comes in any organization and allows the organization to prosper and grow. If I may share a few stories of some of our women leaders and what and how they manage. And this is before the days when gender neutrality became a common word, a common phrase, and the people started actually working on it. If I talk about, I mentioned Lalita Gupte, Joint Managing Director. She would come into on a visit to a factory wearing track shoes, and she would trudge up and down wherever the company was willing to take us, not for a moment, saying that, oh, this I can't do or something I can't do. So it became a role model for women leaders who followed later in terms of what could be done. I told you about the incident when people are working late and either the mother or mother-in-law, she had to handle that and make sure that it went on. I had another interesting anecdote around 2002 or so. We decided to open an all-women branch. I remember it was in Goa. Same issues were put up. Oh, working late and so on and so forth. And clearly, it was the women who got back and said, look, leave us to this. We are professionals and we will handle this. If there are challenges, we will overcome them. And of course, that became a role model as we went on. One other thing that I would think is important for any corporate or any is try to, as I said, women are multi-skilled. Can we try to see whether they can extend that multi-skilling to their professional role? And answer by and large is certainly yes. There is no question. And I'll give you the name of a stellar leader, woman leader, to illustrate this. And that is Kalpana Morparia, who was just now retired as chairman of JP Morgan India. Kalpana was a lawyer, and I'm talking of 97 or 98. Kalpana was a lawyer, and I said, I want you to head Treasury Department. So she tried to say, no, it's not something that I know, and so on. I said, Kalpana, I'm telling you, I'm looking for qualities. I'm not looking for knowledge. Knowledge you will learn this, but I want the leadership skill. I don't have the leaders. So she took it on, and I would think when she looks back in retrospect, she says that was her stepping stone to migrating from being a lawyer to becoming an all-rounder, a leader, and an investment banker, and within the investment banking field, a leader. So sometimes you have to believe in the person, and empower the person to do things, and then the people go beyond what they believe is their ability. And I would think that if every organization can take this as something that is there for them to help and facilitate, I think the neutrality and the whole, I would say, the benefit of this will flow across to the organization.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kamath. We have a few more minutes. We have almost 10 minutes more.
Yeah.
And we'd love to hear your views because, like you said, empowerment of the women and access to finance is one very important area for entrepreneurs. And
Yeah.
you've also held this important role in the development bank. Can you share with us what you feel, what else should be done? Because we have actually compiled a call to action report for corporates, for governments, for various policymakers. And this is an ongoing project. So your advice in the area of access to finance.
Yeah, I think there are 2 or 3 points. And in a way, you have touched upon this in the introduction, where you said you wanted to do in terms of providing women the seed, as it were, to do things, and then provide the innovation platform and so on. If you go back, this is exactly what happened in the microcredit business, and your 10-point agenda that you laid down clearly has 2 points there covered. One is access to finance and empowerment, and third is enterprise. I would capture that as microcredit. My bet here, Sangeeta, would be that should be the key focal area. Why? And I also heard you say 50,000 people you already gotten, and the aim is a lakh. Very creative. I want to just, as I did elsewhere, raise the bar and say, why not 1 million? Why not 10 million? It is possible, because and the possibility is there if you go through the bottom of the pyramid. If you go from the top, you will hit 50,000 or you will hit 100,000. It's an excellent place to be in. Both, I think, have to be done in parallel. That is, women leaders like you will have to speak loud to look at and set a target of 10 million through the bottom of the pyramid. And today, unlike 20 years back, the basic infrastructure for doing this is there. See, 20 years back, it was a costly initiative. You had to physically distribute money. You had to physically collect money. Cost of intermediation went up. As a result, funding costs went up. Today, all of this can be done online. And recovery can be online. Recovery percentages are much better than what they were. So credit costs are less. So why not set an agenda that through BRICS, through the BRICS Bank, or through, I would say that you got a whole slew of these small finance banks that are available. Why small finance bank? Why don't we engage with the larger banks? Why don't we start with the largest 5 banks and say that, come on, now with all this technology, why are you leaving this field only to the small finance banks? Why doesn't this become a mainstream part of your portfolio, particularly when you do not have corporate lending anymore? So are you trying to tell me that you are only going to serve middle India? You have a role in serving bottom India. I would think that you need a slight, an elevated voice to talk to them, not preach to them, that there is an opportunity. You are well suited to take this opportunity. You have the technology, you have the funding, and the entrepreneur is sitting on the other side, starved for funds. And if you do this in a rush, the whole thing will change. And it will actually tick 3 boxes at the same time in the context of what you were saying. It will tick the access to finance, it will tick the box in terms of innovation and innovative credit, and thirdly, of course, it will tick the entrepreneurship box. So I would think that this needs bold action, and this needs bold talking to the large players in the system. If global people can help, excellent. But I would think that there are large enough institutions today with enough technical savvy, and very interestingly, the person on the other side of the table, the recipient of this credit, is also tech savvy. In 1 year, that person has become tech savvy. 2 years ago, person would not have been tech savvy. Today, that person can use UPI payments, has a bank account, and knows what basic finance is. Has connectivity, has a phone which can do multiple things. Data cost is low, data accessibility is there. So I think I would put it this way, that everything is ready except pushing people who can make a difference to make that difference. And that person who can be pushed is the banker.
I think that was brilliant, and you've really inspired us to think beyond our current target and our current goals. I will share with you that we've been working with Mandeshi Bank, and we have finished 5,000 women in that category, where we spoke about digital literacy, financial literacy, enabled access, and we're trying to replicate this model in different states. But your idea of going to the leading banks in India and pushing the agenda, the stage is set, is a message we're hearing loud and clear. Mr. Kamath, we have a few more minutes before we, conclude this this really exciting talk with all of you. Can you share with me other aspects in terms of the realm of India in the global stage, and where do you believe that we should, be a little bit laser sharp in terms of our development path and the inclusion of women?
Two points that I would make. From what I've observed, at the initial skilling level or at the postgraduate level, I would think the field is open now to women. There is mindset change still required at the corporate end, and we need to probably work on that. But looking at the pace at which women leaders have emerged in this country, clearly I would think nobody is going to today use the word that you probably cannot point a finger at most corporates that you're not gender neutral. They are, I think, getting there. And this is a process that will happen. The area, Sangeeta, where I see not enough leaders coming out, and it's surprising, and that is in the tech field. If you look at the tech universe, and you talk of two levels of tech. One is the tech companies that we have in terms of whatever service they've been providing, and these are the companies that have been now there 20-25 years. The sort of leadership slate, the women leadership slate that they have produced is not visible. So I think we need to ask a question: why is it not visible, and what are the challenges there? There must be some challenges. It is not that they are not probably producing that slate. The slate is probably produced. What could be the challenge? Because they could become the next drivers of new technology, and which leads me to the new technology platforms, the Digitech, the DigiFinance, and the entire digital universe. Let us look at that in India. And if you look at that in India and try to see whether the opportunities and what has been done or achieved, is it neutral? At least to me as a layperson, I'm now acting as a layperson, sitting and watching. It is not neutral. Most of this has been men-centric. I would put it this way: we are losing out. If the entire digital drive in India is men-centric, and there have been no women who have come up and could showcase what has happened, there is something wrong. It is, and certainly it is not that women do not have the capacity. That is not the thing. So what is wrong is something that maybe you could, in your own way, dig and see. And if there is any block there, make sure that that energy flows, the funding flows, and these leaders flow. Or there could be other challenges that they have. Those also could be then eased. So to me, it's a mystery. If I look at, I don't particularly like this phrase unicorns. I'm taking this phrase only for this exercise, just to put that in context. If there are, say, people are talking about 25 unicorns, how many of these have been led by women? I don't think more than 2 or 3. Why? It should not be. As I see, it should have been 12 to 15 led by women, and maybe 10 or so led by men. If my own early experiences are right, they are as innovative. They can play with technology. All those things are positive. So why not? The reason I'm saying this is because this then addresses the upper, the middle and upper layer of technology users and people with potential who can scale and grow and so on. And you look at that, if you set a target of 10 million, I will keep pushing the target. The bottom of the pyramid, I think we are in a great and comfortable space.
So, thank you, Mr. Kamath. I think you oriented our target to a much higher level, and we are inspired. You shared deep insights in what we need or what organizations need to do to encourage women. You highlighted very appropriately and importantly the entire opportunity and the need at the bottom of the pyramid. And then finally and significantly, you also focused on this whole area of digital and unicorn and leaders. I think you'll be happy to know that on the bottom of the pyramid, like I said, with Mandeshi, we're working, and on the digital side, we're working at 2 levels. So Debjani, who is the women leader in NASCOM, and Rekha of Accenture. So we have a deep conversation going on. We completely agree with you that this is a very important need. And in fact, one of our next upcoming panels is that we should work deep at an early stage. So we're also focusing on STEM education for women. And under the new initiative that we're launching, which is the Greater 50 Gives, funding education for young women in STEM areas and enhancing their education to the next level. So the number of PGs we have in artificial intelligence, what we're doing in science. So all these are things that we're beginning to take up. So we hear you, we are inspired by you. We will continue to seek your guidance as we go on this common path that we all agree is towards not just empowering women or this thing, it's about strengthening society and humanity at large through appreciating this power of women. So thank you so much, Mr. Kamal.
Thank you so much.
Any last word?
Thank you very much. Let me compliment you on all that is being done through the ages of FICCI and through your leadership. And I'm sure whatever you set out, this journey is going to be successful. There is no doubt at all.
Thank you.
All that you can do is accelerate that journey. More power to you.
We'll do our best. Thank you so much, Mr. Kamath. Appreciate your time and your guidance always. Thank you. Back to you, Jyoti, organizers. Over to you.
Thank you, ma'am. We come to the end of the session and we will start the next session very soon. Thank you, everybody, for being there. Thank you, Mr. Kamath. It's unfortunate that Amit couldn't make it, but
I just mentioned that he's down with COVID.
Ma'am, we are live now.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Happy to be here on this momentous occasion of the Greater 50 event, which I'm really happy to hear and see the participation and indeed the sessions we had in the morning, all of which have been very inspiring. I'm very keen to start us into this important session, and indeed important because without finance, no women or entrepreneurs can exist, whether men or women. And we have with us a stellar panel, as you can see. Their detailed biodatas I know have been shared with you, and they scarcely need introduction, but I will start by introducing you very quickly to Rasesh Shah, past President FICCI, and Chairman Edelweiss Group with 3 decades of experience in the financial markets. And his insights are what we always look forward to. And indeed, you will hear a lot from him, including advice, Rasesh, I hope, for the women in the audience as they go to access finance. We also have with us Saurabh Srivastava, Chairman Emeritus TIE Delhi NCR. And as many of you know, he's one of India's leading entrepreneur, investors, and institution builders. He has co-founded and chaired several organizations, including NASSCOM, Indian Venture Capital Association, the Indian Angel Network. I mean, you name it, and Saurabh has his stamp on it if he hasn't founded it. And he's a guide even today to many government committees in these areas. So welcome, Saurabh, to this gathering from your home in the hills. And we have with us Mr. Sethi from State Bank of India, Managing Director there. And he too has over 3 decades of experience in the financial sector and heads all that is important for us today, which is retail banking, digital initiatives, MSME, agri, and financial inclusion. So all very pertinent to our discussion today, Mr. Sethi, and you will bring to us, I'm sure, real-time issues, not just as women might face, but from a lender's perspective. So with this brief introduction to people who don't need any introduction, let me just kick off this session today by starting by saying that access to finance is still, sadly, the single biggest challenge facing women entrepreneurs today. It is a challenge not only from the supply side. There are constraints and misconceptions relating to lending finance to a woman entrepreneur. And we hear this from women all the time. But it is also a challenge from the demand side, because there's a lack of financial literacy and entrepreneurial orientation among potential women beneficiaries. So these issues on both sides, the supply side, the demand side, impact women and impact their businesses disproportionately and hamper growth. Moreover, we've seen the disruptions caused by COVID, and the negative impact is even more so now. And it is therefore at this stage where gender responsiveness across financing sector becomes all the more important. So as we look ahead, I want to share some of the important facts highlighted by a report that was published recently by UN Women together with FICCI, which analyzed the Atmanirbhar Bharat stimulus package for women-owned businesses. And according to findings from this study, 69% of women entrepreneurs reported working at lower productivity or just managed to stay afloat. So clearly, COVID has impacted women entrepreneurs significantly. 74%, that's 3/4 of the women, indicated they had not received any new orders as a result of the pandemic. So their businesses, maybe because of the nature of businesses that women were in, suffered extraordinary losses. The third was the lack of working capital to complete orders. And this was reported by 64% of the women. So access to capital. Fourth, that 60% referred to difficulties in coordination of business due to work from home. So the pain of managing home with children, husbands, etc., family, trying to run the home and work, we well know has been a challenge through COVID. And the work from home model clearly needs both society and indeed all of us to step in to set right what we thought would be actually a liberator for women, which is the ability to work from home. And many of us, and I know in my career, fought to get flexi hours and a work from home model in to our organizations. And the last thing we need now is to create a problem for the same solution that we were seeking. Then lack of clarity regarding on-the-ground implementation of Atmanirbhar Bharat posed a deterrent to women entrepreneurs who were applying for accessing the benefits. So how to access schemes that were available for their benefit. And over 70% of women-owned businesses are ineligible for credit under the economic stimulus as they come in the category of first-time borrowers. So women, debt-resistant, tending not to borrow, now finding they need to borrow, but can't access the money readily because they don't have credit history, which becomes an issue for the banks, but also an issue for some of the government schemes. So 75% of women, however, surveyed said that they were keen to explore new opportunities or adopt new technologies as a key intervention strategy for coping with the crisis. So the desire to be in the workforce, the desire to be entrepreneurs, the desire to resurrect their businesses, the desire to pivot to digital strategies where required were all very much there. 3/4 of the women had not given up. And it is for us to therefore provide that helping hand much needed at this moment, given what I've just shared with you in terms of the real issues. Now, this same report further recommended that the Ministry of MSME should consider introducing a small business fund for women-owned MSMEs to meet their capital requirements in conjunction with the business advice to help redesign the businesses. So it's money and advice that is being sought. The same report suggested that the Ministry of Finance should initiate sensitization programs for bankers, MFIs, other financial institutions on the finance needs of women-owned businesses. And we have amongst us on the panel now the biggest lender in India, the State Bank of India, one of our biggest NBFCs, Edelweiss. So who better than to provide insights into this whole space? And there was also a suggestion to develop a new financing scheme or product to meet the emerging financing needs of women-owned businesses. And what was recommended, that there be a single window for taxes applicable to businesses. So the ease of doing business also needed to be resolved. Now, moving away from that report, in India alone, there's another report which talks of the total financing needs of women-owned micro, small, and medium enterprises at a huge 8.68 trillion, that's $158 billion. And currently only 20% of women-owned enterprises access formal finance. So a big need, but too few that actually even access finance or know how to. And for those MSMEs that do access formal finance, loans are provided mainly through appraisal of their collaterals rather than assessing their true business potential. So again, how can we ensure that it isn't just collateral-based financing, that the business itself gets assessed? And these formal loans are overwhelmingly for fixed capital requirements rather than growth financing. So this is clearly ironic given the fact that women-owned enterprises have strong repayment records, that non-performing loans are 30 to 50% lower than male entrepreneurs, and they are twice as profitable and have a likelihood of availing of more products, up to 3 times more than men. So a strong argument to evaluate businesses for the business merit rather than just lend on collateral. So I hope this sets the context for today's discussion. So let's proceed on how we want to address this. What I intend to do is to throw out a question at a time and ask our illustrious panel to address these. And of course, the panel is free to jump in anytime you want. So let me set out the first question, and in many ways the most important, and that is, all entrepreneurs, men and women, suffer from easy access to equity, and women possibly more so. What needs to be done to increase the supply of equity for women entrepreneurs? And what I will do is ask Saurabh to go first, because he is, in fact, the one who has been the angel investor to many. Saurabh, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Naina. Thank you. So I guess, the challenges in equity financing, there are many areas, but apart from the fact that a lot of men would say they have challenges too, the fact is they're much greater for women, and there are many reasons for it. One, if you look at it, I'd say there are 2 or 3. One is women's issues themselves. One relates to where we are on the timing phase and the kind of businesses women choose and precedents. There's a whole bunch of reasons why that's a problem. Most of them are actually not women related, but they do come in the way. So let me pick one piece which you said, which is that it's not only the supply side, it's also the demand side. So let me dwell on that for a second. See, a lot of women, because of the whole social scenario that we have in India, are not always able to treat their entrepreneurship or their business as topmost priority. Some do, but many don't. And so they tend to pick up what I would call lifestyle businesses. So businesses that are not, they're not setting them up to be unicorns. They're not setting them up to sell them in 3 months' time or 6 months' time. They're setting them as sustainable businesses, which will grow, let's say, gently, and which will be easier on their time. So they choose a certain kind of business. Many of these businesses actually are not VC fundable because they are not going to give the kind of returns that an angel or VC investor would expect. So by choosing a certain kind of business with a certain kind of growth paradigm, etc., it becomes unattractive for angels and VCs to invest, which is in some ways the women-related choices that I would say. And these are really more forced by, they're trying to balance home and work. So they don't choose the really aggressive styles. The second thing on funding is a lot of it happens through networking. And women are not good at networking. They are more careful. And there's good reason to be, because many of them fear that if they aggressively network, it'll get misunderstood. And the fact is, in today's scenario, that's often possible. So they're denied many of those, how should I put it, network opportunities of raising equity funds that men are able to leverage. I think the other thing is timing, Nana. You know, I'll give you an example of somebody whom you know, one of the most fabled entrepreneurs in Silicon Valley, Kanwal Rekhi. And he was narrating the story to me once that, you know, in the early 70s, there were lots of Indians doing very well in the US. They were getting to VPs and maybe occasional CEO, but they were not entrepreneurs. And India itself at that period had no reputation of entrepreneurial excellence. We were, you know, a fairly, how should I put it, loser country in those years. So when he wanted to be an entrepreneur and raise money, nobody would give him any money. And they said, you know, entrepreneur from India, we haven't heard of any, not even in India, forget here. They're only family businesses. He wouldn't get money. And he eventually got money because one of the investors said, oh, founder from India? Okay, I haven't done that before, so let me give it a try. Cut to today, where, you know, in Silicon Valley, a third of startups have Indian founders. And you have better chance of getting invested in if one of the founders is Indian than if it's not. So it's a timing issue. You know, precedences have to be built. More success has to happen. It's not their fault. It's not very different from, let's say, the industry when I founded NASCOM, 88. It was very hard for us to get a hearing from anyone because they said, you know, software from India. So it's one of those things. So I think with women, as more successes happen, funding will come more easily. I can just say from my own personal view that the VCs or angel groups I'm involved in, actually they have no bias against a woman entrepreneur at all. It's like for like, they would invest. There is sometimes a bias for husband-wife teams, but not for women entrepreneurs. It's just that in general, there are two things that happen when women pitch. They tend to be a lot more modest about what they pitch and how they show the numbers. And we've gotten to learn that you downgrade numbers that a guy presents to you and upgrade the numbers a woman does. So there are some of those nuances. But I think it's a question of time. I mean, I can go on and on, but I would just say that, I think to date, in the investments I've been involved in, almost 20-25% are women, which is high. It should actually be higher because the record, as you said, is very good for women in business.
Saurabh, that's interesting. And, you talk about the issue of time, and I can empathize with that. There is always a time for everything when finally the door you keep pushing against becomes an open door. However, we need to give courage then to this whole batch of women who are going through that door now, pushing away at it to make sure that they can create the flood that follows. It would still suggest that there are clearly issues. I think the one you mentioned on returns is an important one, that at the end of the day, it is like for like. But you also preface it by saying women are more modest. So those like you who've understood that you need to push the women to share those numbers with a little more aggression, I think is very good advice as well. Let me move to Rasesh, to ask you, Rasesh, what your experience is and what your thoughts are on how women can access equity better. And also, if you and Mr. Sethi, and we can come back to Saurabh, can also touch on the equity in the social impact spaces, because many women head into those sort of initiatives and there is social equity capital available. But, any advice on that as well? But first for pure equity and on some of the things that Saurabh raised.
Yeah, I think, as I think earlier Saurabh said, I think there is a wave and a time for everything. But I do think that in a lot of these issues which concern women and some kind of gender parity in terms of the roles and workforce and all, I think there's a lot of intervention required. In the last few years, we've seen as there has been mandated, that the listed companies have to have one women director. I think that has actually opened up the gates for having women directors, and a lot of companies have now 2, 3. Ultimately, hopefully, a lot of them will have half their board members as women. So I think it does require maybe some policy intervention, some kind of the government pushing, institutions pushing, because I think otherwise the market will play its own role and it will take its own time. But I think there has to be a sense of urgency. So I think given that, I do feel that partly what Saurabh is saying is right. I think especially in equity, like private equity and venture capital, I think, as he said, I think, currently women are getting 20-25% of the funds that are raised. We have seen also a lot of the PE investors are also women. So I think that has also helped the cause. There are quite a few good PE firms headed by women also. I do think on the whole, I think the equity markets have got easier, though they should get much easier. And there are 2 reasons for that. I think one is earlier, a lot of the private equity went for maybe, capital investment, or there were businesses. The services business was not as predominant in the private equity investment earlier. And a lot of women tend to get into these services-oriented businesses. We have not seen too many women, putting up manufacturing and large, other capital-intensive businesses. So partly it was also that, but now that a lot of the PE and the venture capital money is going into startups which are more services-oriented, entire, internet and e-commerce enabled businesses and all, we're seeing quite a few women entrepreneurs also stepping up and starting their own ventures. I think equity has got easier. I think credit is still much harder. The only area we have seen a lot of credit go to women-oriented businesses is in the microfinance space. I think if you take out the MFI space, even today, credit to women-oriented businesses is still very low. And it's a larger story. I think India currently, we have this very dichotomous world where equity markets are very, very enthusiastic and optimistic and euphoric also maybe. The credit markets are still very subdued in India.
And I think partly, the current credit market, if you see the credit growth in banks, the credit growth in the economy as a whole, is still very, very subdued. We are still growing at 5-6% credit growth a year, where your nominal GDP growth is 11-12%. So we have very euphoric equity markets, very, very subdued or cautious because of the last events of the last, not only 3-4 years, I think the last 8-9 years with NPAs, build up of that, and then ILFS and everything else. So yeah, I think that does create problem for the economy as a whole, because if there is a lot of equity but not enough credit and debt flowing, that does mean that your plane is flying on only one engine, not both the engines that are required. I think women have, in a way, the same problem. I think the equity has got easier, though it should get even more easy. And I think, why should we be happy with 20-25% of the money going to women-oriented businesses in the PE market? It should be half. I think on credit, I don't even know that whether we have the actually data for that. But I think very crudely, I would estimate not more than 8-10% of the credit goes to women-oriented businesses. So I think when you come to credit, the scenario is a lot more bleak. And I think there is a lot of intervention required. There are a lot of ideas and suggestions which are there. As you said, on both sides, the demand side and the supply side. I do feel the demand side will fix itself if you fix the supply side. And there are a lot of interventions we can do on that. And I think that is required. The time for that has come. And even getting sheer data, I mean, I've been a strong proponent of asking PE firms, asking banks, asking NBFCs to just put out data in terms of the total money they've given, credit or equity, how much has gone to women and how much has gone to men, oriented businesses. That simple data, even today, RBI should be putting out that data for the banking industry as a whole. We have data in terms of large corporates and MSME. We also have data of how much of the credit is going to the backward classes in India, because that is also an area we want to promote. We have data on what is going to priority sector, but we don't have data on how much credit is going to women-oriented businesses in India. So I think some simple fixes, if we start doing, it will be a good point to start. But we can talk about that. But I think on the whole, you are right. I think there is a demand issue. I won't go into that because there is, women are more hesitant, more careful to borrow. They are also, as Saurabh said, they don't owe project. But along with that, I think there is a clear supply side problem. I think from the mental blocks to the stereotyping to the actual policies that are there, or the affirmative policies that are required are not there. And I think those are the ones we should focus on.
So Risesh, I want to come back to really delve deeper into the debt and credit side of it. I want to give Mr. Sethi a chance to comment on the equity issue now in terms of some of the challenges that both you and Saurabh have described.
Yeah, thank you, Naina. I would probably talk about the debt part. And as Rashesh has said, I think while we overemphasize on the supply side and also issues on the demand side, it's a combination of the whole ecosystem. I think you can't discuss anything related to women entrepreneurship without talking about the social issues. For instance, if I'm a banker, my biggest dilemma would be that whether this woman who is starting a small enterprise or a bigger one would continue to pursue that enterprise or not. If it is an unmarried woman, I don't know after marriage what happens, whether she moves on. And if it's a married woman, she has a family responsibilities. So there are certain social issues, I think, and again, Mr. Srivastava talked about networking issue. But from a practical point of view, for example, I'll take one simple scheme of Government of India that is called Stand Up India. And this is one particular scheme where the entrepreneurs from scheduled castes, scheduled tribes, and women are required to be funded. The recurring problem which we face on the field is these are fairly larger loans, while the small micro loans, either in terms of joint lenders group or self-help groups, have been fairly stabilized and successful. For instance, SBI alone has funded almost 1.5 million self-help groups. As you said, the default rates are lower, But what happens if I slightly enhance my exposure, which is under Stand Up India, a minimum loan is 10 lakh rupees, a maximum loan is 1 crore rupees, right? That means, and also, this is not meant for brownfield expansion or somebody who's already into business. It is for first-time entrepreneur. And first-time entrepreneur, when she comes to the bank, there has a lot of explanation to done and convincing to be done with the bank, in terms of project report, in terms of what is the business model, how the financing is going to be done, what is the supply chain. So much of this hand-holding is missing in the ecosystem now. In fact, I keep talking to many industry bodies that if you have to develop that capacity among the entrepreneurs, it is not a mere 2-page application which is going to convince the bank to part with a 1 crore rupees for a woman entrepreneur, for any entrepreneur for that matter. So the biggest challenge is, if I have to really address the supply side issues, even if somebody is willing to borrow or has a business plan, whether they are capable of presenting the business case. And we can't expect many of them are first-time entrepreneurs among the women to come and do this. So there is a need for hand-holding. We are talking to many NGOs and a lot of social entrepreneurs who are guiding them in terms of providing the hand-holding. This is an important feature which, as a lender, I would look forward to. Number 2 is that the financial literacy among the women is very low. Again, why the literacy is important? The last survey by MSME Ministry shows that only 17% of women in India know about the government-sponsored scheme. Forget about the usual other financing schemes of the banks. So there is a need at the government level, at the field level, of educating the women. I don't know whether there is a separate women section among the district industry center. Start from there. You handhold them and bring them on board. Some of the state governments do have women financing corporations. They do take them on board. But there's a lot of work to be done on the ground to educate them, provide the financial literacy of what are the various financing options. The third point I think the banks face is in terms of the scalability of operations. Most of them are more comfortable because of the issues related to mobility or social norms. They depend on the traditional businesses. And the traditional businesses have only so much in terms of scale. And also they choose where technology is little, technological interventions are not much. So this does not provide the comfort, for the lenders to finance more of that. So a couple of interventions, at the SBI level, what we've been doing is that, can we start with, say, self-help group? There are 15, 20 members. Among them, identify the women who have a little more entrepreneurship and help them to, come out of the group and start on their own. And we have launched a scheme where we said that, we want to fund those women entrepreneurs outside the self-help group. I think that would be a starting point because they already have some confidence in the group. They have the ability to come out. And we are working with some of the international agencies in terms of the capacity building of the enterprise there and provide some supply chain linkages. So the larger point, what I'm trying to say that unless the banks are convinced that there is a viable business model, I think probably the women have to need more convincing than a man, when they bring a business proposition because of the surrounding issues related to their social positioning. That is where I believe that there is a lot of work to be done by the associations, industry bodies, NGOs, and government field staff.
I think, Mr. Sethi, and we'll move to this credit discussion now because it's clearly one of the biggest challenges, as both Rasesh and you have highlighted. But it still begs the issue of when the woman comes to you for a scalable business, has she managed to sort out the equity? Because you will only lend knowing that the equity is there. So the start of the problem is equity. How has she arranged that finance? And is it there in requisite quantity for you to be able to lend, where your challenge, as you've already said, is how do you get to see the scale? But actually, you won't get to see the scale till that equity is there in the first place to fund that kind of enterprise. So it's a bit of a chicken and egg here. And I do think that at the core of it, it is equity, social issue or otherwise, that who is extending that first level, whether it's angel financing or family money or her own money that is available in order for that enterprise to be built in the first place. And I'm primarily looking at the MSME market. I think the self-help groups have a very different set of issues. So what I think, just to conclude this round, what I am hearing, and I think it's a very important message, is the hand-holding that is required for women to put forward their case to venture capital, to private equity, of course, to the credit side as well, that the whole ability to showcase the business, and that there's very little compromise that is available from the funder, whether equity or debt, in terms of looking at returns and security of the money. The project has to stand up on merit. But on the other side, we're also hearing from you all that there is a lot of issues in terms of the way they present their case. So their case may actually be one that stands up, but they're not presenting it right. And I think that is an easier one to fix because we can provide the training and the hand-holding that you refer to. And I also think from us at the institutional level that we can sensitize the institution, the managers that entertain these, to be able to be a little more sensitive to this predilection to modesty that the women come with in the first place. So let's move to the credit issues that you have raised. And I'd like Saurabh to come in here because he hasn't commented on the credit side at all. And I think, again, let's break it up in terms of MSMEs versus self-help groups, because we've had huge success in India with the self-help groups. And may I just share that to me, it is absolutely the best model ever. But as MSMEs go, we still have issues. So on the credit side, Saurabh, your thoughts on that?
Yeah. Just before the credit, I just want to make one comment on the equity side, Nena, that I think there is a responsibility that many of the different bodies outside of government as well, but also outside of government, should take onto themselves. So I'm saying CII, FICCI, NASSCOM for sure. But I can tell you what we've done also at TIE. We've said that the TIE board must be 50% women entrepreneurs. And the first comment that came is that, no, but we don't have enough women entrepreneurs who are ready. Till I pointed out some of the TIE board members we had who were men, and actually the women were better than them. So there is a mindset that has to change. So at every TIE conference we do in Delhi, we have said we cannot have a panel unless it also has one woman entrepreneur.
Yeah.
So I think we need to do the push for this to happen. And for the government, I think they have a lot of these schemes, as I think Mr. Sethi mentioned, that only 17% of the women know about it. I think the government should do some work on making sure that people are aware of these schemes, and they should use, TIE, NASSCOM, FICCI, CII, whatever, to actually put it out. Because that's a tragedy that the schemes exist and the women don't know. On debt, the issue is, I think, a mindset of banks on debt comes from the manufacturing world. So it is focused on land and building and plant and machinery and collateral. Now, if you look at, and I'm not talking about self-help groups, because in any case for SAGs, women are the preferred model. So let's move that out. But if I come to entrepreneurs, whether it's the MSMEs or the tech type entrepreneurs that I deal with commonly, the challenge is that they don't take any debt. They don't know how to take any debt because most of them have very limited collateral. So unless we have financing which is revenue based, for instance, is based on a slightly different model. For example, people finance, let's look at the model of EMIs for consumer finance. Now, yes, there is a collateral there at the end of it, but let's take the principle of it, where a bank or a lending institution decides that they want an IRR of 10% or 12%, whatever. They should do that. They should take it off the revenues. They should accrue for it, but the repayment should be based on the ability of the entrepreneur or the company to pay. So if they're making no revenues for 2 years, there's no repayment, but it accrues. You start making revenues, you start paying. And you take a percentage of revenues which doesn't damage the business. Now, there can be many models. This is nothing new. Many parts of the world, they have different models for financing, which are not based on collateral. So I think unless we get away or find an alternative to non-collateral based financing, it won't happen. Especially true for women, because they are looking at doing businesses which are generally services. They are revenue generating. They are not at risk, and they will return the money, but they don't have collateral. And if you don't have collateral, A, you can't get debt. Secondly, you can't grow because that's also limited to the collateral that you can provide. So you get restricted on your growth. So I think debt is fundamentally a business. And I can tell you that in the startups, maybe 200 plus that we must have funded out of the Indian Angel Network. There's only one company out of 200, one, that's taken any debt. So that gives you an idea. And they take the more expensive form of money, which is equity, for their growth, when many of them actually should be taking debt. So I would only leave it with that. I'm not a specialist on the lending side, so I'll leave it to the two who are. But this was my view, that I think we need a lending model which startups or maybe even MSMEs can use, and it cannot be the traditional lending model. And yes, government has a role. It can provide some credit guarantees for loans given to women. It can provide subvention of the interest rates. It can do things to slightly reduce, apparently reduce the risk for lenders. In actual fact, they have a lower risk lending to women, but at least this would encourage them to take that plunge.
Yeah, I think very well said, Saurabh. And indeed, the results of the survey that I had set out earlier state exactly this issue of collateral lending against growth businesses that are more service oriented remain challenges. And women certainly have expressed their concerns on this. Now, there are some questions in the audience on this side. So, Mr. Sethi, I'm going to turn to you. One was specifically a question to SBI. Does SBI have a special scheme for women entrepreneurs for sustaining businesses during COVID? And there's a second question which I'll also pose to you, which has come from Neha Sule from Maharashtra, who's asking, how do you improve access to credit to nano women entrepreneurs in rural areas? So if you could answer these, and I'll ask other members of the panel to jump in too if they have comment. But over to you, Mr. Sethi.
I think on the nano enterprises, I've already, to a certain extent, I responded in my earlier observations in terms of that how do we help the women who want to set up their own enterprises. This is a scheme, what we call Sri Shakti scheme, which we launched last year. We are working with the Ministry of Rural Development within the framework of NRLM, that we move from the group lending to a nano enterprise outside the group. I think this is one important scheme which we have started, and we are doing a pilot in Bihar and Jharkhand area. Once we see the stability of this scheme, we will be rolling out across India. As far as pandemic related issues, I think the general support, which is extended to MSME, a lot of emergency loans have been given. What we have seen, I think, again, is that many of the women who had trouble, during this period are the ones who did not have a formal credit arrangement. In the sense, most of the schemes which are emergency credit lines are those people who already have credit and additional credit has been given. I think the people who did not have any formal credit arrangement are the ones who have suffered. So there is another important point which comes out is that I think both Mr. Srivastava and Mr. Shah mentioned that there is a greater need for people to borrow and come into the formal credit system. This is what we need to create. Otherwise, there is only so much which they can grow and also survive any difficulties in periods of this pandemic.
I think that's great advice. Set up your credit history when the going's good, so that when the going's bad, or indeed you need to step up the credit, it is available. And I think that is a lesson learned by many. But given where we are today, I hope there's some condoning of this as well as they come to banks, because we are where we are, and there are perfectly credible businesses. Just because they didn't have that lending record, we might be able to establish a helping hand there. So, Rasesh, any comment from you on this? And there's a specific question that I think you had also alluded to. This comes from Akanksha Tiwari from Gurugram. How do you see the role of credit guarantee funds to improve access to finance?
Yeah, I think as we said, there is a lot of things that can be done. I think helping women build their credit history, and credit is also a habit. We have seen a lot of good things happening in the microfinance space. I think a lot of the women, the self-help group oriented structures have worked very well for women. We have not been able to bring it up to MSME and the corporate and in the larger borrower space. I think one could be a government guaranteed kind of a credit guarantee offered by the government for a certain amount for women who borrow. Could be a good place to start. It can be a short-term thing like what the last year there was a partial credit guarantee scheme introduced by the government. Something similar to that could help, because even the credit guarantee schemes and all, there has been a lot of talk on that. But the credit markets in India themselves need to evolve, and I think the women are getting the worst of the fact that the credit markets in India are underdeveloped. So I think some intervention, one is helping them build a credit history through a government kind of a partial guarantee scheme. The other would be, I think, having some equity schemes, like government has a lot of equity schemes for SMEs and others also operated through SIDBI and other agencies. I think a women equity scheme could also be a good place to start. And again, I think women need to know that they have access to finance. I think this needs to solve that they should know that they have access. Then how to get it, how to go through the process. And it could be smaller amount, because even starting with small amounts could give can kickstart this whole process of women coming into mainstream finance, accessing equity, accessing credit. I think earlier also what we spoke is the women who access credit, which is mainly the MFI and the self-help groups, they don't come to the equity market. The women who come to the equity market, they don't borrow credit. So whatever is there on the equity market, the enhancement that can happen through credit market is not available. And whatever credit is available, the enhancement that can happen through equity markets is not available as of now. So I think bringing this both together via the government could be a good place to start.
Yeah. And I think, Rasesh, one of the roles I've seen, and this, Mr. Sethi, as you look at the nano entrepreneurs, which is quite interesting, is for a long time, banks like Mandeshi Bank under Chetna Gala have, I remember when I was at HSBC, we helped set up what they called a management school, which was really to help exactly these nano entrepreneurs to get very basic financial literacy. A vegetable vendor, a tailor making petticoats, just to understand very simple financial literacy so they could understand and manage money for themselves, but also to represent and present their cases better. So that hand-holding may well be that you find those NGO partners who have for long been working with entrepreneurs and livelihood creation. Seva is, of course, a classic and brilliant example. And we as lending institutions can help grow these partners or partnerships, which then help that nano entrepreneur become a better credit decision for us. And I don't think we do enough, quite honestly, as banks and lending institutions to help build the fiber of livelihood creation for nano entrepreneurs. And there's room to help a lot of the NGOs that are out there and doing excellent work at the nano entrepreneur level. I think the area which, of course, because it doesn't fall into the spirit of CSR and help, is really women entrepreneurs in the MSME space, because that is a for-profit model. It's difficult for those that are looking to do good to justify working there. But there's clearly a need from what you say. And I think maybe whether it's government or organizations such as ourselves, in our best interest, if we can help grow what we are hearing here from all of you, is the ability of women to access finance is also based, unfortunately, on their inability to present their case well enough, or to understand what scaling is about and what opportunities exist there. We will be going round in circles. So I do hope that we can help with some of the institution building, the courses, the training that has to happen in those spaces. And I think it can happen the way Saurabh says, that you actually put it out there that, there's money available, role models, examples, and all of that. This brings me to the whole area of government schemes.
Actually, can I add a little bit to this? I think, as you very aptly, said, there are usually three pillars on which all this work can get done. There is government, there'll be markets, and there'll be communities like the NGO and the social sector. I think the social sector has been doing quite a bit of work on this in educating women, and you gave a couple of examples. I think the social sector is doing a fair amount of job. In fact, I think amongst the three currently, to further the cause of women entrepreneur and access of finance to women, there is a lot of work going on in the social sector. You may know that most of the MFIs also started off as NGOs and others, and then more formal MFIs.
I think Bandhan Bank is a classic, absolutely. Yeah.
But if you see from the government side, if you actually look at the clear policies from the government, there are very few. Like even RBI, as I said, data and all that is very few. And then the third is the markets. Of the three, I think I'm the least optimistic of the markets, because markets are usually, they follow rather than lead in things like this.
Yeah.
Like whether it's ESG or whether it's, women's cause or the cause of the SME entrepreneurs, the markets are always the followers, but not the government and the NGO sector. So I think in this, the NGO sector has led. Now, I feel a lot of work can be done by the government and the government agencies like RBI, SEBI and others into furthering the cause, and then the markets will follow.
And in fact, to this, there's been a question from the Vyom group, Neetu Sharma, who worked towards smart living and integrated healthcare. They served 5 lakh community members in tier 2 and rural areas in the field of health, skill and care with IoT, AI and M2M platforms, and providing a complete solution to women rural entrepreneurs with technology, e-call center establishment and other agri and health products. They are supported by foreign corporates, but not able to attract a single rupee from India. Shameful, right? Can we make an ecosystem to get the funding support with a single window for women entrepreneurs? So here's a group which has, 5 lakh community members and all funding coming from abroad, 0 from India, and really asking us the question, can we make an ecosystem to get the funding support with a single window for women entrepreneurs? So what advice can we give them in terms of this ecosystem?
I think, as I said, I think a lot of this will require some policy intervention from the government, and maybe organizations like FICCI and etc. can work with the government, but it will need, as I said, I think to develop an ecosystem via the market forces will take a long time. As earlier, Saurabh was saying, the market forces will evolve at their own pace. It will take its own time, whether it's Indian entrepreneurs in the US or women entrepreneurs in India. I think it will happen at a much slower pace because that is how the markets will evolve, the trends will get developed. Yes, I think we can do something to further that, the examples and the ideals, and when creating some stories around that will help. But I think currently I see a lot of work that can be done with the government and via the government agencies. It can be small policy tweaks, it can be data disclosure needs, it can be a lot of others. But I think this ecosystem for women entrepreneurs that needs to be created is there for both accessing credit and equity for them. And I think at this stage, government, Reserve Banks, SEBI, maybe IRDA can play a fairly big role in a coordinated manner.
Yeah. And I think, your point on RBI putting out this data and collecting it is a very good one, Rasesh. It's something we should push from FICCI and let at least the two of us undertake to do this from a FICCI perspective at any rate. In terms of, this issue of the ecosystem, Mr. Sethi, you mentioned there are a lot of government schemes out there, and I imagine no better than SBI to take this out into the marketplace. Why do you feel that or believe that so few of these are actually understood by women entrepreneurs? And what can we do to enable this information and translation of the desire to lend by these government initiatives and the entrepreneur being able to avail of the credit? So one is knowing that it's there, and B, the difficulty of accessing it. What advice would you have to women entrepreneurs there?
So currently, I think most of the mainstream banks, MFIs, everyone seems to be comfortable funding a micro enterprises because they have seen historically there are low default rates. And even if there are default rates, the cost of carrying that, is not much. 50,000 rupees, 1 lakh rupees, you can always take a write-off and move on.
Yeah.
The moment
and priority sector lending.
Yeah, and see, the priority sector lending is wide now. I think the definition of PSL makes the banks to go up to 50 crores also. I think that's not the big deal. The issue is that they are not very sure after 10 lakh rupees what happens to the enterprise. I think the lenders have to break out of that. The problem with micro enterprises, we also have realized that the cost of doing this business for mainstream banks, unlike MFI, is pretty expensive. And we won't be charging as much as a MFI charges. State Bank of India obviously cannot charge 20% for lending to micro enterprises. So we are playing safe. I think most of the banks are playing safe. You keep your low interest rates, but lend to those groups which historically have been performing well. So how do you make them to break out of this and start funding a single woman entrepreneur?
Yeah.
That is what I said. The schemes are available. Credit guarantee schemes are there. And we are not looking for 10 crores or 15 crore loan. Obviously, that kind of volumes will not be guaranteed by anyone. But up to 2 crore rupees, the guarantee schemes are available. But you have a question that why is it that nobody is actually popularizing them? The popularizing will happen only when there is a demand push. At least some of them, should come and demand that, I have a scheme, you please fund me. The banks will be a little reluctant, despite the guarantee, that whether I should increase the loan amount, whether I'm comfortable with 10 lakh rupees, I continue to give Mudra loan instead of giving a Stand-up India loan. The second part is that these are all non-collateralized loan. So collateral-free loan. So there is no issue on the collateral also. It is more in terms of, I think Mr. Srivastava was also mentioning, whether we can move from collateral-based loan to a cash flow-based lending. But you tell me, in the whole ecosystem, where is the cash flow visibility of a micro enterprise? Neither they get paid receivables in time, nor there is a defined offtake from anyone. So the markets are not sure whether they buy from them or not. So unless we work on the whole value chain, that what they are producing, what is their raw material supply, whether they have enough information on the markets, and whether they get paid in time. So it is not about whether guarantee is available or credit is available. I think credit will definitely flow if the supply chain system is established for these enterprises. For instance, in many states, Northeast, we have embarked on a cluster financing. He said it can be a simple thing. It can be a mat making, basket making, but you be an entrepreneur, not a job seeker, or it could be a piggery, and traditional and non-traditional industries, we brought them together. We are not only providing the financing, we are providing the supply chain also. We have identified somebody. I think you start from somebody who is actually buying them and move there and say that, okay, you get me 50 women entrepreneurs. I'm going to give you the credit because I know that for sure you are buying from them and they have the capability to make them. And you route whatever you're paying to them through my account. I think we have to invest in this kind of cluster-based financing. General talk about awareness and all is good, but we have to demonstrate on the ground that if I have ability to identify the clusters, bring all the players, all the stakeholders together and establish a virtuous supply chain and value chain financing, that is a better model for women entrepreneurs to break out of the group financing which they are comfortable with now to move into the entrepreneurship. That is my view. I think we have done very effectively in Northeast. We are replicating in states like Ladakh, for instance. We keep talking about Ladakh now. We say that we don't want to give a small standalone loan because where will he sell? He has very limited market. They just bought maybe 10 lakh population, the whole of Union Territory. So how do you make them to sell outside Ladakh? What are the supply chain linkages which you can establish? So I don't know whether we can do across the country, but I think all the lenders, if they commit that if you look at the clusters, establish a financing model, that is going to be a more successful model than actually doing in a sporadic manner.
You raised a very interesting point, which is if you are indeed a company or a manufacturer, the supply chain that you look at can be encouraged to be women. Yeah. And I think that is an excellent way to look at it, where the opportunity is showcased and you handhold women into this business in a way that they then discover that they can actually be the entrepreneurs that supply to this company. And the support and handholding can come from the company's own efforts. I guess the role for banks here could be that we ask the right questions. When we do the credit review of any corporate, like 10 years ago, very few of us asked, so what are your water issues? And where are you getting your power? And how do you look at energy efficiency and water efficiency? But today, we don't even need to ask these questions because corporates know that they need to showcase what they're doing in these spaces. So what we can do is, instead of wait for this time that's sort of said, there's a time for everything. And what we want to do is bring forward that time, not take the next 20 years to get where we will get to, but make it happen today. That we as providers of finance can start by asking the questions in our credit reports. So can that be a feature, that how many women do you have in your supply chain? What do you do for women? The same way as what do you do for your water provision and pollution and energy efficiency? It becomes just another factor for change.
Yeah.
A very interesting proposition, Naina. I think I would like to respond to that before Mr. Srivastava responds to it. Yes. I think I can go even one step further and say that, I can even give interest rate concession. If you have more women among your supply chain and we can build the supply chain financing in itself, I can be part of the dealer network. I can be part of the vendor network where women actually are doing the supply chain, part of supply chain.
So this is excellent. We have to now get your big borrowers and corporates to understand that you are there and work in partnership to maybe create these. And I really believe it would be a game changer because you show women the way, and before you know it, then they're there with a passion because you've given them the opportunity. And as we've all acknowledged, their repayment history is far superior to the average, which is largely male today. Saurabh, over to you.
No, I was just saying, Nana, that while I made the comment about the timing, the fact is, if we don't push the needle, that time will never come. So that has to be pushed. I mean, it didn't happen for the IT industry. We pushed and pushed and pushed, so it has to happen. And I think the first thing is to be aware that there is a problem. The good thing is we're all aware that it's something that needs fixing. I think the equity piece will get fixed a lot faster than the debt. It's happening already. There are already role models. And I think women are stepping up to the plate. And a lot of organizations are actually beginning to do the work that we said, whatever. Probably government needs to get a bit more onto the act. But I would suggest, or at least request, certainly Mr. Sethi from the SBI side, that if we can design an instrument which is not collateral-based lending, cash flow-based, and I'm sure the RBI will get involved in, what kind of risks banks should take or not. But I think we need to have an instrument, a new instrument that is modeled, which works for women. And there's a government role in it, I'm sure, because, in terms of guaranteeing some level of the risk, in terms of subvention on the interest rate, so all of these things help banks take the risk quicker and faster and get a recovery. And when they find that actually is working very well, none of these support mechanisms will be required. I mean, in the beginning, if I look at the IT industry, when we were exporting our services, people thought it was very high risk, but they kind of took the risk because they thought there was that whole Y2K and the risk of not doing it may be higher than the risk of doing it. But they took a perceived risk because they had to. Then they found actually that it wasn't a risk at all.
Yeah.
That we were better than that we were better than the local suppliers. And that is what has created, TCS with a market cap, of 200 billion. So I think if we create a model that works for women, it may help really hasten the timing.
So actually showcasing the opportunity can also, it's not just a hand holding, but saying, hey, here's a way that you can enter the workforce. Here's a way that you can be an entrepreneur.
Because even if I put women aside, just entrepreneurs, there's a symbiotic relationship between the number of people who are willing to be entrepreneurs and the amount of capital that's available. If I know that money is available, I'll take the risk. And if the investors believe that there are loads of entrepreneurs in India, they will come with the money. So it works together. So I think it is important to somehow do an intervention in this chicken and egg model.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting one. There's a question which I'll throw open to whichever of you wants to step in, from Renu Kapoor, who was the past floor chair of at Mumbai. What are the plans to participate in recently created OCEN? And OCEN, as you know, is the Open Credit Enablement Network. So any thoughts?
So actually, if you don't mind, Nana, I have to step off for something right now.
That's fine. We've got another 6 minutes, which Rasesh and Mr. Sethi can certainly fill in for. So thank you, Saurabh, for your
not at all.
Inputs there. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. So any thoughts on OCEN?
I'll respond, Naina, on that. We are very seriously working on OCEN. A lot of tech protocols are being worked out currently. I think with the the tech stack, India stack, what we have, the ocean network can be built very effectively. There are certain simplified loan products, starting with a bill financing is something what we are planning in the ocean. That will enable MSMEs to put their invoice into financing, and whoever is willing to offer the lowest rate, that invoice can be sold to them. I think this is the biggest advantage in the sense that they don't have to go to and are not stuck with a particular lender, and they are able to raise financing at an invoice level at a cheaper rate based on the market dynamics. I think this is the first use case which we are trying to work. And I think a lot of scaling up can be done in the ocean because there's a GST data which is available. The identification of a corporate or an individual because of the tech stack which is there in the system is relatively easy now. But I think maybe another 5-6 months. The first the development what we are looking at is the GST based Sahai app, which will be a first step towards ocean. I think you're also there, part of the think tank which is there. So hopefully we will see something in the next the end of financial year, this current financial year. Some products will be made available on the ocean.
Yeah. So it's quite exciting because it's gender neutral, but it addresses the issue of potential discrimination, hopefully, because it's the invoice, not the person who's getting the money. So it could be a good way of resolving some of the issues. Rasesh, any thoughts from you?
Yeah, I think all this, the innovation we are seeing in the financial services, started off with payments, now is moving into credit. We're seeing it in insurance also. In fact, there is a lot of insurance for women, could be very, very differentiated. So that's a lot of innovation is happening on that. So I think all this technology-enabled innovation that is going on in financial services, and in a way, it's a good thing because unlike a lot of other industries, I don't think this innovation is going to throw out the old players. So I think but it's going to expand the market. So in a way, it's a good thing. It's not going to cause so much disruption that there could be a backlash or that could be a complete stoppage of innovation. So I think this innovation is going to expand the market, and a lot of underserved and unserved parts of the economy, especially credit, especially women credit who are underserved and unserved as of now, as we've spoken. I think they'll get access to that. But I think the larger one, as I want to go back, is a lot of this should also be accompanied with a lot of information. I'm a big believer of data is a good starting point. Like for example, we spoke about women, how much credit is going to women, but even I think asking companies to enumerate in their annual reports how many women employees they have is a good starting point. I think we have made it for the directors now, but that's an easier one because out of 8 directors, it's easy to see how many are women. But I think even asking companies so that when SBI gives credit to a company, they also know in that company how much is the percentage of employees are women and whether it's going up or going down. And it's not a prerequisite, but I think the data itself creates is its own its own momentum as we go along. So I think there is a lot of the data that RBI, SEBI, government can ask all of us to do to further this cause, and it has no cost. I mean, we anyway give so much data about electricity consumption and about this and about that. I think it should be an easier data to add. I would also recommend to SBI to ask every borrower to at least say how many employees are women employees in their company.
Definitely. But I just would like to add, Naina, if you permit, the financial services also a field where women entrepreneurship can be developed. I think we are only talking about service. When we talk about services, for instance, we have about 70,000 plus customer service points, what we call bank mitras.
Yeah.
Out of that, around 12 to 13,000 are women.
Yeah.
Who carry the micro ATM to nook and corner of the country.
Correct.
Provide the financial services. And they have the ability, they know this is the first taste of entrepreneurship for them. It's not the job because there's very limited fixed money which they get being a CSP. They have to earn the money. They have to go out, serve more and more people, offer more and more services to earn more. And to our surprise, what we found during this pandemic is that, and the extremely interior places where lockdown restrictions were there, because they were providing financial services, we got the government approval for them to move around. They went to the interior tribal areas. I have a poignant picture where one among the tribal women who was a CSP, surrounded by several tribal women who were taking the services of the CSP. I think we have to develop this kind of entrepreneurship,
Right.
which they feel empowered to go out and provide them. It is not only about getting stuck at home. The micro ATM, mobile ATMs, which have permitted them to go around, handheld devices. I think this is also something which I thought I would flag with you, that it's not only in terms of the traditional household businesses which we're talking about, there are umpteen opportunities. Similarly, I think there was some question from someone that we have developed some abilities in healthcare and all. How do we get the credit? Again, the challenge is that for me, for any lender, to approach this individual entrepreneurs is difficult. If they can be brought together and say that this is the set of people who are trained by me, and this is the set of people who want to set up their own, would you like to finance them? I think that is a better way of representing to the lenders.
Yeah. I think, so the aggregation that can happen through the NGOs, through the, in many cases, the NBFCs were the big aggregators, as Rasesh pointed out, the original MFIs. They too could bring you some of these proposals, but go beyond just borrowing, bring the models for this. But you raise a very good point in terms of you show women the way, and they're out in the field, not just necessarily working from home, as we have traditionally thought. We've come to the end of a very insightful and interesting discussion. I do want to thank you. I think there was some great inputs here, which we will take forward. One was the data itself, as Rasesh has repeatedly pointed out, with RBI and otherwise. Also, the second is to get information of some of the schemes out to individuals. The third is just the hand-holding that is required in terms of helping women get ahead in terms of access to finance. A fourth and very important and interesting thought from you, Mr. Sethi, was getting those companies to actually have women in their supply chain, women entrepreneurs in their supply chain. And you even suggested that those companies and those women might get interest rate concessions as a result of looking at this. So we should certainly take you up on that. And I think many other suggestions, both on the equity and debt front, which we have noted and will guide some of the work that we do at FICCI as part of this Greater 50 program. So thank you very much for a very energizing discussion, and one which has, I think, given us much thought and indeed action for us to pursue going forward.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Rasesh.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you,
Bye.
ma'am. Thank you, everybody.
Bye.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everyone. Just a quick announcement to everybody. We start our next session at 2:15 on women in STEM. And please do visit our exhibition that's on view right now, the virtual exhibition. All of you logging in from the Bike Auditorium can just simply click on the button exhibition at the bottom left, and that will take you to the exhibition link. Please do visit all the stalls. Thank you. We are live now.
Ma'am, you can start the session. Dr. Reddy.
Oh, you want me to start? Sure, perfect.
Yes, ma'am.
Give me a minute. Okay, good afternoon. Namaste. We've been having an exciting day at this session with the Greater 50. We went off to a good start with a launch by the Honorable Minister for Women and Child Welfare, Smriti Irani, who, among a range of things that she appreciated we had done, she really called out and acknowledged the report, which is the call to action on what we need to do to reduce the gender bias, the gender gap. And she was particularly struck by, the methodology in which we had gone about this. This went on later to a really wonderful conversation with Mr. Kamath on what he has done to empower women and what he believes is the important compulsions in terms of finance, in terms of STEM. And then one of the main things he said as his kind of take-home point was we need more women in digital, we need more women in technology. And I told him you'll be happy to know that our next session is all about that. So I'm really happy to welcome all of you here today. I think it's an honor, it's a privilege, and it's an important necessity to be in conversation with all of you, to understand how we can help accelerate the number of women in technology, and more, fun or standout point, exactly like Mr. Kamath said, what do we need to do to have more female-led companies which are unicorns? So with this, I'm going to jump straight in. Let me begin by thanking Dr. Tessie Thomas, Ms. Ayomi Moore, Ms. Anu Acharya, and Ms. Meena Ganesh for being here with us for what I hope is going to be a really fun conversation. I want to begin really by a very, very quick overview of what the Greater 50's thought process on this subject really is. And it begins with the ideology really that India ranks second in the world in the top 20 companies with the highest number of female CEOs. So that's a good one. However, the share of female CEOs in tech companies is only 5%. And women also constitute only 14% of the 280,000 scientists, engineers in research and development institutes in India. So there's a long way for us to go. We have to make this move. Also, additionally, there was a study conducted by Kelly Global Workforce Insights that found 81% of women in STEM jobs perceived a gender bias. And so much of the work that the Greater 50 is also doing in corporates is to, kind of reduce that, compensate that, make work environments women-friendly. But I want to go on to look at the next level. STEM jobs, women in STEM jobs perceive not only the gender bias around performance evaluation, but also found that women tended to drop out of the STEM workforce around the childbearing years and at mid-management level, which was why we saw less of them in senior leadership. And so I think these are very, very important compulsions. Especially in the world that we've seen now with work at home, work from home, with the appreciation of all the things we can do, we must move forward, accelerate the pace of reducing the gender bias. And the final data point is that the study also found that 42% of women leave technology companies post 10 years of experience compared to only 17% of men. So this is, clearly the data is pointing in the direction of the need for some important interventions. I think also we need to look at the student level, because it's not just what's happening today, it's what kind of foundation are we laying for this future of women in the very important space. We all know that in the knowledge era, the digital and technology is going to become extremely important. And we strongly believe that science is transforming so many areas. Globally, more than 50% of graduates and master's students in STEM are women. Good point. However, they all drop out at the crucial career points, and that number is increasingly high. 43% of STEM graduates in India are women, but the share of women in STEM jobs is only 14%. So there's a lot for us to be done. And on this note, and let me, clearly say that I'm not starting on a negative note, because if we look at what happened from 5 years ago, the pace of adoption and acceleration has really been phenomenal. So women are breaking barriers, breaking boundaries, leading technology companies, enhancing the number of seats across all these areas. So the direction we're going is perfect. Let's talk about what we can do to accelerate that change, to make this faster, to bring more women into this exciting area of the future. So I'm going to jump straight into the panel discussion. And I will, kind of briefly introduce every speaker at the point of requesting them to speak. I will lead in with some questions, ask you to give this brief overview, and then move to a bit more of a free-flowing conversation. So with this, let me begin with Dr. Tessie Thomas. She clearly needs no introduction. She's a distinguished scientist and Director General of the Aeronautical Systems DRDO. She's also, and this is something we should all be extremely proud of, she's also the former project director of the Agni 4 missile. She has a BTech in electrical engineering from Calicut. She has a master's in guided missiles from the Defense Institute. She has an MBA in operations management, and she's been associated with the Agni program right from its development. Dr. Tessie, you are an inspiration. I'm not going to say more about the tremendous awards and everything you've done, but I'll just jump straight in and request you to please, share your journey. What took you to where you are? How did you get here? And how can you very briefly tell us, what made the difference and how you feel you can inspire and impact other women? Dr. Tessie, over to you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Sangeeta Reddy and all panel members. It's like said, from the childhood, I had the affinity to learn science and maths. So that's why I've gone through the engineering, and then in the engineering also, the elective subjects I was able to choose as radar systems, which gave me insight into the military applications. So then this DRDO sponsored MTech course in guided missiles, I got selected as one of the 10 members for the course. And after doing that technology course in guided missiles, we were to be placed in DRDO at the missile complex in Hyderabad. So we're fortunate to get appointed as scientist under Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, who was inspirer. Like being a junior scientist, also got the opportunity to have participated in expert reviews and all, where we got our presence and start our learning curve from there. So then from the very beginning, I was chosen for the, initially with the Prithvi systems and then to the Agni systems. And Agni had the technology development with a liquid propulsion system, where it is a highly complex system carrying all the fuel and oxidizer to the field application was slightly difficult, wherein which we were looking to develop a new guidance algorithm which will work for a solid propulsion. So that was the task first assigned to me. Then I started working on that complex algorithms, and since my interest in mathematics never deterred me in any other direction, and was looking into the guidance scheme. Once established for the guidance scheme for a solid propulsion system, we could find the application of this guidance in every of the Agni systems and even the underwater launch systems. So that is one of the design capability what we established. We started working on the total mission design, configuration design, and moved into the project Agni group, the Agni program. So the overall missile design and configuration design capabilities, I've learned about it, and then moved on to, that is how I became a project director by the time Agni 4. So Agni 1, 2, and 3 was a special class of technology. And that was, when we look at the technology, we were not par or beyond with the world technologies, wherein which, so there again, I was given the task and the challenge of developing a world-class system. So that is where the design of Agni 4 configuration from top to bottom of the missiles were looked into, and technological jump in technology. The composite, first time in the country, a composite rocket motor casing was being developed. So I undertook that challenge of developing, and it's an effort of more than 4-5 years and a large amount of iterations and the people involved. But we could succeed in developing that systems, wherein which the weight reduction, the mass ratio was tremendous enhancement, 40% weight reduction in the overall missile weight. So when we compare Agni 3, which is 50 ton as the launch mass, we could achieve, which were giving a capability of range capability up to 3,000 kilometers, and with the less than half the weight of the Agni 3, that is 22 ton weight, we could achieve Agni 4 and could have the range capability from 1,500 to 4,000 kilometers. So the technological enhancements which I have gone through the iterations of Agni 4, and then it was an adaptation for Agni 4 to Agni 5, making the motor size to 2-meter dia. And with that 50 ton, what we have done for Agni 3, with 50 ton from 3,000 kilometers, we reached to 5,000 kilometers. And the type of guidance what I have developed has given an the impact accuracy of the target. It's determined by the guidance and the navigation what we fly. So that is a technological advance, that those systems are well above the world mark. That is what some of the technological achievements we could achieve.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tessie. I know that 50% of what you were speaking about went over all our heads. But basically, we do get the point that you made it lighter, faster, more targeted. And from that, you not only use technology and your capability, but you also won the Agni Self-Reliance Award for this tremendous contribution to science and to the country. And we're really proud of you. So I wanted to ask you, do you believe that there is a gender bias against women in STEM? And what do you think India should do to reduce this, the gap between women in this field?
Yeah, I have been mentioning in many places that science has no gender, because science doesn't know who is working on it.
Right.
If you ask me, we work as a scientist, not as a woman, and there is a lot of scope to learn. Like with emerging technologies and advancements in science and technology, there is an immense opportunity to learn, solve the technical problems with your own knowledge and determination. One can always break the glass ceilings. I always say, dare the difference. So one need to address these structural barriers what women at positions of high responsibility needs to cope up. That's what is required. Then we can always create a environment which can help us in building our talents and intellectual capital, as we say, for the women in STEM to a higher level. That's what I feel.
So we're really inspired by that, Dr. Tessie, and your quotable quote is clearly, science has no gender. So, but let me just ask you, what do you think, more we can do? So in your own mission, how many women do you have? And even if you're following this process of, women, science has no gender, and it's purely meritocracy, do you find there enough women, even if you want to, are you finding enough women who are ready, who are capable, and who contribute? Because ultimately it's about the project, not about the gender of the team member.
That's true. Within DRDO, we have almost a strength of 14 to 15% women scientists. But particularly in Agni program, we had around 4 to 5% women in that. So, but all the women who are right now, we see they are at a higher positions, either technology leaders or project directors So that makes the difference. I think that is an encouraging step in DRDO, where we get the opportunity to work in this strategic areas. That's one thing which is
Thank you so
very
much.
encouraging.
Thank you, Dr. Tessie. We'll be coming back to you, but just to know that you are a great role model, and we're so happy to have you with us. I'm moving this conversation of the Greater 50 to Ayomi Moore. For those who do not know this fantastic woman, Ayomi is a social entrepreneur committed to driving positive and sustainable change through technology. She's the founder and CEO of a global NGO called Women in Tech. This is an award-winning social brain and the co-founder of her digital academy. So clearly, Ayomi is the perfect person to be speaking on this, because she not only appreciates the importance, she knows firsthand the power of code. She's found a way to commit herself to increasing the number of women. And she also, interestingly, to achieve a healthy work-life balance, she quit her high-powered job, taught herself to code with CD-ROMs, and her new digital skills reshaped her personal and her professional life. So she acknowledges, she understands, she reinvented herself, and now she's helping hundreds of women, thousands of women reinvent themselves. So today, Women in Teach is a global movement. It has over 200 volunteers and 50,000 members in 60 continents. And so much of the ideology that she lives for is one of the key pillars of what the Greater 50 does, which is encourage women to come into STEM. So Ayomi, hello, and thank you for joining us. We are really happy to have you with us. So Women in Tech is really this international not-for-profit organization, and it has this mission to close the gender gap and help women embrace technology, because typically they do choose other fields, even though now it's changing quite a bit. Can you tell us what is the driving force behind your organization? Where do you think you are? What are the techniques that you are using that other organizations can adopt towards this positive change? And do you work with private? Do you work with government? Tell us a bit more about your whole mission. Ayomi, over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ladies. I'm really delighted to be here today. So thank you so much for the invitation for this topic that is crucial and very important today. And it's so close to my heart. So I started Women in Tech about 4 years ago, in fact, when I went to Web Summit, and I knew there were very few women in technology because I've been in this field for over 10 years now. But what I ignored then was that the gender gap in technology was getting wider every year, was growing. In my knowledge, what I thought was, well, we are in 2017, things are getting better. There are not a lot of women, but things are getting better. But that's not true. Ever since the 80s, ever since the late 70s, the gender gap in technology has been getting wider. And I think it's important for us to know that the situation is bad, but it's getting worse, right? Numbers show. So at least until 2017. So I thought we have to do something, because there's not one country in the world where there was parity in the workforce, right? Some countries manage to get kind of parity in the studies levels, in the education, but when it comes to the workforce, when it comes into empowering women to getting those latest jobs, best high-paying jobs, and where innovation is so crucial, there were no women. So Women in Tech is there to try and change this narrative, not only by creating awareness, which is good, but also trying to change the problems, to find the solutions on the ground. So we work on 4 different things. We have 4 main pillars, which are education. Obviously, I think education, skilling, reskilling women, this is a basic, for everything in life, and also in this new industry. But it's not everything. We have to accompany women, because we have seen, and India is such an important example, that although you have a lot of girls that are interested in technology, I think you have a very high rate of women coming to education in STEM field, which is almost 46%, which is incredible. It's very, very high compared to like Europe or America. However, when you go into the workforce, they drop out, they're not there. So how can we go, how can we help the second pillar, which is the business, which is corporate? It's about trying to help not only society, parents, everyone, break those gender barriers, those gender stereotypes that are hiding women back. We have to say, okay, we have been there before, and we have every single all the opportunities, and we have all the qualifications to be in the workforce and to have a good job in technology. Not only it's good for technology, but it's also good for economy, because companies that have more diversity in the teams, they perform better. It has been proven over and over again. So there's no excuse for not having women there. So we help them in different ways, either with job boards. We have a talent hub because companies say to us, okay, it's very good. We would love to hire more women, but we can't find them. That's a bad excuse. When you look for something, you always find. Come to us, we will help you. And if you can't find them, let's train them. You see, it's too easy to say, oh, I don't have this, I can't find it, so, just get men. It's too easy. They're just falling into something that, not accepting the challenge. Sometimes we have to go reach out to women. We can have trained them, we can skill them, we can mentor them. I think mentoring is a key to be able to work on the woman's also soft skills and on her self-confidence, because most of the time, women ourselves, we make our own barriers. Let's not say we have obviously the barriers of, of stereotypes, of biased views, but we also have them ourselves. So I think we have to break them first, so that afterwards, the rest of the population can also break them, the companies and stuff. So I think it's very important to accompany women in their mindsets through mentoring, but also through role models. I think, there's a saying that says, you can't be what you can't see. So being able to have role models to whom you can get inspired by, that can help you, open doors. They are role models, but they are also mentors and sponsors in the sense that, you have to be able to be around that table, taking decisions, who are you going to be hired, who are you going to be given that new position. And you have to have other women or men helping you and sponsoring you to be that person. And I think you have to obviously put some men in conversation as well, because we cannot change this alone. Obviously, we can do a lot alone, which is great, but we need the help of everybody. And we have to put men in this conversation as well, because they can also be the allies, and they can be the sponsors and the mentors to help us throughout empower the women. On the other side, so I talked about two, so business, education. We also have our advocacy pillar, which is so important, because we have to create awareness. We have to fight for digital inclusion. We have to fight for women's rights. Sometimes it goes even beyond, technology. When we look at today, what's happening in Afghanistan, where they're trying to remove the basic women's rights of education, we cannot stand there and do nothing. So I think advocacy, it's a very important thing. And when we do it globally with women around the world, it becomes so much more powerful. And lastly, social inclusion, which in STEM is mostly digital inclusion. And this is something we're really working very hard in India, especially because we have seen that the digital divide can create a lot of stress, can create horrors, can really put people out of education, lots of dropouts, and can isolate them into despair. There has been suicides because of that, because women and girls could not have access to computer or to laptops or to internet. So I think this is something we really, really have to work on. And this is something we are working on with Women in Tech in India.
So thank you, Ayumi. That was fantastic. I just want to share that I'm so encouraged by your thoughts on the pillars, because they so much reflect a lot of the work that we're doing at Greater 50. So we're focusing on STEM education for girls. Mm-hmm. And tomorrow, we will also launch the Greater 50 Gives, so that one woman can help another woman and help fund their education. So there's a lot of focus on that. Mentorship, we completely agree with you, is a critical role. So we're setting up mentors and mentorship platforms which are working currently now to help women. And so the We Hub is a women's entrepreneurial kind of accelerator, which is funded by a state government. We're working with them. We signed their MOU and have launched the program to fund and support the mentorship in entrepreneurship for 5,000 women. And this is now going to be picked up by other state governments. I completely, agree with you on advocacy. And in the realm of advocacy, what was launched today by our minister is that we handed over a report which is called a call to action. The call to action talks about policy change which is required, impact that we can make, and really articulates what needs to be done in the corporate as well as in all other realms, whether it's policy change, police support, safety on the streets, multiple areas, including ownership. And when I come to ownership, one of the important things is that many women entrepreneurs do not get access to capital because the assets of the family are not in their name. So we continue to push advocacy towards that, with the twin benefit also, not just security for women, financial security and respect in society, but the important aspect of their access to capital and hence women entrepreneurs. Because another, very important path that we're looking is that we should support women entrepreneurs and hopefully target that we will assist or accelerate the number of female-led unicorns in the country. So lots to be done. Wonderful to see this commonality of thought process and ideology, and we look forward to working deeper with you. With this, let me move to our next female entrepreneur in the STEM area, Anu Acharya. Anu is the founder and the CEO of Map My Genome, which is a molecular diagnostics company dedicated to make people proactive about their healthcare. She founded and pioneered her first venture called Ossimum Biosolutions, where she looked at innovative bioinformatics and limb solutions. She's also been the recipient of multiple awards, etc. Anu is also from the same city as I am. So very nice to have you on, Anu. What would you say has really been the driving force behind your journey? And what do you think it's like to be a woman entrepreneur in India?
Thanks so much, Sangeeta. I think when I was growing up, and I grew up in a small campus town in Bengal, my parents had migrated from Rajasthan, and my dad was the first PhD from his family. And so he was very keen on making sure that, all his kids were, given the right environment to sort of be creative and be able to sort of play around with science. And for us, it didn't seem like that was, it was so exciting that we didn't think of any other career. So all four of us, 3 sisters and a brother, all of us ended up going into the STEM careers, right? So that was sort of like a given because we didn't see anything else except that. And we saw my dad doing a lot of interesting experiments and all of that. And I think that sort of, and it was also a little bit, in some ways a business sort of mind, you would pay us for doing certain kind of things and so on. So I think one was that initial, the whole environment at home was very conducive. I went and studied at the Indian Institute of Technology, but that was the first time I saw that in a class of 400, there were 4 girls and there were 390 guys at that time, right? So we were a very small minority. However, I think it was, because of the way we had grown up, I think none of the girls really thought that, we were any different from anybody else. And I think that was because you have grown through that process, everybody was doing well in school. I think they also ended up doing well. So most of the girls are also doing well. I think all the 10, 12 girls that we were in our batch also ended up picking up on STEM careers. But you could see the vast contrast in terms of the numbers. And then I think as we went along, I think from all of them, I think finally, 2 of us became entrepreneurs. One became an entrepreneur very recently, and I probably took that leap many, many years ago. And I think the other part was that one was the family, but the other was also curiosity. I think in some ways, I think because I read a lot of books, I think you automatically become accustomed to sort of looking at what possibilities are out there. And so when I had moved to the US in 95, and around that time, I think started thinking of many different ideas. I think it was also that around us were a lot of entrepreneurs, and you could see that as well. And so in 2000 was when I moved back to India, started Osimo, which was a genomics company. At that point seemed very unusual because it was just the time that the Human Genome Project was getting completed. So pretty much everybody in the world was not, because we were about at the same time that people would have started in terms of the genomics companies. So I think we became one of the earliest in India and also in the world, and eventually became a larger, one of the largest genomic services companies, but I wanted to do something else. So I think the driving force has always been about, I think, what you see. And I think, if I remember right, I think you sort of learn and imbibe what you see, but you also, I think, if you read and if you can think, then I think you can always imagine the possibilities. So I think that's where most of my initial inspiration comes from. But I think the rest of it comes from picking up things along the way. You have, I think, as also others mentioned, I think you have mentors, you have people that you can look up to. But I think more than that is, I think, making sure that you can build a team, and then, some of that inspiration also comes from the team that you build as well. So we built a second company around 2013, and that is more on the consumer genomics side, and we are able to sort of build that up and make sure that we look at any threat or as an advantage and sort of see how we can move that forward. So I think if that's sort of in very short what sort of inspires me to be going ahead in this STEM field.
Thank you, Anu. Clearly your passion for the space is palpable, and that's exciting. So with this, ladies and gentlemen, I move to our fourth panelist, Ms. Meena Ganesh, who is the MD and CEO of Portia. So Meena heads Portia Medical, which she co-founded in July 2013. It's one of India's largest home healthcare companies. She has over 4,500 employees and brings into it a range of her focus on technology. So earlier, Meena was the promoter and board member of Tutor Vista. So two important social areas for India. One is education and one is healthcare. And she's bringing a technology angle to solving these problems. So Meena is truly what the country needs. By background, she's a PGDM from IIM Calcutta, is on the board of governors of the same school, and has also been named among Fortune India's 50 most powerful women in business. So Meena, super happy to have you here. Tell us what you think of women in STEM. Is it improving? Is it going down? What do we need to do? Please share some thoughts of how you got where you got and how you can help others reach where you are.
Sure. Thanks a lot, Sangeeta. Pleasure to be here in this session today. So a little bit about my journey, and then I'll talk about where I think interventions can be made. I grew up again in a family where STEM was highly encouraged. So both my brother and I went down that route, and always maths and physics were the subjects of choice for me. And I did my undergraduation in physics. And thereafter, I got down into the management stream through by joining IIM Calcutta. But that said, my first job was in NIIT, which was in those days one of the early companies which was working in the computer education space. And it was a very, very entrepreneurial company. It was 1985, and they were also just starting up. So literally, I was not just in the STEM space, I was also an entrepreneur. We were together, the company, all the people, the founders and I and all of us were together trying to figure out what are the things that we could do jointly to bring about a change in the computer education space or in the tech education space in those days. Interestingly, Sangeeta, a large number of the students of NIIT those days used to be girls. Very interesting, even in those days, so far back. A lot of women used to join that, and they used to, of course, take up roles in the tech space. But a lot of them then moved out thereafter. The usual attrition. We'll come to that in a second. In the year 2000, I started my journey after many years of being in corporate sector. I worked with NIIT, Pricewaterhouse, Microsoft. So continued to build my capability and confidence in the STEM area, mainly in the tech area. And then I started Customer Asset in 2000, which was my first of my startups in the BPO sector. We were one of the first BPO companies that started in India, and we struggled through the way through all the challenges one could have, because be it telecom, be it technology, be it mobile technology, all of those were very primitive at that stage, but still we were probably pioneering and trying to figure out how to make it work in that space, and learned a lot. Not just on technology, but a lot about startup and entrepreneurship and how things can go wrong. We went through enough of ups and downs, a big roller coaster rides. The interesting thing is, at that time, we were such early startups that there was nobody to look up to, no one to learn from. So all the mistakes, all the challenges, and the solutions we had to figure out ourselves. Whether it is the investor sector, whether it is other startups, whether it is mentors, whether it is lawyers who specifically work with startups, none of those existed in the year 2000. After Customer Asset, I worked with Tesco and set up their India tech center. Thereafter, again in 2008, I became co-founder of Tutor Vista, and which was into online tutoring for global students with Indian teachers. And there were enough people to tell us that why will the American students learn math and science and English from Indians? But hey, we did, and we were very successful. So in 2013, after exiting from Tutor Vista, which we sold to Pearson Education, started actually a few years before that, my family started, my husband and I, we started a platform through which we promoted a number of companies: Big Basket, Bluestone, Homelane, Verloop. There's a whole a slew of companies that we started, all of which were based on the fact that technology is the way to build businesses. Technology is, in some cases, technology is the way to deliver the solutions as well. And of course, Portia is the one in that which I also lead as a founder and chairperson. But every part of the my entrepreneurial journey has been using technology in some form or the other. Interestingly, during the course of the last couple of years, as I'm sure Sangeeta, you know, technology in healthcare has suddenly taken center stage. Digital technology has become the way to deliver some forms of health interventions. It's become an integral part of the overall delivery system, which wasn't the case earlier. It's not just teleconsultation during the time of pandemic, but it is ongoing. How do you stay in touch with the patient? How do you help them manage their own health? How do you manage their health on their behalf in a much more effective way by combining that technology with physical delivery on the ground, whether in a facility or at home? All of these forms have to come together along with the technology. So that's with that background, a little bit about what's stopping women from becoming successful in the tech space and what more can be done. First, as an entrepreneur, I'll say that while the number of women entrepreneurs are better today than even a decade ago, where there were very few. And if you go to an NASSCOM product summit, I've been there actually. I have to really look far, and can I spot a woman in that? 1,000 women in that room, 1,000 people in that room, and I really have to work very hard to spot a woman. Things are changing, but nevertheless, there is still a huge lack of women entrepreneurs, be it tech entrepreneurs or just women entrepreneurs, more so in the tech space. One of the things I feel that is stopping women from being successful tech entrepreneurs is this, apart from what happens in the environment, is that a lot of women still feel that being an entrepreneur is a very difficult and it's a sort of a roller coaster ride, which it is. which is not conducive for work-life balance. Now that kind of a mental makeup is it does come in the way, and this supported by the society. A lot of parents now want their children to study and have a career, but very few would like their girls to go and either join a startup or be in a startup or even startup, because they feel that their ability to manage all of these together is going to be challenging. My answer to that is always that whatever you do, if you're doing it wholeheartedly, it's going to be tough. You have to find a way to make it all work. If you really believe in it, the rest of it falls in place. When I started my BPO company, my son was 8 months old, and it was a 24/7 kind of an operation. And life was extraordinarily tough, but you figure out how to make it work because you feel that this is super important. So both women themselves and also the society around them is still not comfortable for women to take risks and do things which can destabilize their so-called balanced life. There is no balance in life, as we know. I mean, a pandemic can come and change every balance that you may have imagined. So you might as well do what makes you happy and try to find the balance, and that is one thing. Second is, if there are not enough role models, it's difficult for women to imagine how things might be if they went down this path. So it is important to be able to showcase women entrepreneurs, successful women entrepreneurs or failed women entrepreneurs at various stages. Not just the ones that have made it big, but everybody at various stages, somebody who's just created a seed company, has raised money, has not raised money, has exited, has failed. We need to see all kinds of entrepreneurs. So you know that is also a journey which is acceptable. That you may fail is okay. I mean, if you fail, you come back to a job or whatever else you want to do. The interesting thing is women as entrepreneurs have always been there. If you really look at the number of women entrepreneurs, there are plenty. They all do small little shops from homes or little businesses from homes, and they don't employ too many people. So while you can count a large number of women entrepreneurs, the number that employ more than 2 people are very few. That's the transformation. You need to give that confidence to women that you have an idea, you have the ability to do it. It is possible for you to build it out and scale it. There are support systems that are now available that can help you. There are mentors that you can look up to. There are other entrepreneurs that you can look up to. And that message needs to go out too far and wide. More so in the tier 2 and tier 3, where I believe that a lot of talent exists, which is not being allowed to grow and flower to do.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Meena. I think we all completely agree with all the points that you've made, whether it's role model, mentor, support system. And I think the big one, which is enabling entrepreneurs across the ecosystem, whether they're STEM or not, is the core digital in the country. And this, kind of tele-density, the cost of bandwidth, etc., is transforming so many routine jobs. So digital literacy, whether women are working in tech or not, I think digital literacy is something we should arm every single woman with. So, we really have a range of fantastic women who have achieved so much. So I'm going to just do some quick questions to each one of you. So going back to Dr. Tessie Thomas, what do you think India does best? And what are the improvements you think that we need to make to bring more women into science?
Yeah, like the new initiatives by the government side is making the difference. Then for women scientists, the pandemic has, COVID pandemic has given a lesson that digital, how we can work through digital platforms, work from home. That is, it has been, it's a reality and has been accepted even in the scientific field where people were working from home.
Sorry, Tessie, one thing. Do you think that, say, 6 months down the road, when the pandemic has receded, will people switch back to work from office, or will they continue to allow some work from home?
As far as DRDO is concerned, we have got back. All are back.
But that's the point. That is the point. Because if we find a crucial link between a little bit of openness from work from home and women's ability to participate, how can all of us push for enabling at least 20-30% work from home? How do we do that?
Flexibility in working hours can be given to the women, especially when they are at the hard times of nurturing the child and then managing. So this step, we should put forward this step so that women can work at their pace with respect to their work.
Exactly.
I'm sure
so we're going to reach out to you about signing up for that petition to enable this. Okay. Sorry, please go ahead. Go ahead.
We should. And that type of a support, if it comes from the organization where we are working, it makes a lot of encouragement. Even the part of the training, if we are at that point, the part of training can be given to the digital platform. So these are things which will enhance and motivates the women to come back. Like government initiative on the Kiran, which gives the opportunity to come back if you're having a break in your service, getting back and work, get back into the mainstream of the job. That is also a good initiative which is happening within the scientific field.
I totally agree with you. That's a great one. Thank you for bringing that up. And one of the things that we're doing at the FICCI Flow Greater 50 is compiling what we call women-friendly work practices and sharing these with corporates. I think we're going to get a breakthrough in that we're telling the Greater 50 award system to say that unless they qualify with women-friendly, they shouldn't be considered for a Great Places to Work award. So let's keep pushing the advocacy in our own sphere of work wherever we can. Very happy to hear your thoughts on this one. I'm going to jump to Ayumi. So Ayumi, you work with governments and the private sector, I think. What do you think are the 3 essential steps that government should do? And you are right, you did observe that India has a high number of women in STEM education. At 46%, it's a pretty good number. I think those in medical school are a little higher as well. So we have a good number. We need to focus our energies now at ensuring they stay and then helping them in their journey to leadership. So do you have any thoughts to share for private or for government? What do you think we should do? Give us some free consulting over here.
I really think that that government have to put pressure in the corporate. I think until there are not laws that government really put pressure on corporates, they will not make, some of them will, but most of them won't make the efforts that we need to close the gender gap in a very fast way. So that means, is it by putting quotas? There are so many people that say, oh yeah, quotas, we can't do that. But it can also go progressively. But if we don't put something on making new policy and new laws, things will gonna go too slow. I think they have to put pressure, and the way they do pressure is either perhaps not, if not choosing the way of quotas, perhaps saying, okay, companies that have more equality in gender, they will get rewarded. They will have perhaps, I don't know, less taxes, or they'll be able to do something. I think there must be some kind of reward and pressure from the government concretely so that they can help corporates make the decision faster. That's one thing.
I love the idea on less taxes. We have a female finance minister. We're going to share this thought with her.
Yes, exactly. Yes. Because instead of saying, okay, not quotas, okay, we don't like quotas, that's fine. But those that that have more women, let's reward them, right? So that's also some kind of incentive to say, let's reward them.
Interestingly, Ayumi, the Indian government actually does have a quota on women on boards. In 2013, they enacted that it is compulsory to have at least one woman independent director. So this became a huge movement, and actually the Greater 50 has a very strong program, the FICCI Flow Greater 50, where we train women to be on boards. Because I then saw that it became just a compliance. They took a woman and put her over there. What active role was she playing? So now the next step after quotas is really the empowerment and the awareness that people really play their full role. So education has an important step too. But I love the points you're making. Please go ahead.
But
So
I
you
think,
have
well, I think
quotas,
that's
you
already
have
an important one.
incentives.
Yeah, the incentives. So if we can already have these incentives from government, I think this is very important. And obviously, maybe help women more when they go, when they have children, for instance, for parental leave. I think if governments give, also through policy, support women more during childbearing, after birth, and also help corporates integrate women, get women back after child leave, maternity leave in a much better way. I think it's going to help women. Also giving maybe more parental leave for men as well, so that men can stay at home and also take care of the kids. So it's not only the women, right? I think parents is both mom and dad. Obviously we bear the child, but I think as from the birth, it's a couple, it's both parents that have to take care of it. It's not just something that's a mom. So I think if the father is also there to be able to help more, maybe it's going to put less pressure on the women. And I think helping them with taking care of the baby and with childcare, I think it's so important. I know in countries like Australia, that's one of the main reasons why so little women don't come back to work, because it's so expensive to have childcare that they always have to have one parent that stays at home to be able to do that. And generally like 80% is the women that stay at home, so even more.
Yeah, totally. So very important to find friendly policies and acknowledge the big role of both parents in taking care of the child.
And maybe even promote corporates. They have to promote, try and reskill maybe women once they come back, and really be more open, more flexible, more agile in the way they're going to be arranging, the times for them to, the working times, remote work, all of this come into place, so that can really try and help women work differently, because the life changes, and we have to adapt. So I think we have to be agile, not only in the work, but also in the way and all the work, how you help your employees be more flexible as well, balancing their work life and their family life, because we are all so much more productive when we have a healthy life balance, right? So it's a win-win for everybody. It's a win-win for the couple, for the family, for the corporate, and for the child. So I think we really have to think about that.
And for society at large, when you have better human beings who are acknowledging this. Totally agree with you. We're actually planning a workshop next month with some of the human resources people of some of the largest companies to analyze and study and maybe co-design and co-create what we can do, taking some of the current fairly simplistic policies on maternity leave, paternity leave, and see whether it's a combined. Can you say it's 2 days a week is your leave, because your husband gets 2 days a week as well. And you enable work from home. You put a freeze in terms of what happens to their seniority, so they don't lose their seniority. So there are multiple issues which come up. And then comes the point that people say, look, we made sacrifices to get where we want to, and you're telling the next generation they don't need to make those sacrifices. Well, you know what? The world is getting kinder and easier every day, so we have to find ways to do this. But wonderful thoughts and great points. So Meena, I'm coming to you, Meena. As one of the leaders in STEM, what is a leadership lesson that you think is unique to you, that you had? How did you manage your 9-month-old baby and your work? What is that advice you would give to young women entrepreneurs? Some of them are delaying their childbearing. Coming from a healthcare background, I will tell you the number of women in their late 20s and early 30s who are now storing their eggs because they say, this is not the time for me to take a career break. I'm just getting there. So, there are lots of these dilemmas. And much of the crux of the decision-making, or rather the brunt of the decision-making, does come on the women. So what do you think in terms of enabling environment, decision-making, a smarter view on how we could do these things?
So firstly, I think it's very important for women to have open conversations with their spouse. And I believe that, I mean, if possible, and I hope that opportunity is there for many women, is that you choose the partner right, because that is something which can really make or break your career, or if you want to be an entrepreneur. If you, and more and more women, especially in the urban centers, I believe, do have that opportunity. They need to exercise it sensibly, because if you can get the right person who believes that the inequality, believes that what you're doing is important, what you're doing is important to you and important to the family unit as such, then half the battle is won. The second, of course, you have to take the rest of the family. There's no getting away from it. Indians still are part of the family system. We're not just the couple independently doing whatever the best they can. You have to find a way to get everybody into the loop, to make sure that they all are there standing up to support you as you go through the journey, because it comes back. I mean, all of us are here to support each other. When I was having my little baby and wanted to work, I had my mother and mother-in-law jumping in to support. And throughout their entire later years, my mother is no more, took full care of her, my father, and then my mother-in-law. So life goes around. We are all happy. We all are there to support each other. But the point is to ask for the support. Many a time I find women are very uncomfortable about asking for support. They believe that they need to take the decisions, they need to take all the burden, they need to be responsible for every piece of it. I believe that it takes a village to raise a child, and there's no shame in acknowledging that and saying, please help. You know, whoever it is, friends, family, extended families, feel free to ask for help. I don't think there's any harm in that. The third thing that has always been important in, that I have thought about is the importance of prioritization. There are only 3 things that you can do at a time. So what are those 3 things? You don't have to be people pleaser. You don't have to take care of their entire universe. Can you take care of your child, your career, and maybe your immediate husband, family, whatever? Just keep your goal very, very focused. Just do that. It doesn't matter. The rest of the things, you will get to that. But at that point in time, if this is important for you, you need to have those blinkers and focus and be shamelessly prioritizing. Those are some of my learnings from a personal experience. But of course, I can talk extensively about what are the other systems requirement. But I'll let Sangeeta, back to you for other.
Okay. Thank you, Meena. And knowing Ganesh, I know you did that one right. So that was a good one. And I totally agree. It's a very important step. I've been very supported as well by husband and family, and that's important. So Anul, this thing on this round, last question to you. When you were, taking these career decisions, was there any woman in STEM who was your inspiration or your mentor?
So actually, I wanted to say that when we are growing up, and this is one of the problems that I think is a bigger problem. When we were growing up, I mean, I used to have, a lot of scientists as sort of people I look up to. But except for one, like Marie Curie, I think most of them were all physicists and all men. And I think that was one thing that every time when we are at MapMyGenome, I asked people, I said, can you name a woman scientist, right? And I think we've named some of our conference rooms so that people will at least know, and I asked these questions specifically saying, okay, who discovered or who is credited for discovering DNA, and who was the other person who was actually also doing this, right? So I think it's very important for us to be able to nudge these things in between. But I think along the way, I think we've had a lot of people who have been mentors in, for instance, I think Anula Jayasuriya, who's on my board, has been a mentor. Kiran Mazumdar has helped me along the way. You yourself have been a great support and mentor. So I think there have been many people that I have seen across the way, but at least when I was growing up, that was one part I felt that if we allow children to be able to look at, more women scientists, I think if like now a lot of people know Dr. Tessie Thomas. So I'm hoping that, for instance, Jennifer Doudna or Emmanuel Charpentier, they are changing the course of medicine completely, right? So I think it's very important that we continuously harp on those people, because I think that's where we will get the push and make sure that there is equality. And otherwise, every time I hear blank stares, on after one or two women scientists. So I think that's one of the things we need to change badly.
Okay. Before we wrap, is there anyone, any of four of you who would like to add a thought, share something else, and then we will wrap?
I wanted to add. Okay.
May I? Okay.
Go ahead, Anu. Anu,
Yeah.
and then Meena, I'm coming back to you.
Okay.
Yeah, one more thing I think we need to change is some of these laws are not completely thought out very well, right? So for instance, I think when we think about some of the leaves for women, and I think you mentioned this, that we can also get men to have the same sort of leave. And I think that is even more important than just giving the women leaves or giving them leaves. I think there was talked about periods and giving them leaves for, so those kind of things are completely archaic and antiquated, and we should not have things like that, because if you're looking at startups and you're looking at people, you also want to make sure that they are sustainable. And I think when you start creating laws like this, it makes it harder for the women to come back. And what I have seen, at least in Map My Genome, has been that a lot of the women want to come back, especially after they've had a child, for some period of time. So they might not want to be a full-time person, but at least they want to come out of that, taking care of the baby for some period of time. And I think when you make a law, it becomes harder for them to come in. So I think when we think about creating laws for women, I think we need to think about multiple aspects of it and make it such that it's more inclusive and make it equal for men and women, so that it becomes easier for them to share the burden.
I completely agree with you. And on that point, actually, we did stand up in FICCI last year and say that by saying that this leave is only for women, you sometimes make them less attractive from an employment perspective. Because, I mean, HR and corporations are going to automatically calculate that I have to bear the cost of 6 unproductive months. And so I think this is a point that we have taken up, and thank you for bringing it up again. We must figure out ways to be creative about it. The workshop that we're planning next month will take this up as a point of dialogue. So if you have further thoughts on this, please do send it to us or just tell the team and join the workshop. Meena, over to you.
Yeah. So looking at the opportunity that digital has thrown open to a lot of people across the length and breadth of the country, it's actually, I think we should use this as an opportunity to help create more women entrepreneurs in wherever, whichever location they are, small towns, rural areas, wherever they are. It is possible now to help women through digital literacy and by creating small businesses which are digital, dependent on digital. It could be a small education system, or it could be community healthcare workers. How can we create a large number of women entrepreneurs who are riding on this digital wave and are able to create very small businesses? I think that is another point that perhaps FICCI and the Greater 50 team may want to deliberate upon. It's really thrown open a huge opportunity. But interestingly, even today in a household in rural India, the one single phone that is there probably is not shared with the women. Never mind the women who are at home and looking after household, but even the child who's studying probably doesn't get access to the phone which they have to use now to study online. So how do you make digital access more gender neutral, and hence help them build businesses on top of that, is certainly something for us to consider.
I totally agree with that point, Meena, and I have come across this. We have raised it that if a family had one mobile phone to use for teaching, it went to the boy and not to the girl. And that was something that really, made me feel extremely sad about it. That was, a very good point that you raised. And I think getting a girl child married was a burden. And many states do have this scheme now of putting money in the bank or paying for a girl's wedding. I would actually suggest that we switch it to paying for a girl's education. And that's one of the recommendations that we have put forward. Ayomi, Tessie, anything you have to share before we wrap up? Any additional points you would like to share?
The steps what we India is to take up is on one of the major thing is on the new education policy.
Yes.
Like the national education policy, it was launched on 29th of July. It's going to boost a lot in the STEM in India. So that's what I feel, that it will give a lot of flexibility for the subject to be chosen for the students from school to the college level. So that is going to be the formative days of learning or development. So this is going to give us a lot of ability for courses related to this coding skills, artificial intelligence, robotics, development of scientific temper, and the experiment-based learning, the thinking skills, a lot of analytical thinking and power that will come, that will going to change the situation of STEM education in this country, which will make a lot of impact. That's what I feel, one of the point.
Thank you. Thank you, Tessie. I totally agree with you on that one. Ayomi, any last word?
Yes. So maybe just a last thought also for the corporates and how we can make sure that there are more women in the workforce, because this is really what, at the end of the day, what we want, is to ask government, to ask companies to publish at the end of every year, the number. What does the employer, what do they look like? What is the gender gap? What is the percentage? So they have to make it published. They have to publish it after all companies over, 100 employees, and they have to make people know. So there's no specific quotas, maybe they'll even get awards, but it's up to the public to go and see if they want to go and work in this kind of company, if they want to buy products from this kind of company that don't accept, that don't promote gender diversity. I think if they can really show up and be transparent about it, maybe they will start making efforts to changing the status quo.
So I love that point, and on that, I just want to share with you one of the initiatives we're doing with WeHub, which is the Women Entrepreneur. We've created a logo and we're trademarking it, which is proudly made by a women-led organization. So this will become an additional branding, because as you made that point earlier, Ayomi, about quotas and the need to put something aside and to legislate to get women more support. And while I do believe for a short period of time, legislation and quotas may be important to accelerate, the biggest and the most sustaining power is really public opinion and appreciation of the value of women. Exactly. And towards that, if we continue to educate, to inspire, to create the right environments, I think we will be doing something extremely valuable for society. The power of the mentorship, the power of seeing a role model, and I think you said it beautifully when you said, what was that? You cannot be what you cannot see. That was beautifully said. Of course, Tessie, your line on gender science knows no gender is something that I will carry with me always. Anu and Meena, the fact that your parents or your father inspired you to this thing is clearly, one, and they can either inspire you to STEM or be a parent who is appreciative of the power of women. So my own personal story, we grew up hearing everybody say, poor Dr. Reddy, he has 4 daughters. Who is going to take on from him? And thankfully, with my sisters and now all of us are working and in the business, and these days we still feel a little bit of pleasure when we hear people say, lucky Dr. Reddy, he has 4 daughters. So, that's an important one, that the parents, and we could not have done it if Dad had not had the faith and the ability. So I think this messaging to parents across, parents who are denying their girl child access to school or nutrition or the mobile phone to study, or, kind of saying, put your marriage and your looks as a priority before your job and your education. We have to break those biases. And that, I think, besides regulation and corporations and role model, is just a wave of positive public opinion. So every opportunity we have, we will speak out, we will ensure. And talking of opportunities, talking to 4 of you, really led me to believe that we have 2 outstanding opportunities. One, to become a global leader in the number of women in STEM. And that is, the responsibility for this lies with 3 of you over here, or all 4 of you. Please, let's seize the moment. At 46% studying, we actually are very close. So much of the foundation has been laid. Let's aspire to say in 3 years or 5 years, India will be the country with the maximum number in STEM. And the second great opportunity is really to use the digital wave and the kind of work practices that it enables to allow women in entrepreneurship and women in the workspace in a far more creative, pervasive, rural as well as urban type of environment. So these two are huge opportunities in front of us. I'm sure we will seize the moment. I'm sure we will do whatever we can. And thank you so much, for the time, for the thoughts, and please stay connected. Please, this thing that the Greater 50 is not an initiative. It's not a conference. It's not an organization. It's a movement that needs all of you. So please be part of it. We are truly, truly happy to have spent this time talking with all of you. I'm very inspired just hearing your stories and learning from you. And I commit to keep this going. I'm going to end by sharing what the head of Flow said this morning. And she said, let all of us not work for women to be strong, because women are already strong. Let us work to let the world realize that women are strong. And let's reinvent this world to become a women-friendly world. So thank you all very much and namaste on behalf of FICCI, Flow, and the Greater 50%. Thank you. Bye. See you all soon.
Bye.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
We're perfectly in time. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies. Thank you, everybody.
I did want to have a rapid fire round, but would you buy a computer or a new dress kind of thing? But we'll do that next time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening and welcome everybody once again at the Greater 50 Conclave and Expo. Before we begin this session, I want to request all of you once again to please also visit our virtual exhibition, which is happening. Please do visit the stalls. And I also want to thank all our sponsors for the conclave: Apollo Hospitals, Amit Chandra Foundation, Edelgive, Udyam Stree, Her Circle, our digital partner, as well as Max Life. Thank you so much. And we begin the next session now, which is building gender diversity in workplaces. So time and again, various studies have, of course, proven that diversity and inclusion leads to higher economic benefits in terms of higher contribution to the GDP and better business performance. in terms of enhanced productivity and profits for the organizations. So diverse workforce and inclusive work environment is critical in making a company competitive, and hence such organizations tend to perform better and survive and thrive through any crisis in a more effective manner. In this session, the panelists will talk about the relevance, prevalence, and importance of gender diversity in corporates, both in the Indian and the global context. We have with us, I have the pleasure of inviting Ms. Shabnam Siddiqui, who's the Executive Director of UN Global Compact Network India, Ms. Preeti DeMello, who's the Chair of the FICCI D&I Subgroup on Gender Parity, and Global Head Diversity and Lead Academy TCS, Ms. Anandi Shankar, who's the Group Head Talent and Organization for Unilever South Asia, Ms. Irani Roy, Executive Vice President and Head HR Distribution D&I and CSR for Max Life Insurance, and Ms. Neetu Bhushan, CHRO Pernod Ricard South Asia. Our expert moderator for today's session is Ms. Megha Chawla, Partner Bain & Company. So I hand over this session to Ms. Megha now. Megha, over to you.
Great. Thanks, Uma, and welcome everyone to this topic, to this discussion on what we will all agree is a very important topic. It has been spoken about for many years, and it must continue to be spoken about because we're still very far from the improvement that we're all desperately working for, seeking, not just for ourselves, but for the generations that come. I'm really excited about the panel here. There's a great set of people, leaders from a variety of organizations, and I'm grappling with this question, continue to grapple with this question myself, not just as a woman, but also as a leader who is now, who's in a position and realizes and who's carrying the responsibility of making change, and on a day-to-day basis thinking about how do you really make it happen, right? Is incremental enough? Do we need to wait another 100 years, right? Should we look for transformation or incrementalism? And none of this is easy, right? None of this, we've come a long way from the point of view of this dialogue being a dialogue which is front and center for organizations, for men and women leading organizations. This is no longer focused on, peripheral affinity groups on the side. Affinity groups have gotten their rightful place in organizations. Yet, so the great thing is we see a lot more cohesion and agreement, alignment in terms of seeking these goals. Yet we still have to find better solutions. We still have to make a lot more progress, and we'll call a spade, saying and acknowledge that we're still far from it. So with that, I will again welcome the wonderful panelists, Shabnam, Neetu, Anandi, Irani, and Preeti. Uma already introduced you, so I won't do it again, but needless to say, this is going to be your variety of experience is going to add a lot to this conversation. Look, I'll just start by re-emphasizing some numbers which we all know, but we must still keep talking about, right? And the fact of the matter is they've gotten worse in the pandemic. We've gone from what was 30% labor force participation rate for women in 1990 to 20%, which has fallen to about 16% in the last year. Some of it may be a good fall, right? Younger women are now studying, right? 16-year-olds are studying and not working, but we know that this fall has happened across different age groups. We also know that women take the first hit of unemployment as well for several reasons, right? It could be societal, it could be organizational, it could be individual. Under 2% of CEOs in Indian companies are women. We're still, and we're seeing increased representation in the parliament, great, but we still have more, right? Again, why do we stop at a wonderful 25-30% number? We need to strive for more. I like to anchor the conversation in these numbers just so that we all recognize that lots of initiatives, lot of hard work, lot of individual choice, societal construct, but there is a role for organizations to play as well. The workplace has a critical role to play, and that's what we'd love to talk about today, and I'd personally love to hear about from this group. I'm going to start questions, and actually there's nothing I enjoy more than a group of women sharing candid views. So I'm going to start by directing some questions at individual panelists, but I wholeheartedly welcome others to come in. I'll play the role of timekeeper, but at the same time, don't hold back on your inputs. So why don't I start with just what gender diversity today, in this context, today in 2021, what does this mean? Right? What does this mean to each one of us as leaders? And the goal could be quantitative, it could be numbers, it could be a certain to be state, a certain future state. But I think just recognizing the variance in how people think about diversity would be a great place to start. So Irani, why don't we start with you? This what does diversity, when you think of diversity as a goal or a future state to work towards, what does that mean?
It's an all-encompassing word. Thank you, Megha. Start with me. It resonates very deeply as a woman leader as well. Diversity is not just about gender footprint for me. It's about how we create safe spaces in an organization for women who come in here. So the cultural aspect of having brought in the facets of making a workplace safe, making a workplace equitable for women is most important. Attracting numbers or attracting gender diverse workforce is an easier task than retaining them. And to me, the biggest outcome one can drive out of diversity at a workplace is to attract, retain, and then let the women thrive in the organization. And it's easier said than done as to how do you create these races where women do not feel inhibited. The stereotypes that we work with are deep rooted. It's not just about men in the workforce, but women ourselves, the deep rooted stereotypes that we have as we enter the workforce, as we grow within the workforce, to have an equal say or to believe that we have an equal say, and for the organization to create that, the culture where women can feel that they are treated equitably, the biases are not out in the open, that they can be their own selves, and they can at least also show their vulnerabilities and will not be judged for that. So for me, when I think about diversity, I think about an organization that provides for all of this. And once you have this ecosystem in place, what comes very beautifully is that you start to attract the right talent. You start to attract women who want to come and be in a place. Your brand starts to breathe the culture where women thrive and women are felt dignified, respected. So for me, creating this, ensuring right opportunities are provided to women, ensuring that the capability gaps are filled so that women are not left behind. We all know that it is very important for women to enter and then see growth in parlance with the men at workplace. Creating enough allies in the organization so that women don't feel alienated would be an encompassing view of how I would feel gender diversity should be looked at a workplace. Of course, measuring metrics, we all of us like to measure the metrics of percentage of women in our organization. But I would like to go a little beyond that, and that's what we do in Max Life. We check the sentiment of women. How are they feeling in terms of, the workplace practices? How are they feeling? Are they happy? The happiness index at workplace. Are they heard? So the pulse that we do for understanding what our gender maturity is beyond numbers. So I think that becomes very important. Numbers is just an outcome that gets derived out of all of this. So that would be my opening remark on what gender diversity means to me.
Absolutely. And I love that you use the word thriving, right? How do you make sure it's an environment where individuals thrive, where there's a lot more than just surviving, but you're actually feeling like work is that brilliant component of life, right? Rather than something that is at odds with life, right? I have a dislike of the term work-life balance because it puts work on one side and life on the other, and that question begs to be changed. I'd love to hear if anybody else would like to join, would like to add their thoughts on any additional thoughts on how you think about diversity and and gender diversity and what that means to you. Anandi, you went off.
Yeah, so absolutely, Megha. For me, I think diversity is a word or a phrase that I don't like talking about. I think it seems very yesteryears, because when you think about diversity, the first thing that comes to mind immediately is metrics, numbers, representation. Then you're just doing to inflow and trying to arrest outflow. But are you really making a change? And so at least within Unilever, we've gotten rid of the phrase diversity and we've moved to a phrase called equitable inclusion. For me, that seems far more powerful. And we've heard the adage, right? Diversity is inviting someone to the party. Inclusion is asking them to dance. Equitable inclusion is recognizing a person's right of whether they want to dance, whether they want to stand, whether they want to have a punch or something to eat. And so for me, it is about having a level playing field where people are allowed to be themselves. And if you have progressive for both men and women, where they are allowed to take time off after childbirth, or they are allowed to take time or flexible options to take care of their aging parents, etc., you will find that the exit barriers to leave this kind of a culture of inclusion goes so high that representation becomes something that is achieved on its own. So for me, it is less about diversity and it is more about really creating a culture of equitable inclusion, Megha. More difficult to do, but I think it's a little bit more in the space.
Yeah, in some ways, I also feel like it's easier to do because you're solving for the broader group rather than, narrowing it down to, for example, women as one part of diversity. And I also find it so interesting what you said about diversity. I have nothing against the word, but I fully recognize how the word has gotten associated with the methods with which it were, with all right intent. Honestly, I feel like, it's with all right intent, it got associated with methods which we're all a little jaded with just because they didn't deliver the way at the speed that we thought they'd deliver at. I just rewrote my plan for this session again. On this one question, I'd love to hear from everybody. So Shabnam, perhaps you would like to share your views on this?
Sure. I think for us, diversity is about inclusion. And that is why D and I kind of go together. And especially in organizations, technically Global Compact is a very small organization in terms of numbers. But our membership is big, so we count all of them together. And the entire idea for me about diversity and inclusion is about leadership. Because most of the times what is happening is we focus so much on numbers, that getting equal number of women, especially in large organizations, that we think it is like we celebrate if we have achieved a certain number. But we need to see where the numbers are, what kind of leadership roles women are playing, and not only encouraging leadership, but in mentoring also. Because women traditionally in businesses have not been taught to, they might be ambitious. So especially as they might be very high on ambition as they pass out and join businesses. Yeah. But when they get into the work culture, it dims a bit when they see the reality, what we called reality checks. So beyond that, creating I think Irani also spoke about it, creating a culture of security with both men and women, because if we ghettoize at the workspace, then it doesn't help either the men or the women. And then doing a reality check about positions, because all that we are practicing needs to be converted into policies and practices, and those need to be evaluated every year to see if they have been working or not. Yeah. And what has not been working can be tweaked, and what has been working can be promoted. So it's not a single thing to do. It's a continuous process and exercise. So I think that we need to do, and women leading the organization then becomes for me an indicator of the real change in the organization.
Such a powerful acid test for how diversity is working, right? Or how all of your efforts are working. You say, are the most important jobs, is there great representation there, right? And we know that it's, you can that's the hardest one, but I think that's a really important one. Preeti, you're off mute, so I'm calling on you faster. You've seen the behemoth, right? You have grown the behemoth called TCS, which is a gold standard in a number of different realms. I'm very curious to see how you think about not just what diversity means, but how you've seen its meaning and its implication evolve in the last few years as well for the organization.
Sure. I have to say, though, that my perspective is potentially my own. I like to say I wear my own hat and not only organizational. because that set of puts a net of being proper over me, and I find it hard to be. So I'll try and speak for myself. I personally love the expression diversity. For me, it's somewhat of a poetic rendition of reality. It tells me what lies around me. I love the fact that these conversations happen. I love the fact that there are matrices, that we look at numbers, that we look at the reality on ground, whatever it may be. And a lot of times we're looking at reality which is unsavory. So when we look at this unsavory reality from the lens of gender, well, one is to recognize that most organizations, including mine, are a cross-section of society. And thus, referring to gender as only binary would be hard for me to do. There are other non-dominant genders that are included in this rhetoric. But if I were to restrict this conversation and say, let's talk only about women, we have a truckload of work on our hands. This morning, we had a very interesting launch of in fact, I have it right here. It's a report that we did, and I'll send you all a link now that it's all published. It's a beautiful report that was done end of last year. And the idea was to really get a sense of the greater 50. Are we really the greater 50? Are we being sort of blindsided into working on mighty projects with the belief that we have potentially more wisdom and less muscle? And some of this is real-time dialogue that I have with myself, with my 30-year-old daughter and others. My sense of this is that actually the dilemma is very real, and it's a simple one. We've got to look at representation at any cost. There are conversations around saying, isn't looking at representation something like, I'm forgetting the term, there was this reservation in a sense. And it possibly might be. I think if you really want to crack this code, you'd have to find a way to bring more women at the workplace. And once you bring them in, then you will have to find a way to support them, retain them, allocate them to right roles, make sure that they succeed, invest in their success. And 10 years down the line, then have this conversation all over again and say, hey, where are we at? But right now, we are not on an even keel, and we are not playing on even ground. I've spent 32 years working in some corporate or the other, or on my own, and I can tell you this, that from the time I started off, and I'm 56, so I've started off at about 23, 24, it's always been a little bit of a struggle. It's always been in my awareness that I'm a woman. Only not when I'm working on my own or engaging with other women am I not aware of my identity. So my greater mission is, can we really come to a place of my identity not interfering with my performance and how I'm seen? Can I say my identity actually promotes, and love the expression that Rani used on Thrive, to say, can I come to a place where my identity promotes further movement for me rather than restricts it? And it shows up in silly, small ways, and maybe not silly actually, but small ways like, safety at night. Can I really go out for a stroll? Can I have the same rules for my children if they're men and if they're young women and young men? What about affinity? Are women do women have as much affinity towards women as men do towards men? And are we really supporting each other? What is the dialogue we're having amongst ourselves? I think if we were to crack some of these simple things, we'd possibly pick up pace much faster. But I'd go back to the core of my belief, and that is a representation at any cost. I'll pause here.
Awesome. Awesome. And thank you for broadening our conversation from the binary definition. It's very important. Sometimes we restrict ourselves in conversations, but it's still very, very important to remind everybody who's listening and each other that it's broader. We're all learning, and we continue to evolve. Thank you for that. Neetu, I'm looking forward to hearing from you.
Thanks, Megha. I have a very simple way of looking at this. If an organization is the smallest unit of society, And in the population, there's 49% women. If that's not reflected in my company's representation, then there's something fundamentally wrong. The neon sign on my building doesn't have the name of my company, then it has a neon sign which says women are not welcome, because the numbers do the talking. And this is without going to Glassdoor or anybody else. I mean, it's really, really that simple. The way I see it, for me, and again, for me, it is about representation, exactly like Preeti said, because to begin with, our numbers are so small. I'm very, very happy every time I've taken the podium to talk about this. I'm very happy, and I invite people. I want somebody to come and tell me what you're doing is positive discrimination, because even mathematically, the case would not qualify. Our numbers in terms of representation are just so poor. My hope is that we get to a point where diversity and inclusion is talked about the same way ethics and compliance and quality is talked about. That we leave business on the table, but we won't compromise on this, because if you stretch it to its elastic limit, all of those things are as discretionary. I'm using that in quote unquote as diversity and inclusion is. And the reason why representation is such a raw nerve with me is because I've led talent acquisition teams across many companies for many years. So I know what I'm saying when I say it's easier to hire women. It's much tougher to hold on to them. It's much tougher to create that ecosystem. And the small little remarks, those stereotypes, being addressed as madam, these are all ways of creating even more filters and walls than those that already exist. So to me, representation is important. I think we have a long, long way to go, and there's no way to trivialize that metric or to intellectualize it, to say it's too basic. And if it is reservation and quota, and that's how people interpret it, but that's what makes them do something about it, it's worth doing. If I'm going to be damned if I do and damned if I don't, I'd be damned because I did, if that makes any sense. That's how I see it.
That's the simplicity and clarity is great, Neetu. And show of hands for someone who's been called madam at work. I definitely have, and I'm glad I'm not. Well, I'm not glad, but I'm not alone. So, but what interesting perspectives, right, on representation being something you intentionally go after, or you actually think of as a positive byproduct of a culture of equity, leadership, right? Representation and leadership, thriving, which is what goes behind what Neetu you called out, and I think another person, somebody else brought it up in the beginning, which is if you're not thriving, you are not going to retain. If you don't create an environment where women are thriving, then retention is not going to happen, and that feeds into leadership, etc., etc. So in some ways, despite the variance of the variety of perspectives, it's quite clear, right? Hiring is easier than retention. Retention is critical to having leadership and representation, and the only way to create retention is by going after it maniacally. You have to create an environment where people thrive, and you have to test yourself based on numbers and keep yourself accountable. So it's so I'm glad we reached at that common theme. I'm going to stick to thriving, right? There's enough that's been said, written about policies, programs, initiatives. What do you believe? First, what are some standout initiatives that you've seen that have worked in creating an environment where women, for this conversation, are truly thriving? And what do you think is the reason why it's not able to scale today to really have that? Is this just a matter of time, or is it that, look, those initiatives that thriving are, some of them got frustrated with external events like the pandemic? The fact of the matter is we're still, we're trying them out in pockets, and we're still on our journey to scaling them. But anyone want to start with some real initiatives which you've seen? Aha, that was really something that worked, which I believe created an environment where people truly thrive. Now, I'm not talking policies, because it's thriving is a concept that is experienced. It's not something that you check the box on. So love to hear of any, and it could be your own experience as well, or something that you have seen in your or any other organization. But I don't see, Preeti, I think you mentioned it, and I think I'm glad you did. This is not a representation only of your organization, so feel free to shout out to others as well.
Okay, I can go, Megha. I'm not a big fan of best practices. I personally don't even like the term because that's classical solution looking for problem. And every time my teams have come up saying we want to do this because it's a best practice, it almost makes me a little nervous. But in my experience, some of the things that I've seen working, and one of the things I particularly like about our India CEO who's running Purdno at this point is he brings in the conversation about inclusion and diversity into everything that we're talking about. So when we're talking about the work we're doing as corporate citizens, the work we're doing covers half of the 9 target areas that SDG 5 has. If you're talking about a marketing plan, very interestingly, his questions are around, is this inclusive? And marketing and advertising for me is a great area of fascination because I think Pallavi Parikh's team in Ungender has done a phenomenal piece of work which looks at how advertising in India and actually across the globe reinforces every non-gender stereotype. So for companies, sometimes I feel that the way they espouse the idea of IND is a little bit like the way people now wear masks. It covers their face, but not the most important part of their face, which is supposed to protect them from the infection. So what I've seen work is when it's a conversation that encompasses everything that the company is doing. It's not just a conversation with the CHRO to say how are we trending on numbers. It's a conversation that comes in when you're picking your next person to head your big business to say the numbers are there, great report card. What's this person intentionally done to foster IND? Those are the things that I've seen work.
So interesting, right? It almost becomes like muscle memory. You almost look out for it in everything you do. Just recently, I was having a conversation with somebody who was looking at standing up a gender pillar, and then they scrapped the idea and said, no, we're going to run it as a horizontal. Everything we do, we're going to hold ourselves accountable for it. And that reflects in, in day-to-day behaviors as more and more people start embodying it. I wish there was a best practice around it. I'm just going to say that, but what a wonderful state for it to be, right? To aspire towards.
So that's
Megha, I can just, sorry, go on.
Go ahead, Anandi. I'll come after you.
Thanks. So I just loved what Neeta said, that it is about, it's not something which is CHRO and top leadership talks. It's about everything that an organization, its leadership team and its employees look at. And for me, I think it is about challenging stereotypes, right? I think one of the biggest stereotypes that we have is women in sales or women on the shop floor. And we've got enough examples of what Ola and Flipkart are doing on women on the shop floor. But I really want to talk about women in sales. We've been on a journey of challenging stereotypes in women in sales. About 6-7 years ago, HUL looked back and said 3,500 distributors, all men. Yeah. And then turned around and said, what can we do? Not just with the organization, not just with the employees that we have, but what can we do across the ecosystem to bring some of the, call to action, how can we bring in more women to become distributors for us? And it started off with a small movement, moved on to something called Shakti, where we've now got 1.5 lakh women, one in each village, one on each village, who are now our distributors in that rural setup. And if you see over the last few years, they're just amazing stories about how that money has been used to help them buy back their land, to help send their kids into school. But it's also about empowering each of those women. One of them has turned around and said that the biggest joy I can have is if my daughter one day also becomes a distributor for a large FMCG organization. And I think therefore it's a huge mindset shift to say, are we looking at empowering and are we looking at inclusion in the organizations we work with? Or can we really step back and say end-to-end ecosystem thinking, exactly what Neetu said, in every touch point and every employee, non-employee that we touch, can we bring some of this thinking of balance and representation and inclusion? So that's just the thought I had to leave.
Very similar and very powerful, Anandi. I think the horizontalization of ensuring gender is front and center, or just the way we now start thinking about sustainability, right? Like, I'm sure many of us have these practices at work and at home where it's almost become second nature to look at what we're doing, saying, is this the right thing to do, right? How do you bring that in every part of the organization? Preeti, please go ahead. You had a point to make here.
Well, I was saying that genders and horizontal is a wonderful best practice. And like me too, I'm not a fan of best practices, because for me, it's always somewhat saying one size fits all, which is far from reality. At the same time, I think it's a good place for us to acknowledge somebody like a Kamala Bhasin and say, what she managed to do was not only start educating those who weren't being educated to break these stereotypes, but she also had a strong, potentially to others, an aggressive voice, a voice that was not palatable to a lot of people. And through my interaction with her, I can with great certainty say is that she gave it as it was. Even now, when we talk, we've learned how to be sociable, and we've been socialized to say it right. She actually dropped some part of that. In addition, I'd say educating and sensitizing very early. How do girls think? What's happening at the school level? What's happening at the grassroots level? I think Shakti's been able to do a wonderful job of that, Anandi. And at TS, I have to say, we've done a whole host of initiatives, right from Mr. Kohli's time when we started this initiative around language, the corporative systems where women learned how to actually do their own math, sell their own product, understand how they were, somewhat being waylaid by middle pearl at that time. All what we do at the organization level, be it maternity programs, be it paternal programs, be it leadership initiatives, I think there are a host of them. The proof of the pudding for me, however, is that if you want people to thrive, recognize that these initiatives are not going to help. It's a process. And that process is an ongoing, continuous, lifelong process. I don't know when we will reach the tipping point. I do believe that we are very far from it. And I'm not disheartened by the very far from it, but it does somewhat remind me that let's get out of this state of mind which says, let's do one good thing and we've made our contribution. I think you sort of have to live it as life. Both to Neetu's point and to Anandi's, that making a difference in the space of gender, whatever that may be, the binary, the non-binary, the dominant, the non-dominant, is recognizing that one, you have to talk to the whole spectrum. Second, you've got to educate early. 3, you've got to speak the truth. Let's stop, fooling ourselves by saying nice things. And 4, recognizing that it's an ongoing job. It's not going to end. And where it goes, we'll potentially see. I think I can say in my lifetime, I've seen somewhat of a difference from my times at Delhi University, sitting and doing morchas on the road to shouting slogans because something unacceptable happened, to today. I do believe that I have a stronger voice and that I'm heard, and I have greater privilege. But what if we were to find a way to give this privilege to every young little girl?
Absolutely right. I think an individual's experience is great, but when you look at the overall picture across the country, unfortunately, in the last 30, 35 years, it doesn't look a lot better. I think some of us have, and I'm personally very grateful for it, have actually had the opportunity and the courage and the energy at the right time to go out and seek it out, fight it out when we needed to. How I wish it wasn't just, how I wish it was broader and faster, right? So as much as I like the idea of thinking of it as a process, how I wish we could accelerate the process as well, right? Rather than, because it's sort of continuing into like eternity. There's continuous evolution without a doubt, but I think we're all, and we're stuck at certain numbers, and certain themes which just seem to change so incrementally that it's just about time that and I think there are organizations, by the way, and since we're talking about workplace, right, there are organizations who are taking some dramatic moves. You just need to see it to scale more. I hear that this is not about single initiative, single policy, single programs, and I agree with that. I think there is about Preeti, you mentioned as a process, or I often like to refer to as behaviors, right, which are imbibed by individuals, so that the organization starts to breathe a certain way of thinking. Shabnam, I'm very curious to see, your experience, at least your recent experience, is at the UN. You see a very different angle. How do you see sensitization, right? And I don't mean sensitization from the point of view of, the very important but still narrow topics of posh sessions, etc. I'm talking about just sensitization of day-to-day behaviors, what the experience of the individual is like when she's in a team. How do you see that happening in your realm of, and what have you seen ways and, practices, mechanisms, or just philosophies that have worked well at your end, in your world, in terms of sensitizing and helping people truly imbibe the spirit of diversity and their behaviors reflecting the same? Shabnam, you're on mute.
I think it's a complicated situation, because what's happening in the real world is that women at the workplace are expected and are rallying to go into higher roles and stuff, but their life in the personal spaces continues to remain the same. And I think that kind of dual life that a lot of women lead is sometimes reflected in the workspace, because it's easier to take orders, or it's easier to follow through with seniors, because that's how you are at home. And that is something that we are having, we see in a lot of conversations, because looking at frameworks. So with the United Nations, we have the Women Empowerment Principles, the SDG framework. So there's indicators, there's accountability, and all those kind of things are there. But that's in the public realm. I think the public and the personal realm is something that is clashing, and will clash at a bigger level going forward, because we are taking care of one in a very focused, accelerated manner, and we are completely forgetting about the other realm. And that is something that we see in a lot of conversations with a lot of women, because we have a lot of training sessions, and we have like workshops with women. And at the end of the day, that is where it boils down to. So it's a tough life. Yeah. And I think how do we find that, and how do we give spaces? I think at this point of time, the space and the mentoring that I was talking about is most crucial for women to succeed, both in the workspace and at the same time be content, or be even have a strong hand in the personal space. So I think those two things have to go together, especially in the last 1.5 years in the pandemic, when a lot of all of us have been indoors. And if we have been with partners or families, then life has been different, even if you're from whichever corporate world or UN agency you are from. So I think those kind of that space, not to interfere, but when it comes up, not to shy away also, is something that the workspace really needs to take care of. And that kind of sensitization is most crucial for, I think, most businesses and every other organization.
Yeah. And we've seen how real it all became in the last year, right? Where you had no choice but to confront it and see how do you want to. And by the way, we're actually even seeing it now, right? As I work with my clients, our own extended ecosystem, back to work is a very interesting conversation happening right now, right? There's a lot of takers for it, but very often we forget about the fact that, whatever rule, whatever hybrid model you want to put in place, whether it's, come 3 days a week, come 2 days a week, I think very rarely have I seen the question being asked. And sometimes I have to prompt it myself, saying, are schools open? Right? Are schools open? Because it's not everybody's ability to come back to work isn't equal. And unfortunately, the truth is today it impacts women more. I wish it didn't, but it did. And let's think about, let's keep that in mind before we create any nice plan, because we know some of, and I think that's a very crucial part of sensitization. Thanks for sharing that, Shabnam. Irani, I have a question for you. And so this is a piece of research actually Bain had done, but I'm not trying to plug in Bain research because it's many years old. But it stayed with me for a long time. It wasn't even based in India. It stayed with me for a long time because for some reason it resonated. It said, and I think Shabnam mentioned it when I started, so maybe we're referring to the same, which is there's data that shows that women, when they finish, and again, we're talking about a small section of society, but let's start there. When they enter the workplace, they're a lot more ambitious. Their goals for, whether you want to say, I want to get to this position, or I want to, or I move to this function, are very similar. The gap between goals and ambition is not very different between men and women. But starting 2 years into the organization, that gap starts widening. And then the team that did the research actually cross-checked tested the first hypothesis, which is it because of family and children? And it turns out that was not the driver of it, right? Because 2 years in the sample set, it was the 2 years in, the respondents were not yet getting skewed in favor of towards decisions around family and children. Does this resonate with you? And Irani, I've asked you this question, but others also added it. Does this resonate? What do you make of it? It resonated a lot with me. I grappled with it, made some sense of it, but I'm an N equals 1, right? So I want to know about, how does it, and what do you think drives that, right? If you had to put a finger on it, and I know one finger is hard, if you had to put a finger on a few reasons, what would it be? Just so we start making the conversation a little more specific.
Yeah, Megha, and this is a hypothesis that, I had without knowing about this study with McKinsey and Levin also did on this broken rung. When I came into Max Life, we were trying to see the growth trajectory of younger women getting their first promotion versus the men. And we found it stark to say why the difference exists. There was no logical reason of why the difference existed. The pay parity was there, the growth opportunities were there, but the women were not making the cut. They were not striving enough. And one of the things that we deep-rootedly went and understood, and I'm sharing this here in all confidence, was that, more so in India, the financial independence that women experience early on, is very, very invigorating for them. And the first ladder of financial independence gives them the empowerment to try and do other things. So one of the hypotheses that we understood and that tested true is that women want to first stand, and stand tall and say, I am financially independent for myself. Once they have achieved that, they are not so high rung to say, I need to do this. They want to live life in their own terms. So I think the break that women wanted after achieving the initial financial independence was faster and sooner than the men who had the patriarchal thing of I earn for my family, I need to provide for my
What an interesting perspective.
Yeah, so this was one of the reasons. The second reason, of course, is we cannot, move away from the patriarchy that we all live in. So while, it's not overt, but in a very subtle fashion, women want to, prioritize their responsibilities. They want to prioritize and keep, so-called family happy with whatever is expected of them. So we met very ambitious women. They said, see, we have the financial independence. We want to try out few things, but we also want to keep the ecosystem happy, the personal space. And that's what Shabnam was testing in. What we have in reality on the professional side and what's the reality on the personal side is fairly different. But it is the biggest obstacle to fight for. Personally, for me, in an organization where, insurance is an organization where we can really bring in footprint of women. If we have real role models to talk about, who talk about financial literacy and financial independence in the truest sense, we've seen women understand that, they can fight the ladder. The second aspect, the fun was the financial independence. The second aspect that was quite glaring for us was the tenacity and the resilience to believe that they can fight the ecosystem. There are 10 men in the run. I'm the only, to fight the system of saying there are 10 men in the run, I'm the only woman, will I make the cut? So our self-inflicting stereotypes at times, once we face the career ladder early in life, we start to believe sometimes that, we're not good enough. So therefore, creating role models is extremely important. So one, having role models, real role models around women to say, this trajectory 10 women have seen in this organization, and therefore you could be the 11th one. So I see these two playing very overtly in the conversations that we've had with women as to why, they would like to give up early. So it's not about giving up. They don't see it as giving up, and that's the misnomer of it. They see it as trying to be more independent and do what they want to do and what makes them happy. And the big question is, happiness always for them at that stage doesn't come with growth in this organization. At this tipping point, two things have really worked for us. One, like I said, point of repeating myself, showing them role models who've been successful through the journey, being tenacious, being resilient. And two is showing them the big picture of what actually self-actualization is for women. It is about, not just about achieving this one medal or, we celebrate D&I a lot in organizations. 2 women getting promotion, we celebrate it more than 10 men getting. So celebration of this needs to be removed. We have to have an equal playing field. And to make them realize that they have a level playing field and now fight it out becomes extremely important. So I think this phenomena cuts across organizations, but it's important for women to realize that it's a long journey to have that resilience, to have that belief that they can fight it equally with men, would be my take on it.
Megha, I just wanted to add a personal experience with this, which is a very recent one. So this position that I am on currently, the executive director, so like the position opened up because unfortunately our earlier director passed away due to COVID, which was very unfortunate. Now, I had been working with the organization 10 years. So and the work was out there clear, but the position was opened up, to everyone. And then amongst 150, 200 applications that came, then the shortlisting of interviews, and then eventually I got selected. So earlier it was more like an emotional deal, like if I am there and I am competent, why cannot I get promoted? But then of course, after going through the process and then coming out victorious, also gave you additional credibility. So I think that kind of staying rooted and not losing heart or not getting too emotional or whatever is something that women need to learn.
Yeah, and sticking your neck out. Great, congratulations, Shabnam. That sounds really interesting. I'll talk a little bit about my own experience, but others do add in here on just this data, right? Around this, I mean, it's a small research, to be clear. This is not some multi-country, kind of research, the research that I'm quoting, but I still found it powerful enough that I actually once shared it with my leadership team. I'd recently taken on the charge of women at Bain, and it was eye-opening to folks, right? It was just about understand. I said, look, I don't know the reasons, but here's what we've seen. This is Bain's own research that happens. And when I tested this out, it feels like it resonates with quite a few people. It was eye-opening because one of the big takeaways was about day-to-day behaviors. And it's not necessarily that day-to-day behaviors have to be hostile, but the fact that they're different and not acknowledged can in itself be a negative, can act negatively, right? The day-to-day behaviors in which women thrive may be different from where men thrive. And I'm not saying they're always different. They may be different, and just recognizing that there is a variety as a male or female supervisor or manager, realizing that there is a variety of styles or levers that I have to use to motivate the individual, and let me not stick to what's always worked. Let me try something different. And just the response I got from my leadership team, including the men, was, and I'll frame it as what one of my peers called out to me. He's saying, I always thought this was about, are men and women equal? Of course they're equal, but what you brought out was that they're not identical. And hence, and then a few years later, we all realized that this is not just about men and women. Now, we're actually seeing that even within a group of men or within a group of women, you have to realize it's not identical. And those day-to-day behaviors go such a long way in fueling or removing ambition. Again, Irani, great point on role models. I have to add, the one thing I constantly push for is also male role models. There are a lot of female role models like yourselves who've done a fantastic job. I don't shy from holding my male peers accountable for role modeling, for being role models in terms of the roles they play at work and at home. we're left with the last.
That point, Megha, it's more about what Anandi mentioned about stereotypes, sales, insurance. All of this is supposed to be a male domain, and therefore it's important to celebrate some role models who
exactly right, like
becoming a success mantra for us, really. So it's working for us. It looks real, It's real, it's palatable, and people.
Exactly. Taking flexibility and not, paternity leave is one thing, but just taking those 2 months off to recharge, right? It should be available to all. And anyway, now to bring back the conversation, and as we are wrapping, and I will get tangible and specific here. So thanks and thanks in advance for playing ball with me. But any advice for what advice as practitioners, as individuals who've led and seen what works, tried things that have worked, tried things that haven't worked, tangible, intangible, what would be your advice to the C-suite to help them move faster and more effectively on their diversity goals? Is there any, and it's, your advice is your advice. I'm going to put that in my, given I'll get 5 of them, I'm going to put that in my personal list of things to think about. But I'll definitely share that forward as well and advice on how to get to that ideal, to those goals faster. We may not achieve end state, but what should one do to just move faster and be a little more transformational about getting there? So Neetu, maybe we'll start with you.
Sure. The first thing that, if I would start with a don't for the C-suite before I come to the do's.
Okay.
The don't would be, don't wear pink on the 8th of March. That tokenism around Women's Day, and that one day when everyone goes berserk on LinkedIn, even if they've never had a post, never hired a woman, never retained a woman in their team. That tokenism is my biggest don't. Don't do a disservice and mock all the effort that's going in with that. Like really, no pink, no purple, no mauve on the 8th of March. In terms of do's, my request, plea, what I hold them at ransom to is to walk the talk. You as the C-suite, if your own immediate team doesn't have representation, please don't expect the last person standing to espouse this and to work really hard towards it. And what I keep telling my C-suite is the war for talent is over because talent won. Let's accept it. You're making a small pool into nil the moment you bring all your stereotypes and say the last 5 sales heads have been a certain type, so the next one also should be. So walk the talk is really, really important. I don't think most of us do a great job of defining why is I&D important to us. There's amazing amounts of peer pressure, to do this. There's and there are awards for it, and then we celebrate it and make a science out of it as well. But to define our own why is this important to us? I think one of the best teams that I worked with where the why was, there's a section of homemakers who's an important client group for the bank. And the only way that they'll accept a relationship manager coming to meet them, their free time is in the afternoon, and if the relationship manager is a woman. And that brought in a whole different type of realization of why we were doing this than any sort of secondary data. Secondary data is good, but for us to have our own case of why are we doing it? Not because the global office wants us to, not because it makes us look pretty on employee branding pages, but here's our reason. Define that and then own it. Walk the talk, own it, no pink.
Great. Anandi?
Thanks. Okay, I'm going to just say 3 things that I think, the C-suite needs to do. I think first, most organizations do really well with sensitization for the C-suite, for the top 50, for the top 100. But let's be honest, that exactly as we've been discussing, right? It is the day-to-day lived experiences that cause a woman to either want to stay or make a life decision saying, okay, this is not for me and I need to move on. And if we want to bring in and create a culture where more women can thrive, then it is not just the C-suite, but every single line manager, team member, and employee in the organization that needs to go through some sort of sensitization training. And I think people stop at a certain level, but I think there is a real need to invest and ensure that that culture is there throughout the organization. The second thing I wanted to say is use data well. We now have reams of data. And for example, use that data to hold leaders accountable. If there are a larger number of women leaving from one team, or if someone is not hiring balanced enough slates, use that data to show the mirror to the leader. There are chances that the person's not doing it consciously, but data staring you in the face is the best conscience keeper. And I think that's the second thing that we can do. And I think the third thing is there is something to teach the organization, but there is also something to teach the women. And as women, can we invest in just building psychological safety where women feel okay to speak up and say, you know, need to dial down for a little bit of time, or this is not where I see my career heading, I want to move in this way, but have the voice to speak up. So for me, those are the three things: ensure sensitization throughout the organization, use data as a conscience keeper, and get the women to have psychological safety as well.
Thank you.
I'll go next, Megha. I think I have three things as well, like Anandi has. The first one is the business case of diversity. Diversity and this whole concept is not about celebrating activities and anecdotes like Neetu mentioned of Women's Day celebration and pink lanyards, etc., etc. It is about what I also realize that it's important for the strategic priority to be understood, and in terms of the impact it has on the enterprise, the customers, and the success it brings to the organization beyond the footprint of women in the organization. Two, I think I echo Anandi's sentiments, and I believe the targets need to be set. You know, all said and done, you know, if we have to bring about real change in the initial sense, there has to be target around diversity, and have leaders become sponsors of, you know, work practices that create equity. Have targets and follow the work practices that bring in equity in the workforce. And three, I have heard it more prominently about this whole thing about meritocracy. You know, most times I see this discussion of meritocracy coming when a woman is being selected or is to be hired. You know, all things remaining equal, the stereotypes and the biases that you have, overcome them and give the other gender a fair chance. So if the C-suite is very conscious of their stereotypes and biases, has clear accountability on what they want to achieve, and treat D&I as a strategic priority and not just an activity to celebrate in dates they want to celebrate, I think will bring in a real difference.
Awesome. Shabnam and Preeti, request you to give us your 20-second soundbite. I just got a prompt that.
Sure, I could go really quickly. Well, I would agree with everything that's been said, and I'd possibly bring it all together with saying, wouldn't it be wonderful if all leaders started looking at the diversity of their own minds and started exploring where they are at, looking at goals and saying, all right, what's our goal for this year? How are we going to achieve it? And then being accountable towards those goals, met or not met. Are they a part of their KPIs? Can they be rated basis those, et cetera, et cetera. I would also think that it's equally important for us to continue to educate our systems, because this is a process of unlearning some of the stuff that we've learned through culturalization, socialization, et cetera, over the years. How do we undo some of the not so savory parts? How do we actually learn to integrate what is useful and what is new? I would believe these three, in addition to what's already been said, because this is really a coming together of ideas.
Great. Shabnam?
So the final word from me is that only one thing, accountability and collective action. Because in diversity and inclusion, as Irani was saying, that it could end up being multiple activities and stuff. But if you do whatever you're doing in terms of policies and practices, put it online, share it with your peers, and then work together between companies. That would, I think, from my side, create better action. Thank you.
Awesome. I have to say, you know, this topic has been spoken about so much, but the newness of, you might have noticed I'm making notes. The newness of ideas and just the directness, the candor has been thoroughly enjoyable. I'll add my own, which builds off what some of you said. Create a culture where it is very welcome to be open about calling out and looking out for diversity. Like Neetu, you mentioned, make it as normalize the conversation as much as we do about ethics and compliance, and everybody should have the opportunity to call it out, and it must not be seen as something one is hesitant to do. It's collective. Shabnam, you just said. Thank you all so much. This was a fantastic session, great set of ideas, and Uma, I personally got a nice set of if I started with 5, but I think over 10 very tangible pieces of advice, which I'm going to keep in my roster and even publish it out to you all. I thank you all for sharing your perspectives candidly.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Megha, and thank you all our panelists. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Great.
Thank you, Uma.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Megha.
Thank you. Bye,
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
You, Harjinder. Okay.
We are live now, ma'am. You can go ahead.
Okay. Namaskar, everyone from India. A very good evening to all of you. It's a great delight to be part of this power-packed panel, and I thank you all for agreeing to join us for this event to deliberate upon the critical subject of women empowerment. Women-led development. It's a significant theme that has the potential of transforming the socio-economic landscape of our economies. The subject of women empowerment has become all the more important in current scenario, the COVID-19. This crisis has severely impacted the women workforce across the world. But it is interesting to note that even before the crisis, the World Economic Forum had predicted that full parity between women and men in terms of economic participation and opportunity was 257 years away. Can you imagine that the COVID-19 crisis has pushed this figure even further? What kind of world in terms of gender equity we are looking at when we look at the world after COVID-19? Gender inequality, it's a bitter truth that most women have to face, and closing the gender inequality gap is a huge challenge, which needs to be addressed through collaborative efforts and strategic alliances. Hence this dedicated session on international cooperation for women empowerment today.
and we look forward to your words of wisdom in this space. I would seek your support further on joining hands with like-minded organizations in your respective countries for greater economic empowerment of women mutually. We've done this in many countries, and we welcome you all if we can join hands with your countries. If we take the case of India, women make up 48% of the Indian population, but India has only 27% women in the workforce at present, a dismal number currently. But in the coming decade, India will have the largest working age population of over 1 billion people, nearly half of them being women. Generating so many jobs will be a very difficult task, so the viable solution is obviously promotion of entrepreneurship amongst women. What we achieve by doing this? What do we think if we create women entrepreneurship? How do we take advantage of this fact? We create women leaders capable of providing livelihood opportunities for many more women. This chain, led by women and for women, has the potential to uplift the growth prospect of our economies. So, in this journey, international perspective and collaboration can widen the horizons of success for women of our country. And we're definitely very interested in that. This empowering greater 50% mission aims towards enabling women's inclusion at every level of economy and enterprise, as well as to augment the ongoing women empowerment movement in India. We are adopting a focused approach. First is to accelerate existing women entrepreneurship. Second is to increase the number of women in workforce at all levels of management and leadership. Third is to increase the ratio of women leaders in corporate boards. Fourth is the empowerment of women at the grassroots levels. These four will be achieved through a mix of capacity building, skill development, market promotion, vendor development programs, and many more. Now the fifth is, and the most important that we're talking to you today, building strategic alliances for concerned efforts, for concentrated efforts towards women empowerment. Here I foresee a huge potential for collaboration of our work in the Greater 50% Initiative and your country. Exchange of best practices, ideas, and thoughts for greater engagement of women in businesses, as well as mentorship opportunities are some of the areas that can be explored for cooperation. We hope that based on the deliberations held today, we will be able to identify a roadmap for future and build stronger partnership and carve out new dimensions of cooperation amongst our nations. With these words, I invite Dr. Sangeeta Reddy for her welcome remark. Over to you, Sangeeta.
Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, Namaste and good evening. Good morning and good afternoon to anyone who's joining us from different parts of the world. Let me begin by saying that it's a privilege to be amongst such eminent, qualified gathering of women heads of missions in India. Gone are the times when the role of a diplomat focused on foreign policy related issues, strategic dialogue, war and peace. Today, they're talking much more on the economic and social issues as well. And women empowerment forms an integral part of the economic development of any nation. Harjinder had quoted to you from the World Economic Forum report, where it is said that the pace of reducing the gender gap has now enhanced to 130 years. And let me also share with you that when women across the world heard that statistics, they said in one voice that we're not going to wait. We are not willing to accept this. We will challenge this status quo and find a way to make a difference. Women are today 1/2 of the world's population, but contribute only 37% to the global GDP. And an economy can't operate at its full potential with less than half its population not contributing. Estimates show that closing the gender gap can increase global GDP by 35% on an average. And India can add a 770 billion to the GDP, or about 18% more than the usual if it can bridge its gender gap. But I want to share with you a very important thought. Many people approach this from the ideology of strengthening women. Today, what we are saying is that we will not only strengthen women, but lay equal importance on strengthening the ecosystem that is around women, because women are already strong. It's the world that doesn't understand their strength. And it is from that from the morning we've been having interesting deliberations with notable speakers. As I told you, the Honorable Minister was also with us, and we spoke about access to finance for women entrepreneurs, women in STEM, diversity in the workplace, bridging this gap, and we will continue over the next 2 days to explore solutions. We're now all set for an exciting panel discussion on enhancing an international cooperation with to help women be self-independent and contribute to the mainstream. Friends, today we're joined by the heads of the missions from Estonia, Panama, Tunisia, Romania, and Finland. Her Excellency Katrine Kivi, Ambassador of Estonia, Her Excellency Ritva Koka-Ronde, Ambassador of Finland, Your Excellency Yasil Burillo, Ambassador and Consul General of Panama to India, Your Excellency Daniel Sezonov, Thane, Ambassador of Romania to India, and Your Excellency Ms. Hayet Talbi El Bilil, Ambassador of Tunisia to India. It is our great privilege to welcome you to this session. We look forward to hearing your views. We appreciate that you are the epitome of great women leaders holding influential positions in your respective countries. And we would like to hear your views and insights on supporting and empowering women, aspiring women from all walks of life, from the education field to the work field to the corporate world, and in women in general. And in this forum, we also would like to hear your key thoughts and differentiations. We have studied a bit. Panama, we know that you are consciously taking up important steps in training women to enter the task force, as well as employing more qualified women for leadership roles. Romania, we also understand the work you are doing on raising awareness about women's issues, especially in the field of civil and political rights, economic participation, and development of business opportunities in healthcare. Similarly, in Tunisia, your success stories in empowering women, and Estonia, committed as you are to promoting women's rights and gender equality, and Finland, who has the 4th greatest gender equality of any nation with 82% of the overall gap covered. We are so happy and privileged that you're with us, Your Excellencies. We are keen to learn from you. And before I hand over the floor, may I add that we have not restricted the Greater 50 agenda only to India. We want to go ahead and engage with other countries as well. We look forward to doing so with partnership in multiple platforms by building multi-stakeholder partnerships and strategic alliances. When I thought of this approximately 2 years ago, I was completely enamored by the type of support we received from all walks of life and all genders, men, women, and others included. And this only shows that this is truly an idea whose time has come. We are committed to make women-led development a reality and invite you to please come and join the Greater 50 movement. Thank you so much for being with us. Look forward to your participation. Over to you, Harjinder.
Thank you, Sangeeta. That was very well said. And you had put the perspective very well in place. Thank you so much for bringing out those thoughts. While we start this discussion, let me tell you the format in which I want to take this discussion and take this, take this point of view from everyone today. We definitely want to understand what is happening in your country, which is so positive, so different, and that has created and made a difference in the lives of women in your country, which I would request each one of you to give us, your perspective on 2 lines of what your country has done so good that has helped the women of your country come up in equality, gender equality in your country. So my question, let me start with Ambassador of Finland. Please tell me which are the most significant initiatives in your country for women empowerment. Please give 2, and how these 2 initiatives help the women of your country to come up the ladder. Over to you, Ambassador Finland.
First of all, thank you very much for including me and my distinguished colleagues, ambassadors to this panel. Dear co-chair Talvar and of course Dr. Reddy, the chair of this FICCI conclave. For your question, I think it is really difficult to answer in 2 points, to be honest, because of course the gender equality and equality in societies in general is a very long process, as we have all noticed, and it is really a combination of various aspects in the societies. It's combination of our histories, our social structures, etc., etc. But I'm more than happy to share some of the Finnish experiences. I think it starts very early on, also in the history, in the sense that we are in agrarian societies, like we all have been one way or the other. Women have always played a role, and there has been a certain equality always in the society. But education is probably one. Political rights and education are 2 fundamental issues, probably, to start to create some sort of further measures and to look legislative measures, rules and regulations which are equal. So in Finland, we had the first in the world equal voting rights, political rights for men and women, already before our independence, when we had the parliament, 1906. And at the same time, there was also granted for everybody eligibility to the parliament. So it meant that we had already from early on, when we got independent, 1970, we had women in the parliament. So women were taking up issues which were never taken before. So giving political rights, equal political rights to everybody. So you guarantee that there are knowledge also of various sides of a society. The other is education. That we have tried to build our educational system in Finland, which is equal for everybody. It's free for everybody. The first 9 years for everybody is a qualitative free education. And even from the kindergarten to the university in Finland, the education is free for everybody. So it means that we give equal chances to everybody to become whatever wants to become in their dreams. Then there are some social innovations, in particular, for instance, Finnish maternity and childcare clinics, paid parental leave, and publicly funded quality childcare. They continue to play a significant role in advancing gender equality. And also today, the parental leave is almost 1 year, and it is used increasingly by fathers. So parents are sharing, or the couples are sharing also the duties at home. And then this one of the innovation is free school lunches. They were introduced already as early as 1948. So it makes everyday life easier for families and with working parents and kids at schools. At the moment we have, I cannot help saying, at the moment we have 47% female politicians at the Finnish parliament. We have 58% from the ministers are women, 11 out of 19 ministers by the Finnish government. And then in private sector also, our companies are increasingly seeing that to gain sustainable profits also, we need more women in boardrooms, we need more women as CEOs in the companies, etc. So there we have been really actively participating also We have also in public sector quota system that 40-60%, that you need to have one gender, at least 40% in all public official delegations or official appointments in for instance, in partly owned state-owned companies. So there are different measures, and I would say that no country is perfect, and we are continuing also in Finland. Still, we are filling the gaps, but we have found out very early on that gender equality is a cornerstone of our society and success of our society. We cannot let 50% of the population unused and 50% of the brains unused. So I would say also that it's probably one of the reasons is that Finland was chosen for the third time as the most happiest country in the world, that we have done something right, and we have done exactly right in this sort of gender equality issues. Thank you.
Very well said, Her Excellency Ambassador of Finland. So well said. 40% of your women are in parliament, which is definitely is a big clap that we need to give to your country. And
48%, 48, almost 50.
That's commendable. And you can't let 50% of your brains, which are women, you can't allow them to sit idle. I think that's the key which we must take from you. That's the key that we must deliberate upon. Can I also further ask you, what do you suggest India should do? In case you want to give us one suggestion, what is it which is lacking in India and must be done?
As an ambassador, it's really difficult to give any advice to any nation. What I can only do is to share our best practices, and some of these best practices are something which everybody can do. I think one of the important is that there must be sort of joint political will and recognition that this pays off. This is a smart thing to do, and it pays. You can count it in the economy. You can count it in money. You can, like you and Dr. Reddy was already saying before, that there is evidence that this pays off. But at the same time, I think in what we share is that my country is very strong in digitalization, and India as well. So if we are thinking about the future, which we are living, the sort of post-pandemic time is really digital, it's virtual also. So if we are looking this, we all have challenge, my country as well, that how do we make equal kind of digital world so that is also gender equal. And we really have to work here with our education and with all possible ways and means, men and women, third gender included, that we get everybody on board to learn these digital skills. Otherwise, we really don't have future. And now we all have this huge task to get especially girls involved, because boys are already in majority of boys are in digital world, but the girls not. And I am afraid that this COVID pandemic has been putting also more girls out of this digital world than we had before. So we have to put a lot of attention in this when we are building future and post-COVID world.
Thank you, Her Excellency. So political will is definitely, you said it right. And digital world, I think India is similar to you. And good thing with us is that we have many women who are engaged in digitalization. And that's one thing to go forward to. In case we include more and more women in digital world, we can look at equity. But let me also request you, if you can share the best practices in your country, that document, if we can get, we'll further like to deliberate on that.
Thank you. I will. I think there is a good opportunities definitely with the sort of strategic alliances also between the chambers and between our experts in this field. And I'm looking forward to share any information. For instance, my country has never got really quotas, for instance, in the field of boardrooms, private boardrooms, because the governments do not have their powers, but there are strong recommendations, for instance, and strong follow-up of that, what the companies are doing and why they are not, for instance, if there are companies who do not have any women on their boards, for instance, the chambers are already sort of requesting them to give information that why is that so. But I would say still here again that we see very positive development actually in the companies who are looking also very strongly now on the sort of asset that the more sustainable they are in their action. And this is not only ecological sustainability, but it is really also social sustainability, which means that they have found out that with the green post-COVID sort of world where we need green sustainability, one of the key elements here is to respect the diversity and also include all parties of the society on board. So gender equality here again is an asset for the companies to make profits.
Thank you. Thank you. With this, I move on to the next panelist, Her Excellency, Ambassador of Estonia. May I put the same question to you? The initiatives in your country which have made the difference in lives of women and which have definitely helped them come upward in the career. Can you please come on, over to you?
Thank you so much, and thank you for inviting me to this panel this afternoon. I'm very delighted because just a week ago I took over also a very honorable mission here. During the next 6 months, I will be EU champion for gender equality in India, and I'm very delighted to speak about and share the best practices about women empowerment in my country, not only today, but continuously the weeks to come. So very concretely, few examples from Estonia that my government has been doing since already early 2000, namely in 2004, our government has decided to contribute to a more equal distribution of caretaking responsibilities between men and women with regard to raising their children. In Estonia, we guarantee the parents a own financial security that is called parental salary after a child is born. And the same parental benefit system is encouraging both parents to share the child care responsibilities, which means after a child is born, the parents have to decide who will stay home with the baby first or afterwards, because the same salary recompensation from during the maternity or paternity leave is assured for both parents. And these measures actually enable all interested mothers to return very smoothly to the labor market, because sometimes it is really difficult. We witness in the society often that women have to make more sacrifices, or they must work much more to get the same job. And one of the problems in my country, I have not only success stories to share, but also some problems, which is the gender pay gap. In my country, in some domains, the gender pay gap is till 25%, and this is not fair. And I would here commend Iceland like a good example, who has made it through the legislation illegal to pay the women for the same job less than for a man. And another good example from Iceland, sorry that ambassador is not here today, but just from weekend, now Iceland has got a new parliament where there are more women than men. From 63 seats in the parliament, there are now 33 Icelandic lawmakers and 30 men. But let's come back to Estonia. We have another government initiative which I want to share with you is about gender mainstreaming, because it's not about only one or two topics in the society. It is through all the policies and parts of the society. My government approved the so-called welfare development plan 2016 till 2023. And one of the main objectives of this document is that women and men have equal rights, obligations, opportunities, and responsibilities in all spheres of social life. And in order to achieve it, the same plan aims to reduce general segregation in the labor market, the gender pay gap, and the same plan tries to increase gender balance in every decision-making level of the society. I would maybe later on mention a few words about international cooperation, but coming back to some positive examples and maybe even my own personal encouraging example is that in Estonian embassy, all 3 diplomats are ladies, and in Estonia, our president is a lady, our prime minister is a lady, and there are many female ministers with quite important portfolios in our cabinet, like finance, education, justice, culture, and foreign affairs. I mean, it is quite important to let these tasks for ladies. And as of international affairs and ambassadorial postings, over the recent years, the Estonian ambassador to United Nations, European Union, NATO, United States, UK, Russia, France, and Germany have been women, just to name a few of them. And of course, the posting in India is considered a strategic one too. But these success stories are the results of a very, very targeted policy and action since early age of each child. And here I also fully agree with my previous colleague, Ambassador Ritva. It is absolutely necessary to start the education and awareness raising already in a preschool and then later on in all stages of the general or higher education. It's important to tell to the girls and boys from the very beginning that they have equal rights, and then maybe help to reach out through social media as well, because that I again agree with Ritva, because the younger generation is all connected in internet, and so the role of media is quite important. But of course, there are some problems as well with media. Media can have also some negative impact in that sense, because the content, what you find there is not always very, very helpful. But to end up, to answer to your next questions already, I think the role of the government is very critical in addressing the inequalities and showing political will to prioritize enforcement of equality principles. If the government is on board and agrees on policies and action plans and identifies who will implement this action plan with human resources and budgeting, and then maybe also monitor the action. So it's a wide range of activities to put in place, and if this is well in track, then the society can only gain from it.
Thank you so much, Her Excellency. In fact, I'm speechless after you have told me the kind of things that is happening in your country for women. Your Prime Minister is a woman, your President is a woman, all 3 of you in India, all diplomats are women. So our salutes to you, and we definitely take your cue that the government here must set up an agenda-driven program which should be monitored by someone for gender equality. Point well taken, Her Excellency. Now we move on to the next ambassador. Her Excellency ambassador of Panama to India. Has she joined us?
Hello.
Hi, we've interacted. So my question to you, again, the same thing that we would like to understand. What are the most significant initiatives in your country for women empowerment, and how have they helped women of your country to come up the ladder? Over to you, ma'am.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you for this great invitation from Vicky to talk about this important topic between us, right? And also, my greetings to all my colleagues, ambassadors in this meeting, my respects. Well, Panama has done a great job in trying to search women equality. I'm very proud to say that according to the Forbes magazine, Panama is the 5th country in the world that has the most women in management positions. And this is one of our key things as a country, that we give spaces to women in leadership. And I think that our best advantage is that we have already, during 20 years, a lot of women that have fought in the politicals for creating like laws and decrees supporting women. We have already a president woman. We have already a head of the Justice Court woman. We have already a head of the Deputy Assembly woman, or like our parliament. The head also was a woman. So these women, during 20, 15 years, create all these kind of opportunities laws that are already set for other women in the future to continue the path. So the given leadership and accessibility to it has transformed other women for the future. So I think that this is one of the key things to mention. And also we have more than 35 laws that were created to support all these women environment and promotion of them. I am very personally proud to say that also Panama External Affairs Ministry, led by a woman, our Ministry of External Affairs, Erika Moines, is an example of reaching the goals of women equality. All the board of directors of our External Affairs Ministry are women. Inside the External Affairs Ministry, almost 70% of the chiefs are women. And almost half of the ambassadors of Panama working on the exterior service are women, and I am one of them. I am one of the youngest also, so I'm very thankful that my country gave me this opportunity to be represented, but I just read this information last week, and I was very surprised myself to see that half of our head of missions worldwide are very capable women, and that one of our key messages as a country is the promotion of women equality. So this special position is very special for me to share, because I think, and I repeat again, that women in leadership support other women for the future by creating opportunities and great examples for others to follow. So I think this is our best strength as a country, and also I'm very proud to represent here Latin America. In this study, led by the Forbes magazine, there are also 3 more countries between the 5 positions in the world. So that one of that countries were Jamaica, which was the #1, and also Colombia, which is my neighbor, that also has a lot of women in leadership position, and Panama especially in management positions, like in the private sector, which is very, very interesting for me to share with a chamber. So the next question was?
So thank you so much. Yes, my next question. And in fact, your one key point, women for women. That's really something that we must look at, that these are the women, successful women sitting at the helm who help other women come up. And that's what we are all trying to do here. My next one advice from you, or one suggestion from you, what is it that we can do in India, or any suggestion you want to give to us in India where you see that this is our weak point, or this can be our weak point and must be tackled?
Well, yes, I have read a quite bit about India, and I just read in some statistics that 65% of the population is from rural communities. And, you know, when you have these numbers, you can see big cities like Mumbai or Delhi that has a lot of women already in the private sector and a lot of women participating in professional life. But in rural areas, there is still a gap. And I think that accessibility to education for girls, like beginning from now, that be compulsory, or that a country can have like this laws in which the girls must go to school so they can have a better vision of the world, better vision through education, and they can work themselves in a path in what they want to be other than is expected from them. So they can dream, they can see in what they are good, and this is only through education. So one thing that maybe can be a good thing to do is the accessibility to education again, from children.
Thank you so much. That was very well said, and we welcome your advice. We'll certainly look at it. Thank you, Ambassador. Let's move on to Ambassador of Romania to India. Her Excellency, my question to you remains the same. What are the initiatives in your country which have helped women come up the ladder? Over to you, ma'am. Miss Daniela.
Yes. Thank you very much. Good evening to everybody. It's a pleasure for me to take part in this panel discussion, which is really informative, and it gives us some food for thought, sharing examples from various countries. In Romania, we also underwent quite a long path from the, I will not go very far in the history, but from the Romanian Revolution in 89 until now, we did a lot of things. I can give you some examples. If in the 1990, the Romanian women in the parliament were, after the first election, 3 elections after the communist fall, were 4.9%. The numbers increase slowly. We had in the year 2000, 2008, 2012 about 10%, and now we have about more than 22% of women in the parliament. And a good example is that we had, for example, the past 2 posts of the Romanian commissioners are in the EU are Romanian, are women, sorry. So in the past 2 European parliamentarian legislature were women. In the past few years, the Romanian government worked a lot towards gender equality and women empowerment, improving the laws to promote equal opportunities, treatment in law, in practice between women and men, to achieve institutional gender parity and eliminating pay gaps, fighting against discrimination, etc. We are amongst the best examples for women maternal leave, paid leave. In Romania, women can get 2 years of paid leave, and this paid leave can be shared with the husband. If the father wants to stay 1 year home, he can stay 1 year home. The law provides for it, but he is obliged to take on of this 24 months paid leave. He has to stay with the child 1 month in paid leave, paternal leave. Of course, it is free education for all the children. We have also in business, because business is important, economic development is important. We have the biggest number of women CEO from our region. We have 24% of women CEO, while the average on our region, I'm talking about Central and Eastern Europe, is 8%.
We have a very big number of women involved in environmental change, sustainable development, climate change activities in NGOs. They are very active. The women promoting change at all levels in order to have a more sustainable way of living and to prevent climate change, it's very high. In the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I can give you an example from my, I joined the Foreign Ministry in 96. At that time, we were very few women. The first woman ambassador, we were very few women diplomats. The first woman ambassador was named sometimes in 98, 99. And then with the generation passing by, now we reach a threshold of more than 50% women in the foreign ministry, with many many women ambassadors. In EU we have recently named ambassadors women in Germany and UK, but it's also we have in Spain, in Portugal, in Belgium. In our region in Asia, we have a women ambassador in Malaysia and Vietnam. And in Latin America, we have recently named women ambassador in Cuba, Peru, and Brazil. Regarding the advice for India, yes, I totally agree with Yaciel. I think education is the most important thing, especially in the rural areas. If girls are educated, they will, and girls need to be educated, but also the communities have to be educated in order to prevent early marriages. There are still, of course, this is prevented by the law, but there are still local communities doing it, which a girl being married underage, she will have children. After children, she will not be able to evolve, to study more. She will give up all her dreams. So I think it is important also to do a work with the communities in order to prevent early marriage of girls.
Thank you, Her Excellency. This is great listening to you. I would like to, though, ask you one question here. You did mention that there are biggest number of women CEOs in your region compared to other parts of the same region, which is 8%. You have 24% of women CEOs.
21.
Yeah, do you think you would have done anything different which has made this change happen? And what is that one thing, if you would like to throw some light on that?
I think women in Romania, one reason is that the percentage of highly educated, college educated, masters and graduated and postgraduate studies in Romania, women are, I don't know exactly the figure, is between 55 and 60%. So we have more women highly educated than men. This might be a reason. And I think women are have more courage to innovate. I think men sometimes are more cautious. I don't know, but I think we have sometimes the power, the strength to assume, to take responsibilities, because we take more responsibilities than men. If you think, now men are becoming more careful, more fathers. They also take care of the children. But we are doing more things than men in the same time. So of course, innovation and fighting for build up something, it's a natural thing for a woman. It's more natural than for a man.
I agree with you. We are actually more powerful. So with you 100% on that, ma'am. Let me move on to the next panelist, Ambassador of Tunisia to India. Ma'am, may I ask you the same question, Ms. Hayat? What in your country has been done differently to make the women of your country empowered? Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Good evening, all of you. First of all, allow me to thank, the organizer for giving me the opportunity to take part to this controversial discussion about women empowerment. It's not easy to talk the last persons, and it's not easy to talk in the presence of very developed countries, in terms of women empowerment, like Finland and Estonia, and now I'm discovering also Panama and all, those countries. Also, it's not easy to talk from a point of view of an Arab woman, because Arab countries, Muslim countries are so different from European countries in terms of women empowerment. But let's be positive. I myself, I am maybe the concrete example of women empowerment. I am the first female ambassador, Tunisian female ambassador to India, but also to all Asia. So just to give you an idea, now I entered history to give you an idea that my country is trying to do a lot of work in order towards, women empowerment. But just to go back also to history, because it's so important to know, the history of a country in terms of women empowerment. Tunisia, which is the heritage of Carthage, Carthage was founded by Queen Alisa, which is a woman, in 1814 BC, just to understand this. But also there is something important, is since the independence of Tunisia in 1956, in March 1956, only a few months after, in August 1956, Tunisia adopted a very developed and progressive status code, which is called Personal Status Code in August 1956. And it was maybe a revolutionary code in the Arab world because it banned, for example, polygamy, which is a very taboo, subject in the Arab world. At that time, in 1956, it wasn't really an easy task for the former, president at that time. And now we are, I think, the only Arab country to ban polygamy. Just to give you, of course, the status code deal with the very crucial, of course, issues such as, marriage, divorce, inheritance, alimony, child custody, adoptions. Many issues that the Arab world were considering as taboo at that time. Of course, after the revolution of 2011, many laws have been adopted, of course, in order to further enhance women empowerment and women rights in many fields. For example, to give you an idea, in the electoral law, Tunisia in 2011 passed electoral parity law that required parties to use parity lists. They should have in one list as men as women, for the parliamentary elections, in order maybe to impose this by law. Because if it's not imposed by law, so of course maybe women, they are not really aggressive in terms, in political maybe activities. And of course, maybe also men, they won't think even to allow women participate in parliamentary elections. That's why it was enforced by law. This is, for example, we have also very important also law, which was adopted in 2018, and which is in terms of gender equality, and of course regarding Muslim and Arab worlds. Maybe for other countries it's something really very normal law, which was the country lifted a ban allowing Muslim women to marry no-Muslim men, because in Tunisia before 2018 a Muslim woman cannot get married to non-Muslim men. And if she wants really to get married to non-Muslim men, at that time, she is banned from, for example, inheritance. She cannot inherit at that time, in order to punish her. Just to give you an idea how progressive, many law was adopted. Maybe in terms of figures, for example, as my colleagues from Romania are also other ambassadors, they were citing the numbers of women, university graduates women. In Tunisia, more than 60% high graduated are women. And this is really very important. More than 50 or 60%, they are engineering. The first, maybe I didn't mention that the first female doctor in the MENA region was Tunisian, Tawhida Bashir. So, I mean, just in engineering, maybe in scientific fields, in medicine, 70% of pharmaceutics are women. 70% judges, they are women. I mean, just to give you an idea about how important may be the presence of women in many, many fields. Of course, unfortunately, we cannot find the same figures in maybe political positions, in managing, in senior positions. And maybe this is due, and now I have also to go back to the fact that we are Arab. This is due to patriarchal, maybe, society. I mean, till now, maybe there are a lot of laws, but sometimes you have to enforce law because maybe we are facing de facto discrimination. It's de facto discrimination, even if the legal framework is very advanced in many fields. And that's why, for example, just to give you some idea, for example, the unemployment rate for women is 24%, which is maybe the double of men unemployment rate. For example, participation of women in the labor market is only 25%. Maybe also, what else? 14% of women, they are in managerial positions. Just to give you an idea that despite maybe the very progressive, I mean, legal framework that we have in terms of women empowerment, but unfortunately, in practice, we're still facing many challenges, I mean, difficulties for women in order to be, maybe to make entrepreneurship, to be really empowered. And maybe also, I think that women themselves, they need to work a lot on their, their worth, and they have to have faith really in themselves. This is maybe we have to work on it more and more, because since we have very important legal framework, but really we have to empower ourselves. And maybe also women's solidarity, I think, and sisterhood is so important when women, they are in a very high position, political or managerial position. Sometimes women, they are practicing discrimination against other women. So that's why maybe we have to encourage women, solidarity and sisterhood, of course, in the field of labor and in all fields that deals with really women empowerment. This is maybe the main ideas that I'd like to share with you.
Thank you, Ms. Hayat. That's very well said. And we must congratulate you once again as the first woman ambassador in Asia. And your country has definitely moved forward very quickly, because if you've been the only Arab country which is banned polygamy, then yes, we must applaud you there. Yeah. You said that you were, India also, if you look at our country, is a bit of patriarchal society. So what, in your opinion, one thing, because you understand what a patriarchal society is, one thing that you would give us an advice on, we would like to take it.
Yeah, as I think that the main objective we were talking about it this afternoon or this evening, it is education. If you have well-educated women, if you had also well-educated men, because it's a question of mentality also. Patriarchal societies is a question of mentality. If you are, since the childhood, since you have little kids, and you are educated them, and you are you have to think to introduce in educational programs. Maybe we have to introduce this, the woman, and equality, gender equality, women empowerment, because it's not only in family that we have, to educate our kids, but also in schools. I think education is so important, but also international cooperation. International cooperation, I think that maybe many countries, while discussing and negotiating, for example, some, conflicts with other countries, or even for peace building, conflicts or resolution of conflicts, they have maybe to put the condition of maybe to enhance, women rights while discussing with other countries, while finding a solution to other countries. Maybe also they have to put condition for financial aid, for example, to other countries. Because sometimes in many countries for the donors, sometimes they put the condition of, for example, human rights in order to give some loans or donors. So donors, maybe they have also to put this, condition of women empowerment in order maybe to for loans or for, just as I mentioned, for help with other countries. And also, as I was mentioning, I think women's solidarity and the sisterhood is so important. We have really to bring our strength together in order really to enhance our, our rights. It should start by women themselves. And also we have to work on ourselves. And we have to bring in mind that really we don't have to wait until, some enhancement can be brought by our government or by this, decision making, which are mainly they are men. So at least we have maybe to think all of this. But as I was mentioning, education is so important, but also governments, they have really to put this condition of women empowerment, for example, donors or whatever. I think this is some few ideas.
That's touching the right chord, that if you want more money, please ensure women empowerment is done. So there we are. So I think we've come to the end of this session, but so wonderful. And I have so many questions for all of you. We really want to talk about, having this collaboration with you. If anybody would like to say anything about collaboration, you're most welcome to say. We're reaching the end. Anybody wants to say quickly something, please come forward and say it.
Yes, thank you. I would just stress a few things we could do globally, or if you remember, in 2000, the United Nations Security Council unanimously adopted the resolution 1325 on women, peace and security. And the same resolution has set a goal that international community must at all times consider the gender perspective in conflict resolution. And since then, we have been adopting already 3 national plans how to better adopt this resolution in our national terms. But to strengthen the spillover effect, we decided to co-sponsor also all follow-up resolutions, and we are part of the same task force on the EU level, which means how to implement this resolution on EU level and to work more towards gender mainstreaming on this area. And our president recently this year was nominated as UN Global Advocate for every woman, every child. So we really promote these important topics, because there cannot be any democracy or any security or any development without participation of half of the humankind. So, thank you.
That's well said, Excellency. So we come to the end of this session. We would be very, very happy to receive the proposal. We will send out the same to you, and we would definitely look forward to signing an alliance with your respective women, with your respective countries, with the women organizations who are there working for the cause of women in both the countries. One thing which I am taking home in today's discussion is, in fact, it is not one thing. These are 2 things that I'm taking home is, one is education, which is a key for women empowerment, and 2 is women for women. If women support other women who've done well, we don't have to look back, and none of the women will look back. With this, I hand over the floor to Jyoti. Please propose a vote of thanks, Jyoti. Over to you.
I think there is some technical issue at Jyoti's end. I can't
Is
see.
Mr. Manish Singhal there?
Yes, ma'am, I'm there.
Will you please propose a vote of thanks, Mr. Singhal? Mr. Singhal is heading international cooperation in FICCI, and let me invite him formally to propose a vote of thanks here. Thank you, Mr. Singhal.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thanks for this opportunity. Excellencies, nice to interact with you once again. Thanks for being with us. Of course, in this whole panel, I think I'm literally the odd man out, but yes, fully in support of the cause for which you all are here today. We'll continue to interact. And of course, I did hear some of the thoughts presented and some of the best practices in your countries, which is, I think, a lot for us to take away from. So thank you once again, and look forward to continuing interacting with you.
Thank you, Mr. Singhal. With this, we come to the end of this session. We hope to meet you sometime in person and discuss this further in your offices, across the table, sitting over coffee, and maybe we invite them all, Uma, sometime to FICCI House, and let's discuss it further there, what can be done in both the countries, in all the countries for women empowerment. With this, namaste from us.
Namaste.
Thank you so much, Your Excellencies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and see you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, everybody. And before we close today's proceedings, we have a wonderful, we are ending it on a wonderful positive story from Lady Kishwar Desai. And the story is really about the partition, the role of women in India's partition, and how Lady Kishwar Desai has really put a museum together of the partition. Lady Kishwar Desai is actually an award-winning writer and playwright, and she chairs the trust that created and manages the world's first partition museum in Amritsar. The trust is now creating 2 more museums on the partition in Delhi and Kolkata. She also helped set up the Gandhi statue outside Westminster in London, and her critically acclaimed book, Jallianwala Bagh 1919, The Real Story, led to a series of exhibitions in India and abroad, commemorating the massacre. Her book on Devika Rani has just been optioned for a film by a major studio. She divides her time between Delhi and London. So let's just hear Lady Kishwar Desai on the positive story on Partition Museum and the role of women in India's independence.
Hello, everyone. What a wonderful occasion it is today, and I want to thank Vicky Flo for giving us the opportunity to share our positive stories with so many others. And I particularly want to thank Srimati Smriti Irani for gracing this great occasion. Like any other Indian woman, I think I grew up with a lot of hopes and dreams and aspirations. And there are a lot of stories I'm sure we all have in our lives where some of these things did actually happen to us. But the one that I want to share with you today regards the setting up of the Partition Museum, at first in Amritsar, then a small one on 2 trams in Calcutta, and now the one that we're setting up in Delhi at the Dara Shikoh Library. This was a dream that really, really did come true. And that's why I want to talk about it, because I do believe that Indian women have an inherent desire and a dream to take care of cultural aspects of our life and to ensure that history is not forgotten by their families and by their children particularly. They are great people who want to preserve things. I think women do have this special skill. I am surrounded actually by women who have worked with me right from the beginning on this dream of setting up the world's only and first partition museum, which we created in 2017. It has 14 galleries. It is very close to the Golden Temple, and it is in Amritsar's very beautiful colonial structure called the town hall. So I felt that we as women, we as ordinary people of this country also needed to pay back a great debt for all that India has given to us. And the way I wanted to do it was to look back at how much our ancestors, our grandparents, our parents, and others had gone through as recently as 100 years ago, as recently as 70 years ago, in order to give us and preserve for us this great country. Without their struggles, without their sacrifices, where would we be today? So we wanted to create what is essentially a people's museum. This is a museum where you would come and actually look at the stories of ordinary people who are now completely forgotten. These, for me, are the real heroes who have made India for what it is today. So how did we begin? We began actually with nothing. We had no money. We had no building. We had only this dream of making the Partition Museum. So what we did was we held awareness raising sessions. We met with a lot of people. We were fortunate that the Punjab government at that time gave us a building, but they said that you would have to raise all the money. We can only give you this building. Disruption at the time of partition was huge. In 1947, more than 20 million people became homeless. And it is a shame that we do not have all the records with us. So we began recording oral histories. We began collecting documents. And believe me, the wonderful women mostly that I worked with at that time did a lot of hard work in collecting donations, stories, memorabilia, which you find in the museum today. So we were fortunate that within a year, in fact, less than a year, I would say 6 months, everybody I knew pitched in, and we were able to open the museum as we had planned with all its 14 galleries on the 17th of August, 2017, which was 70 years since the partition had happened. And you would be surprised that even though we thought this was only a humble contribution towards the history of India, it got remarkable, really, truly remarkable media coverage from all over the world. None of us slept for many nights. We were working round the clock. I think it also took a lot to gather the funding. There was a lot of hard work we had to do to persuade people to support us. But I think all of that was wonderful. Corporates came forward. And then, of course, came another very remarkable thing. The museum won many awards. We have won something like 7 national and international awards, which recognize the work that just ordinary people can do. This was just a bunch of us coming together, setting up the museum. So a dream can come true like that. And we are still running it. We're still maintaining it, even during COVID times, because it is really our story. If the partition had not happened, this was also part of the deal that was struck at that time for independence. We may not have got the kind of independence we ultimately got, but of course it was based on the suffering of so many people whose stories, whose oral histories you will find in these galleries in Amritsar. And now we are working on a similar museum in Delhi at the Dara Shikoh Library, and we do hope that this will give a totally new totally new information for so many people who do not know that the city of Delhi went through a complete transformation during 1947. There was so much migration out and so much migration in. There were so many colonies which did not exist, where all of you are living in today. So I think that kind of a history of Delhi has never been done. And we are indeed very grateful for getting this wonderful building in Old Delhi. It is near Kashmiri Gate. But of course, again, we have to raise the money. So I do appeal to all of you to contribute whatever you can do. If you have a partition story, do reach out to us. We would love to place it in the museum. If you want to support the museum, do donate whatever you can. We've always said this is a people's museum. So really, it belongs to all of you. And what is going to happen in later years is that when none of us are around, children will come and see the great sacrifice so many people made. And the wonderful inspirational thing in all the museums that we set up is that the last gallery is called the Gallery of Hope. And this gallery really celebrates the very, very inspirational stories of so many who lost everything. And yet, they rose to become leaders of this new country, which appeared on the scene, the new India, which came up after 1947. We want children today to know that it is possible. It is possible to lose everything and yet to pick yourself up, despite whatever scars you may have endured, despite everything that you may have lost, and to create a new and wonderful life for yourself and indeed for your family. And I think this is this true Indian spirit, this true Indian grit that we commemorate in this museum. So I urge all of you to please become part of this enterprise. And this is my positive story. As I said, there are many others that I would have wanted to share, but I do want to talk about this particularly because for us, the small team that is working day and night on now the museum that is coming up at the Dara Shikoh Library in Old Delhi, for many of us, we do believe that this is a moment in history that we should not lose, because all those survivors of partition are increasingly getting older every day, and very few are left, and we must preserve those histories, and we must make our children understand that the freedom we won is not just from the people who went through the freedom struggle, but the freedom we got was also due to the sacrifice of these millions who have been forgotten for so many years. And I would also like to add, extremely grateful to the Prime Minister for recognizing the horrors which took place during the partition. But of course, our museum not only recognizes the horrors, it also recognizes the compassion that communities showed to each other. And our 14 galleries talk about various aspects of the partition, including the various divisions that took place between not just people, but even institutions. What happened to the museums? What happened to the armed forces? What happened to the police? Everything was divided. But we tell the narrative through art, through poetry, through the people's voices. So what you see will definitely impact you in many ways. But I do want to thank you for giving me this opportunity, for sharing how a dream which started with nothing, no money, no building, now is working on, a small NGO is now working on 3 museums. And we do want to keep contributing towards the preservation of history and culture in this country. Thank you, and all good luck to all of you who I'm sure are doing some amazing and wonderful work.
With that, we come to today's close with a positive story. I'm also going to good evening. Sorry for the technical glitch. But we concluded today's session with Lady Kishore Desai's positive story. We also have an excellent lineup tomorrow of the sessions and the series for and the speakers for you. We start tomorrow at 10:15 with a keynote session with Ambassador Lakshmi Puri, former ASG UN, Deputy Executive Director UN Women, and former Ambassador of India. I once again thank all our sponsors, Apollo Hospitals, A.T. Chandra Foundation, Edelgive Foundation, Udyam Stree, Her Circle, and Max Life Insurance for supporting this event. Please do visit all the virtual stalls that are available, and see you tomorrow sharp at 10:15. Please log in by 10 o'clock. Thank you.